When the top comics on the planet aren't on stage,
just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
They can be found hanging out on the Opie and Anthony show.
This show got me in trouble. Of course it did.
This holiday weekend, we're proud to present their most memorable appearances.
I took his hand and put
Oh my God! And bringing it all to you is a man of razor-sharp wit. A man who knows funny. His mother says so.
Double guns, motherfucker.
This is a very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
Here's your host, Lyle Chipperson.
This is day 2 of a Chipperson Thanks. Why the fuck is this only 2 days? This should be every day. This is Mark Maron, or as I call him, Mark Moron. Fucking people crack up when I say that. I like, who, Mark Moron? They're like, no, it's Maron. I'm like, I know, I'm fucking joking, you piece of garbage. Mark was on talking about his podcast, and he got engaged in couples therapy and whatever, his show on IFK. What the fuck is IFK? That's stupid. And how he's scared to be a father. My father's an encyclopedia salesman. My mother said Chipper, he's very successful. And then she would always make me rub lotion into Lamar's feet. He had very ashy, calloused feet. And then my mother, I would have to kiss her fingers, but they always smelled like cocoa butter. And one time they smelled like poop and cocoa butter. Like, what were you doing, Ma?
Mark Maron came in here and just entertained the hell out of us. And I'm like, Mark, you gotta
thanks.
You gotta do some of this for the audience too. My God.
I will.
We got a private show for Mark Maron. It was terrific.
Just talking about the podcast.
And flying and all.
Well, that was the thing. I was in Buffalo, and, you know, Buffalo is an underrated city. It gets a bad rap. Yeah, no, I
lived there for 3 years.
You did not.
I lived there for 3 years. What are you talking about?
Doing radio?
Yes.
So what my feeling was...
I felt like I was in prison for 3 years.
But it seems like there was some trouble. And that there's some economic problems, some strife. Yeah, but there's a charm to it. The people are beaten down. They're beaten down. They're very pleasant.
They're broken.
Yeah, they're broken and happy.
Yeah. If I was ever close to being an alcoholic, it was when I was in Buffalo for 3 years.
Well, that's how they make alcoholics. It's made in Buffalo.
Jägermeister shots that was like taking vitamins in that fucking city.
But I know I'm not in a good place where I'm driving around. Like, I rented a car because I want to go to see Niagara Falls.
Nice.
And I'm driving around, and this is how I know I'm not in a good place, because I'm like, I could live here. You know, look at this house.
Really?
You could get a house for a nickel. You know, I could probably make do up here. I could work out of my house.
Very inexpensive.
But the hotel I stayed at, it actually had the personality of a recovering heroin addict.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know when you walk into a place and you're like, oh, this was bad. So, something happened here.
Like the whole place has an evil vibe
right,
to it.
Right, because they redid it, but there's some shit you can't cover up. You know,
What hotel?
The Lafayette.
Wait, I think that's it looks like a house?
No, it's this huge, old, glorious place.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But it feels like there was a halfway house vibe and smell that you couldn't get out of there. Like, I just pictured walking down the hall to my room that at some point some woman was running down this hallway saying, he's got a gun! You know?
That's
and
Buffalo.
bunch of junkies were walking by going, oh, she's pissed again. Wonder what's going on. But
they got that one street that's kind of nice.
I thought it was nice.
Sort of near downtown where all the clubs are, a few restaurants that try to make a little scene down there.
You know, street's great in Buffalo, Route 90, because it takes you out of Buffalo.
You were there. You didn't like the city at all?
I like Buffalo. I like the fans, but it's like I couldn't live there. Everything looked like it was built in 1984 because of the weather damage it takes.
Oh, right. Yeah. Everything has to be rebuilt.
Everything's
it's like Winnipeg. God hates it. Just crushing it with weather.
And you weren't up there during the snowy season, which is pretty much 9 months of the year.
It was beautiful weather.
Okay.
And we
love Buffalo. We love our fans up there.
No, they force you. I've never seen a town more committed and loyal to bar food as Buffalo is.
Yay!
Thank you, Sydney.
What is that, smoothie?
Yeah. What's wrong, Sam?
Our intern, Sydney.
Anthony thanked her. You didn't even bring him anything.
Well, I just thanked her for,
you know what? It's a new day around here.
She brought a little sunshine into the room is what she did.
You're a bummer.
That's what I'm saying.
You're a bummer. You got to change your attitude, Sam.
You just look at things on the surface. You don't appreciate the whole picture.
Yep. E-Rock's been here for, like, how long now? 9-10 years.
Oh, wow.
And he just got smashed for wearing a shirt with a collar on it. And all you have to do is walk in here and be a girl, and you get a, yeah!
They're wonderful.
All right.
Girls?
Yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Exactly.
Yeah, good old Mark.
Generally speaking.
Yeah. So Buffalo was cool to you.
Yeah, no, I was into it. I went to see Niagara Falls. I rented a car. And when you drive to Niagara, maybe I was there with one wife, but I think I erased all the memories.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they just gone. I have a vague recollection of wearing a poncho and getting wet, but that could have been anything.
The Maid of the Mist is something you got to do.
You do, right?
I loved it. And I don't like tourists.
But did you drive through Niagara? That is the saddest fucking town.
Wow.
Like, you literally drive through 4 blocks of this decimated, pathetic, hopeless town to where, it's a good setup for the falls, because either you're going to be like, thank God, or I'm going to jump the fuck in. So I get to the falls, and they're not disappointing. There's no way.
It's amazing.
Some sort of cynical, you got to be a cynical fuck to stand in front of Niagara Falls and go, I get it, just keeps coming. Right. What next?
It's pretty amazing.
But I got very...
Did you go in the tunnels and stuff?
I went on the boat.
Oh, you gotta go to the tunnels where you're right under the falls, looking through the falls, basically.
Next time.
All right, sorry.
But I went to, the weird thing is that when you go to a tourist attraction, you start hating people immediately. Just like they're there with their kids. They're horrible. There's 9 people. Like, how many tickets? You don't know how many kids you have? And I'm just... And I'm just hating them horribly. And then as you walk down, like, I'm filled with contempt as I'm getting on this boat. And then you get to the boat, and everybody gets this garbage bag blue poncho. So now everybody's wearing these fucking garbage bags. And I'll tell you, man, you're on a boat with 100 people wearing garbage bags. Hard to hate people. Because you all look ridiculous, right? So there's almost like a great equalizer. It's garbage bags.
Yeah.
And, but I was amazed at it.
That's what the world needs. We just, if we all walked around with garbage bags.
When there's a problem, put people in a garbage bag. Everybody look at yourself.
And everyone will calm the fuck down.
Right. But it was nice, and you take the garbage bag off, and you're right back to fuck these people. But I did get stuck in Buffalo, and all I wanted to do was get home.
Yeah.
It was horrible because it was a nice day. I thought I had it made. I had to get home. The 400th podcast went up yesterday. My 400th anniversary.
Congratulations.
It's a big deal.
That is a lot of podcasts.
And I had Iggy Pop on. I'd already recorded the interview, which was kind of hilarious because I was nervous about that. I love that guy. And I didn't know if he was cognizant or whether he could talk or what he was about. And it was kind of weird because I'm waiting for him to come. One limo comes, it's a publicist, and she's got heels on. She gets out. I walk her into my garage. I'm like, can he talk? Is he all right? She's like, yeah, he loves talking. I'm like, fine. So then another limo pulls up, and Iggy's road manager gets out. His 7-foot girlfriend gets out, and he's about to get out. And I'm standing there. I'm like, hey, how you doing, Iggy? You need anything? You need anything? He goes, I need to refresh. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Do you need coffee? Yeah, coffee, black. Great. Fine. I got that. You need water? Water's good, but I need to refresh. And I'm like, okay. I'm not sure what that is. So we walk out to the back deck, and Iggy just starts he's standing there, and there's these 4 people he brought with him, and he's stretching on my deck, and he's like, this is nice. And he's almost doing a weird dance. And then within 2 minutes, the fucking shirt comes off. And I'm like, anyone else, that would be like, what is going on? But no, he's just getting into Iggy. So then we go in to the garage. I'm sitting there with a shirtless Iggy in my garage talking to him, and it didn't make any difference to me at all. There was a couple of points where he just started tweaking his nipple a little bit, and it was a little weird. Yeah. But I didn't bring it up. You know what I mean? Yeah. I didn't know if he was trying to...
I understand that from both of your points of view, actually.
Wow, he's a strange guy.
No, but it was a great chat.
Yeah.
And
why does he have to take his shirt off?
He loves it. He's an animal.
I don't think I've ever seen him with a shirt on.
No.
Yeah, he does take his shirt off a lot.
He's got to be 70.
Wow.
And he's about 5 feet tall. He's 5'2".
Is he a small guy?
Yeah, tremendous. Just 7 foot tall, Asian, huge boobs.
Wow.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
Yeah.
But the panic was I needed to get back from Buffalo to L.A. and they canceled my flight, American, because it was a mechanical problem. And then you're sort of like, well, is there another flight? No, that's it. There's no more leaving from us.
You cannot leave.
Yeah, so then I rebook on Delta through American with my platinum status. I'm like, you don't fucking understand. I'm platinum. Take care of me. They rebook me on Delta through Detroit. It leaves in 2 hours. I'm like, great. 10 minutes after they book me on Delta, through American, Delta calls me on the phone with an automated call that's saying that the one out of Buffalo's delayed 2 hours. The one out of Detroit's delayed 5. And I got to record. So now I'm fucked. So now I start thinking, I got my equipment with me if I need it. I'm like, I'll record in Detroit. Iggy's from Detroit. I'll just go out into the streets and do it there. Like, that's how I'm thinking. I don't give a shit. All I give a shit about is the podcast. And then finally, I bought a JetBlue ticket to New York, and then they're like, that's delayed till 7. I'm like, is it going to get out of here? And they're like, we don't fucking...
What the fuck is going on?
The weather was clear. And that's when I started hating Buffalo. I'm like, can't you get your shit together? Like, American Airlines doesn't give enough of a shit to fly a plane from Chicago an hour so I can get another plane out of that airport?
Oh, boy.
So I bought one at Delta, and this goes nowhere. But anyway, so I flew down here, and I recorded in the fucking hotel room. But this is not the news.
Oh, so you never got back to L.A.?
No, I didn't.
Obviously.
And now I got to deal with, then I got to call the girl. Like, I'm not going to be back for another 3 days. She's like, it's all right. You're doing what you got to do. And then the next morning, it's like, I really miss you. Here's the news. I asked her to marry me.
Whoa!
Congratulations.
Whoa!
Yeah, it's weird when it's your third time. When people say congratulations, you're like, yeah, we'll see what happens. You know.
You've been with her for a while, though.
Yeah, I've been with her for like 3 years.
Yeah.
There was a lot of pressure.
Oh.
There's been a lot of pressure, a lot of holding up the finger with the no ring, and the waving of the finger. And, finally I did it. I took her out, I said, okay, we'll go look at rings. I don't want to buy you the wrong fucking ring. I can't live with that, because I know this girl. If I bought her the wrong ring, it would have been just a nightmare. She was not going to be happy with any ring.
Right.
So I take her to this jewelry store, and we're looking at, she shows me one that she likes. I'm like, all right, I get the idea. And I wasn't even sure when I was going to do it or if I was going to do it, but the next day I went and bought that fucking ring, and I thought, like, whether it happens or not, I'll take the hit if I have to sell this back, but I'm not going to give her a fucking ring that she doesn't want. So she's got me by the balls pretty hard.
I can't believe you're doing this.
I know.
Is this your third marriage?
I know.
How many times?
Yeah, it's third. All right, help me out. Wait, now let's talk about. Wait, what's that?
Wait, I'm trying to go back in. I'm trying to go back in time. I think after 2, he said.
Oh,
we got tapes of you.
Has
I probably
horrendous. He has horrendous marriage stories.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, okay, all right.
What's different? What is happening in your head?
I'm terrified of this one.
Yeah, I bet you are.
I think that's what's different. I'm terrified and I'm concerned.
Man. Yeah.
I don't think I know the difference between, the warmth of rage when it surrounds my heart and the warmth of love when it surrounds my heart.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I know that when the warmth of rage surrounds my heart, I'm thinking like, fuck you. But when the warmth of love surrounds my heart, I'm afraid of that. So there's some mixture I have to find in the middle. But here's what happens. So I buy this ring, and I decide I'm going to give it to her on her birthday, which is 3 weeks away.
She knew it was coming, though.
Not really. I mean, it was a surprise to her. I don't think she really believed that I was going to do it. And I'm not, I don't know that I did either, but I knew I was going to give it on her birthday. But it was hilarious because I bought that ring, I put it in the drawer, and that ring just turned on this scrutiny. Like, I knew it was out there, and I knew I had it, and I was planning on doing it. So every minute of every fucking day, I was like, all right, this is it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm watching her eyes. I'm watching her mouth. I'm watching what she says. I'm watching how she walks. I'm like, I don't know, that's a weird thing, that walk. It just turned on this thing in my head where it's like, are you fucking sure you're going to do this?
You're never going to be sure.
Everything's under a microscope all of a sudden.
Right. And then her birthday comes, and I didn't know how I was going to do it. I thought, why not just put it, because it's her first time. She wants to be excited. I'm a jaded fuck. I want to try to make it good for her. So I didn't know how to give it to her. I knew I had to do something special because she was talking about, like, are you going to put it in a champagne glass? I don't know why. All of a sudden I'm doing Dice's Girls. So no, but she said, you can put it in a champagne glass at dinner, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I'm not going to do that because obviously you read that somewhere. So my thought was, why not just put it in the bed so she rolls over on it and goes, what's that?
Ow.
And then my friend Jonah said, well, then she might think you fuck someone else in your bed. Yeah, you asked me to marry you as a couple.
Oh, shit.
But,
that's funny.
Yeah, so I decided, all right, I'm going to make her pancakes and work from there. And I said, I'm going to make you pancakes for your birthday. And I didn't even know if I had the shit for pancakes. It turns out I had the shit for pancakes. So I make pancakes, and I figure, all right, I'm going to put the ring right on top of the center pancake.
Oh.
Like that. But the problem was, she was in bed. I had put the ring in the bedroom to follow through with the rolling over on it plan.
Whoa, okay.
So now she's in bed. I make her these fucking pancakes, and I'm like, why don't you come out and eat your pancakes? She's like, I thought I was getting breakfast in bed. No, formal breakfast today, because I had to get the ring out of there.
Yeah.
So I force her out. I'm like, just come on, eat at the table like a person. So she comes out, and I run back into the room to grab the ring. I put it in the pocket of my robe, and I come back out, and she goes, why'd you run back to the room? And I don't know why I was caught off guard, but I swear to God, I said, I had to get something for my cock. That's what I said. I don't even know why I said that. But on some level, it's kind of true.
100% true.
Yeah.
So then I go into the kitchen, I stick that fucking ring right in the middle of the pancake, and I serve her the pancake. She starts crying. She's like, oh, my God. And I take it out of the pancake. I stick it on her finger. I go, will you marry me? She goes, ow, hot. It's hot. So I got to take the ring off because I burn her fucking finger with the ring. I don't know if that's a sign.
Yeah, that's
So I had to re-propose. I'm like, all right, let's do it again. Will you marry me? She's like, of course I will.
Wow.
And then immediately, I'm like, what'd I do in my head?
Oh. Is there a date or anything?
No, but like, it's like I thought, I always think it's going to buy me a little time.
Fast track.
Amazing.
Now she's like, when do you want to talk about the thing? But she doesn't want to have a big thing, which is nice. But I know she wants to have a baby. And I'm telling you, man, there's a feeling in my heart here. There's a wall. There's a wall that I got to get through here. All right. Like I know, like I'm very easily angered right now. I should be excited. I'm getting married, but I'm just fucking terrified. And some people are like, why are you doing it again? She's like 19, 20 years younger than me. And I'm like, in my mind, it's like, what else am I going to do? Just cycle through a bunch of middle-aged women?
Yeah.
Am I going to, with the occasional younger one that thinks, I'm going to teach her something or resolve some issue she has? I'm just going to do that for the rest of my life till my charm wears off and my game is gone and I'm 65 jerking off by myself, napping. Is that what I want? With no one to leave my money
that sounds
to?
Great. That actually sounds perfect.
You're not going to have to turn Anthony.
Oh, my God.
But but the thing is like, I think it's all going to happen, and I have not had a child, and I'm terrified of it. And you had one recently?
I got two, yeah. My youngest is 8 months old.
And you're my age, right?
More or less.
All right,
you might have a couple on me.
Okay,
you might have a few on me.
All right.
I got a 3-year-old, too.
Yeah, so, and I just hope because there's some part of me, like, with her, where I'm like, I'm still having issues with the girl, with the fiance, where I'm like, I'm still saying to her, are you going to clean up your room? I mean, I say that to her.
Oh, wow, yeah,
So now my concern is I'm going to have a baby. I'm like, what do I got to clean up after both of you?
Yeah, you do.
You do, right?
Yeah.
But they snap out of it, right? They become mothers and they lock in. Am I right? Tell me I'm right.
Lock in.
Yeah, they become motherly.
Oh,
sure.
Boy.
But they do the thing, right? I'm not going to...
What thing?
I don't know.
Which thing?
The thing with the baby.
They'll take care of the baby.
They will?
Yeah.
Very motherly.
You're going to have to get in there every once in a while, change the diaper or something.
No, I know I'm going to have to do almost everything,
yeah.
But they'll like if the kid doesn't like me, she'll, right?
Yeah, they'll gravitate toward the mom.
Fucking hell,
Bobby Kelly just had a baby, too.
He's my age, too, right? Isn't he? A little younger, probably?
No, he's probably a few. He probably was like 42.
Did you always want to be a father?
No, I never thought about it.
You just never thought about it? No thoughts all these years? I always wanted to, but I was always with the wrong fucking people.
I'm a selfish fucking person, and I think I just learned how to care about some people in general. I think that, between the podcast and the humbling from the second wife and everything, it forced me to open my heart a bit. And, like, I really care about this girl. I never really felt that before. Like, it's almost like I care about her in an unusual way. You know, like I'm concerned about, I'm running around like, I'm having a hard time with this.
Oh, wow, you're in. You're in deep.
You run around what?
Yeah, just, like, are you okay, baby? Do you want me to go get you some food?
It's called love. He's in love.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like she's
I'd say just fucking go with it.
She's not handicapped, and I'm treating her like, you don't want to leave the house? I'll go.
Oh, you want to do things.
Oh, wow, you're in love, man.
It's one of those things that seems codependent, but it's actually love.
Right.
I don't know, Jim.
You're in a deep level of love. I say fuck it. Just go with it.
You got to get out now. Don't do it.
Oh, my God.
Just fucking have a kid and just go with it.
We already had the horrible fight, like days after
the engagement.
Yeah, it was horrendous.
Wow, really?
It was horrendous.
Usually that puts you in a nice fucking spot for a while.
Well, it was a good spot for a couple days, but I took her.
Oh man, what happened?
I took her with me on a thing. I was doing these book events. And I wanted her to go because I thought it'd be nice. She hadn't really been to Washington D.C. Right? So it was D.C. and then New York and then Boston. So we get to D.C. and I don't know what it is about traveling, but we fucking ridiculous fights when we travel.
Huh.
But here we are in D.C., and I just want to show her around, because I've grown to really appreciate D.C. Whatever the hell goes on there is one thing, but the fucking museums and the monuments,
awesome.
you got to go check it out,
Absolutely.
Right? So I'm like, I'm going to show you, and I'm impressed. This is not like an age thing. I mean, she's 20 years younger than me, but it's not like, Washington's for old people.
Yeah,
It's the fucking capital of the country. So we're walking around, and and she had mentioned that she saw some Smithsonian stuff in the museum movies, the Night of the Museum movies. She said, that one of them. Oh no! That one of them had the plane from Kitty Hawk. I'm like, we'll go to Air and Space. I've never been there.
Great.
So we go there, and I'm walking around. I never knew what a fucking guy I am, but I'm not even a plane guy. But you go there, like, look at that jet!
Great jets,
it's a rocket.
Rockets, all kinds of great stuff.
My dick feels huge here. So we walk around there, and then we leave, and then I'm like, we got to go to the Museum of the American Indian because they have the best food. There's a food court at the Museum of the American Indian where they have like indigenous foods from all the tribes, and it's like all very interesting, and it's real good food, and it's known to be. And she's like, I'm probably not going to want to eat there. And I'm like, because she's like, I'm not hungry, Mom, and she's vegetarian, but they're going to have stuff for you. And she's like, I'm probably not, but we can go. So in my mind, I think, well, she's probably going to want to get something to eat, right? So this is as simple as it goes. This is simple. No. So we go to this place, and I'm like looking around, because I love looking at food. Like I can go just walk around and look at fucking food, and it's great. So we walk in, I'm like, oh my God, look at all this weird shit. There's squash, and there's like
maize.
Yeah, maize. So you can eat maize. It's vegetarian.
Maize, right.
Have some maize.
Maize.
And then she's like, I'm like, I'm probably gonna get something. You want to get something? Got a lot of vegetarian stuff. She says, I told you I wasn't gonna want to eat here.
Oh.
And I was like, fuck it. I don't want to eat here either. And then the next thing I know, we're in front of the Museum of the American Indian, and she's storming off. She's like, I told you I didn't want to eat there. I'm like, don't fucking run away, like loud, like people are starting to look. She's like, I'm not doing this. I'm not talking to you like this. I'm like what? Like what?
Oh,
you can't. I just wanted you to see Washington, and you're gonna fucking do this. You're gonna storm away, and like she's like running away because I'm the yelling guy now, and I'm trying to do it like God, don't you fucking.
Yeah, but you're making a scene.
A little bit. There wasn't a lot of people there, but she's making it too. It's not all on me.
Right.
I'm not going to take that. But I did not have to say, I'm fucking done with this. Give me the fucking ring.
No.
I did.
You said that.
After like 2 days or
maybe a week.
A week?
Because when this happened, they both thought, is this what it's going to be forever?
Right.
This fucking asshole dragging me around to shitty Indian places,
Right.
and you're going, I can't even fucking take her for some culture?
Right. It was horrible. I did a horrible thing.
Yeah.
I did a horrible thing. She's like, fuck you. And she gives it to me. And then she storms off. And I storm off. And now we're walking on opposite sides.
She call you Indian giver? That would have been like ironic. Right out in front of the place.
Oh, yeah. I wish I thought of that.
That would have been a good one. Maybe break the tension.
So now we're walking on opposite sides of the mall in Washington. She's, crying over on her side. I'm walking on mine, knowing I did this shitty thing, and that now I just made it unstable, and I did the worst thing I could possibly do. And I'm like, but fuck it. She didn't want to eat there. So I'm just storming down the mall, and I'm sort of pacing her. I'm watching her walk away
on the other side. Yeah.
And then she texts me. She's like, I love you. What are we doing?
Oh.
And then I'm like, I love you too. I'll meet you in front of the Capitol. So we met in front of the Capitol. I put the ring back on her finger and asked her to marry me again. So I did that 3 times. 3 in a week with the same ring. In a week. Yeah.
So what did you wind up eating?
Holy shit, is that great?
What did you wind up eating?
Oh fuck! What did we? She wanted to go see the dinosaur bones, and then she wanted Chipotle. So that's
what's that?
Chipotle.
Yes.
When was the last time you looked at dinosaurs? It's not nothing.
I love dinosaurs.
like a month ago.
Really?
In New York.
You got kids?
Dinosaurs.
But it's amazing.
One in my yard.
Yeah. Do you?
Well, yeah, I got one of those like.
Yeah, we'll show you.
5.5-foot velociraptors.
Oh, you do really?
And I put it by my jacuzzi.
Really?
Yeah. It's like
you really love dinosaurs.
I love
dinosaurs.
No,
he loves children. Children love dinosaurs.
Gotta get the kids into the jacuzzi.
You're terrible.
Dinosaur bones rule. There you go. There's his dinosaur.
Oh, that's great.
My little dinosaur.
I just keep when you look at him, you're like, holy fuck! And this was millions and millions of years ago. It's hard. It's a weird moment of like you're very impressed, but you're also like, oh, we're doomed. If these fucking things die for whatever reason,
just to imagine that
come out of nowhere.
That they were actually there at some point. They actually lived and walked around. It's like that's a monster. That's a real life monster. Yeah, and it was walking the earth.
I just hate they put the dates on. I'm like, oh, really? This
that
is like
long ago?
80 billion years ago.
But also, when you see the ones that were in the ocean, that's why I don't go in the ocean. Because in my mind, a couple of them have to be out there.
Still there.
Yeah, they got to be out there.
And they're like as big as this building.
Yeah,
like
and they're out there.
giant teeth.
Big. That scares the shit out of me.
Monsters under the water.
Yeah, I can't even go into a pool at night.
We don't know at night.
Yeah, I can't see the bottom.
Creepy down there.
What got in the pool.
You don't know what's in there when you go in the ocean. It's like
horrendous.
You look down. It's got this weird. You can see a little bit down here, but I'm not going to show you much. The ocean does not tip its hand. You fucking in there. It's all based on faith.
And the light is what, only 200 feet, I think?
Yeah,
after that, it's just complete fucking darkness.
Oh, it's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. Those people that can just jump off boats and swim around, I can't.
God. Talked about it. We took a lot of boats across Lake Erie. And
even in a lake, right?
We would stop in the middle, and the tunes are cranking, and we go for a swim, and we would take our showers because it's fresh water.
Yeah.
And when you dive off that boat, you're like, what the fuck is staring right back at me? I was petrified. I'm not even going to make believe. And then I would swim around the boat, just keep the boat nice and close.
Yeah.
I'm a real fucking wimp.
If you looked at where you were and how big you were, if you drained all the water and just put you in midair where the water would be, you're like hovering over mountain ranges.
Sure.
And all kinds of goodies are down there.
Horrendous.
Right.
Horrendous.
Big monsters. You're a speck.
But if you close your eyes, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, you
keep your eyes closed when you jump in.
Right, the odds are with you probably in a lake.
Because I don't want to open that eye and see some blurry shit coming at me.
But in a lake, what's the worst it could be? A giant catfish.
Right? I don't know. I think
there's no sharks in the lake. No. There's no dragons.
They got some shit.
Have you seen what's that show on TV? The River Monsters. Yeah.
River Monsters is a great show.
River Monsters
with the zombie kids eating your teeth.
Oh God!
What is that? It's windshield wipers hitting you in the toes.
Nibbling on you.
You see the alligator turtle thing?
No.
It looks like it's fucking a dinosaur. Yeah. I don't know the name of it anymore, but
yeah.
They're out there.
What about the guys? We talk about it from time to time on our show. The guys that go noodling. Would you do that?
I don't know what noodling is.
You've never heard of noodling?
I thought it was a guitar term.
They
get noodle around.
They go in these swamps and these riverbeds.
Yeah.
And they go for the cat. Is it catfish they're going for?
Catfish. Yeah. It's all kinds of.
And they put their arm in these fucking holes, and the catfish bites them all the way up.
They pull it out
halfway up their forearm. That's how they catch these things. Can you imagine fucking doing that?
I don't like when my foot hits something at the beach that feels a little like it's not a rock or a shell or something. You're like, I don't know what that is. I can't get away from it fast enough.
And you don't know if it's just part of the larger thing.
Right.
Like you just, that's just the eyelid of something that's the side of a car.
Yeah, you don't want to. Oh, it's fucking creepy. Something brushes against your leg, which was probably like seaweed or something. But to me, it's a giant monster.
I just wear crunchy shoes now. Just crunch everything. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to wear those.
I like those scuba booties that zip up on the side. Why the fuck would you go out there?
It makes you feel
now?
safer, even though it's the same danger.
I don't want to step on. I used to be petrified of. I didn't even know where they are, where they're fucking indigenous to. Stepping on a rockfish because I heard like rockfish has those spines, and they put poison in you, and you're pretty much dead.
Yeah,
I'd be at the beach just going, I'm gonna step on a rockfish.
Really?
Yeah, I always thought I was stepping on a rockfish.
Or even fucking jellyfish, man.
They hurt.
Yes,
I never got bit by one of those.
Never.
Those are terrible.
Oh, they fucking suck when you get stung.
Or barracudas, or more eels.
And
whatever, all of it.
Long Island, we had horseshoe crabs too.
They're not gonna hurt you, though.
I know, but as a kid, it's that big spiny thing, and your friends tell you they fucking stab you with it.
It's terrifying looking.
It is.
But they're very slow.
Oh yeah.
But maybe in the water.
In the water, you're very slow. Try, and that's just another thing. Like you could be king shit on dry land.
Yeah.
You're fucking top of the food chain and everything. You drop quite a few levels. As far as the food chain goes, once you're in that water.
You're a bouillon cube.
Yes.
You should go diving. And you'll realize that, first of all, it's almost impossible to see a fucking fish. I don't even know where the fuck they all are.
I snorkel.
And if you do see a fish, you realize they fucking run away. They swim away from you immediately. They're scared shitless of us.
I went snorkeling in Kauai, and I like doing it. Right. But, when you get the snorkel going, you get out on the reef, and then you see that drop off at the edge of the reef.
Cool, right?
And then, it's cool, but still, I can't stop from seeing something coming out of that darkness.
You look out there, and you're like...
That's just a mouth.
It's never ending.
Yeah.
And something could just come right at me, what am I going to do?
And it's always huge.
Yes. Right. Giant.
Like, it's something like that you've never seen before. Like, you've imagined it.
You'd be looking, going, what is that something moving? And then before you know it, it's like, oh my God, it's a giant monster coming for me.
A monster.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Like the whole island just lifts up.
You think it's a tiny fish, and then it's the big reveal where it's as big as a fucking...
giant.
Yeah, the tiny fish is just on some sort of weird line.
Doing that thing coming at you. back and forth, swimming, and you're like, I can't fucking outrun this.
Just bubbles.
Yeah. You just just fucking petrified, screaming underwater.
Just cloud of blood. Cloud of blood.
Watching your own blood rise up around you. That's terrible.
After you starts bobbing.
Oh, it's just horrible.
Your girlfriend's like waving.
What do you die from first? Like the loss of blood for being bitten in half, or do you drown, or what the? It just seems
either
like
way,
something
it's only a few seconds for you to think about it.
I would gather, right?
Can't breathe and I'm half gone.
No. Mark, you've been busy.
Yeah. Shit. I'm doing like I'm here because I'm doing panel on Letterman for the first time ever on Wednesday.
Oh,
congratulations on that.
Yeah, it's been a lot of things where you spend your like I've done stand up on there a few times over the 25 years, but not a lot.
Are you nervous doing panel?
Well, I know how to do it, but it's Dave, and he's like my guy.
Yeah.
And I've been watching him since day one when I was in college, and as a comic, you're sort of like when he moved. And he only took a few panel guys with him as far as stand-ups. Like I thought in my mind, well, that's over. I'm never going to do panel with him.
Right.
Like, and now it's happening, and I feel like, all right, so I can quit. Like I feel like there's part of me that feels like that was some great goal achieved. I mean, hopefully I don't get bumped or something. But yeah, I'm nervous because I want to, I mean, he's the best, so I don't think I'm going to flounder.
You won't get bumped for a panel.
I don't think so. But I'm just trying to figure out what things to do because I want to do well, and because I don't get nervous, but I know I'm going to be sitting there. Like I did Jay Leno for the first time ever, and I don't really watch Jay, but when I was pushing the book and pushing the show, I'm like, well, why not do it? It was kind of interesting because he came into the dressing room before I went on for like a half hour.
Yeah, we had that. We couldn't believe it. Me and Ann talked about it after the fact, going, "Don't you have a show to prepare for?" He's hanging out, having a good old time. I'm like, "Holy fuck! When does he get ready?"
Yeah, he's there, standing there in his denim shirt.
Yes, we had the same experience. Talking cars, and he was talking about shock jocks and radio and just whatever.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I love the radio. Yeah. But he came backstage. He's like, "Yeah, I didn't think you'd do this. I didn't think you'd do my show. I thought you'd like it."
Oh yeah, the Tonight Show.
Right,
yeah, sure.
I didn't think you. Well, he thought I was in Conan camp,
or what,
okay. Like he thought I was part of, on some level I never sought to do it, because I just didn't watch it.
Right.
And it was not, and whatever. I didn't, I was not doing it on principle.
Right.
That was the truth. But then, when all of a sudden you have an opportunity, I'm pushing the book and I got the show and I'm going to do panel and I have to do stand-up. I'm like, why not? It's still the Tonight Show. And I have that moment, the feeling, well, it don't matter who the host is, where, you see people on TV and then when you're sitting there right next to them and the cameras are on,
oh, man.
It's like, you think you're just talking to somebody, but you're not.
It's crazy.
Yeah, everything is heightened and, it's happening in the moment and you're like, oh my God, he's right there. And with Dave, I have to hide that shit. Because you can't sit there and go, oh my God, you're right there.
That would be a great way to open, actually. Oh my God, you're right here.
You're right there.
That would be funny.
I see this on television.
Yeah, I saw you on the thing.
This is crazy.
Yeah, but I do have that feeling.
The weirdest thing, you're right, because you're sitting there looking at the face.
Yeah.
And words are coming out of your mouth. You're talking.
Right.
But you're thinking holy shit, am I doing this?
Exactly.
This is what I've watched. Are people watching this and seeing me like I saw other people sitting there?
Yeah.
And then you're just like, this is the most oddest fucking thing ever.
I get so nervous that I relax. It's almost like,
sure.
I'm so doomed to fail. I feel like somebody who's about to be executed and has resigned himself to the fact that my brains are going to be splattered. Right. And that helps sometimes.
Well, yeah, when you get so anxious or nervous about something and you just go into a weird paralysis. Like you just hit this peak and you're like, ugh. You're locked in.
Accepting your fate.
But it happens with Conan too, where I'm sitting there looking at him because I don't know what you expect them to do. Because they're doing that every night.
Right,
it's like,
job,
you guys do this every day.
Right.
So, but you're like, I've never talked to this guy before. So you're there with all this juice, and he's like, and you're like, are we talking? It's like, and then you realize that he fucking does this every night.
Right.
This is his audience. There's a camera there.
He sees it all the time.
It's not Mark Maron night. It's not the Mark Maron show for a night. I'm just a guy passing through.
Yeah.
It's hard for them to get juiced when I'm sitting there too. It's like this Tom Cruise is here tomorrow in this seat. What do I expect out of this guy? I'm lucky he's not spitting on me.
The most important moment right then and there. It's so important to you. And then them, it's like Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly.
Who you on with, do you know?
I don't. Can we look it up?
Yeah, I always like to check.
On Wednesday. But, you know, it was a pretty good experience. But that's true, man, because, like, you get done and you're like, huh? And then it's just people cleaning up.
Like,
you know, and it's like another day. No, it was my day.
That was my day. It's very, very big for me.
Can you step aside? We got to put the band's got to go in. We got to put the band.
They're looking at your segment the same way, with the same weight they looked at the monologue.
Yeah, it don't matter.
And segment 2. Like, okay, Maron's segment was good, but segment 3 we got to. It's just one of 5 segments for Tuesday.
Exactly.
To you, it's your life.
You got Jamie Foxx.
Oh, okay.
Backstreet Boys.
Backstreet Boys top 10.
Yeah, they'll be there for the top 10.
All right, then you got the Mark Maron.
I'm on after Jamie.
Mm-hmm. And then what's the last thing?
Wale.
Huh?
Wale.
Who's that?
He's a performer. He's like a rapper.
Oh, it's okay. All right, going to pull in a new audience.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Cuts out of your demo a little bit. But
do you know Jamie?
I'm
sure he knows you.
The only experience I had with Jamie is I saw him in the Ambassador Lounge at an airport, and I think in Austin, and he looked hungover and tired, and I made the choice not to bother him. But I stared at him for a while.
Good one.
Yeah. No, so I don't know him at all.
Yeah, I've never met him either.
He used to be a funny guy.
Yeah.
You know, but he's a very talented man, that guy.
Comics don't usually, like, I was doing Leno panel. It was my second time. I've only done it a couple of times panel. And I was supposed to be Jenna Fisher, but she canceled.
Yeah.
And they called day of, and they say, look, it's going to be Bill Maher. And I'm like, fuck, another comic, because at the time it was McCain. It was during the election, 2008.
So he was loaded up for bear, that guy.
But I'm like, fuck, man, and because they knew the topics I was going to discuss,
Yeah.
and they're like, well, you know, he's going to hit on McCain and he's going to hit on Obama.
Right.
So I'm like, what the fuck? I have to restructure this. But he was so good, man. Like sitting next to him, you don't know what a guy's going to be like.
He's a pro.
But he was really supportive. Like, he wasn't a dick trying to outdo you. He was having fun with it. Like, comics are usually good to each other, as long as there's no fucking prior hatred there.
Right.
So I'm sure Jamie will be fine.
No, he's an actor now. I mean, and he's also very funny, but I mean, he seems to be at some other level.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder when the last time he did comedy really was.
Been a while.
I think it's probably been a while.
Long time.
Yeah.
I'm just happy if I'm on the show with somebody who I know who they are, one, and that I have some respect for.
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
You know?
Well, I got to go back to the lake thing for you, because you said nothing could hurt you in the lake.
Okay.
I forgot for a second. My brother's a marine biologist. And
You forgot that?
I did forget that for a second. He just texted me. He said, I think it's pronounced muskellunge will take your arm off in a lake.
A muskellunge?
So I want to Google image muskellunge.
Let's get that up there.
M-U-S-K-E-L. That should be the muscle part. And then lunge, L-U-N-G-E.
There's Dice.
Is that a replay?
I don't know.
What's he on?
In New York?
I think it's a replay.
I think they're on vacation.
Yeah, I think they're on vacation. All right, Google image this. This thing will take your arm off in a lake. There you go.
Yeah, fucking Dice in his sunglasses and knickers.
Yeah.
And I have
he looks good, though. He looks thin.
He looks good, yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta be.
There. Oh, God.
There you go.
That's a monster.
Looks like a barracuda mixed.
Wow, look at them teeth.
A big thank you to my brother.
Sturgeon.
Holy. Yeah. Oh, I didn't need to know that's in a lake.
It's a troutacuda.
Yeah.
A troutacuda.
Yeah.
I didn't need to know this.
Yeah,
I kind of felt like lakes were kind of a safe haven.
And he said that could take your arm off?
No problem, he said.
No problem.
No problem. Look at the teeth on the fucking thing.
Some big teeth.
Let me see that thing, though.
Look at that guy. He looks like this just ate my child.
He does look disturbed.
Yeah,
he looks very
dump
scared.
the Kittner boy out all over the dock.
That'll take your arm off. Muskellunge, I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
License plate.
How do you spell it?
M-U-S-K-E-L-L-U-N-G-E.
Oh,
Did that from my brain, by the way. Just now.
I got a text from my fiance.
Aww.
Just woke up on the couch. Miss you so much.
Aww.
She always falls asleep on the couch. She doesn't like to go into bed without me.
Aww. Wow, you
trouble.
got it. You got it bad.
Have you had it this bad?
I did years ago.
That's gone now. That's all over.
Yeah. I did years ago.
I feel more affection for the actual couch than I do the people I've dated recently.
The sad thing is like I never knew this part of me. I got to be honest with you.
Wow, really? So this is new.
But I'm not sure it's a good thing. Like the last 2 wives, I destroyed and drained.
Right.
You know, like I really didn't know the difference between what I wanted and what they wanted. You know, like for me, like I was just a selfish, angry fuck.
Sure.
And I think there's something I'm trying to make up for here by overcompensating to the point where I might as well be wearing a fucking apron all the time.
Did you now have you worked through all that? Like you were married, obviously, and there were problems because of well, it can't just be one-sided, I'm sure, her, but also yourself. You seem to have been dealing with a lot of issues and anger and stuff. Have you changed? Are you a different person as far as those?
Look, yeah, because like the thing is like you would think not because of the Washington thing. But that doesn't happen much.
The Washington thing.
Like the Washington incident.
Yes.
The Washington incident. But no, we're going to counseling. Like I've learned that for me. Like, I think like date 3 or 4 should be couples counseling.
Wow.
So, yeah, right in. No, but no, we started going because, I couldn't wrap my brain around having a baby. So we started to go for that. Here's the weirdest thing though, man. So my buddy, who's a therapist, he recommends his therapist for us to go to couples counseling to work through stuff, right? So I go to this guy and we both go and it's a good start. And he says, my wife is also a therapist and, we can see you together.
Oh.
Like, if you want, he said that Jessica, my fiance, could see his wife and I could see him and then we could all meet together.
That's weird.
But it makes sense. But it is fucking weird.
Yeah.
You're sort of like, when we all meet together, it's sort of like a dinner party where there's no food and I'm losing money.
You're paying the tab.
But there's this weird, but
what's going to be a secret though? Like, what if you say something to him in confidence and then all of a sudden it comes out with the 4 of you? Like,
well, you sign a weird thing. There's definitely a team thing because every time we go, especially if we meet with both of them, she's already made him the enemy. So, but I think that's kind of the genius of it. Like, it's like he doesn't get me at all. And I'm like, oh really? I don't know. I think I told him some stuff. So, but I don't know what they talk about, together. Like, I'd like to think we leave and they sit there and go, all right, here's the angle.
Right.
But I don't fucking know. But I'm not. There's some things I have to assume.
What do you have to sign that's weird?
Well, you got to say that they can talk about you guys.
Oh, okay.
Like, that it's a collective thing. Like, so they're going to discuss.
So it's not breaking doctor-patient confidentiality.
Right, okay. Right, with the 2 of them.
Yeah.
Oh, so you guys leave, forget about it. They're probably like, they are doomed. They are fucking doomed.
Yeah. That's what
There's a huge problem there. Oh, you think he's bad. Wait till you find out what the fuck she's like. Oh, yeah. They do this. They probably talk about it while they're fucking. And, it's the only way they could get off is, like, discussing other couples' misery.
Well, there was one point where, she was talking and I was starting to steam, man.
Oh,
and
shit.
You got to let them talk. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking ridiculous.
That's bullshit.
And then, literally, I don't remember who was guiding the question, but the wife and the therapist couple, she goes, this isn't going well. And I'm like, oh, you mean you don't have a plan? Someone's got to have a plan because I'm about to fucking leave.
Holy shit.
So, I didn't leave.
Yeah.
But but the anger thing is better. We're not doing that.
You're not in
Things
that
are better.
Angry place.
The XY thing is done. I wrote the book. There's stuff in there. That book, for me, was a purging. Like, my father's not talking to me.
Wow.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, I think I threw him under the bus a little.
What'd you say about him that he objected to?
Everything.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, yeah, because, I was doing shows and stuff. Like, my father has never paid attention. I don't even think he fucking listened to the podcast, and he's been on 3 of them.
Oh, shit.
Like, I didn't tell him he was on, but who cares?
Right.
So, but the thing is that when he started to get wind that the IFC show had a character in there based on him, who was a bipolar kind of guy, but it was Judd Hirsch. I mean, arguably a better father. So, but he got wind of it, and then I start getting these emails. So I told him, I said, there's a couple episodes with the dad character, but I went easy, and I'm not, he was concerned that I would reveal certain things that I wouldn't do it. But, I don't think, the bipolar thing is, it's not a big secret. I mean, like my friend Mark Spitz says, it's like diabetes. Everyone's fucking bipolar.
Right. Plus, it's also a fictional / real character.
Right. Yeah. There was a lot of fiction to it. But so he got wind of that and he started getting nervous. Right. So about a week before the show goes on, I get this call. He's like, so what did you do? I mean, what did you say on the show? I was like, it's going to be fine. He goes, what channel is it on? And I go, it's on IFC. He goes, no one gets that, right? I don't get that. But not even thinking it was an insult. Right, he was like, I'll be all right because no one will see it. So then, the commercials start running. I get an email. He's like, a lawyer friend saw the commercial. And, I'm not going to go that route, but I'm just saying that, maybe he wanted to negotiate something.
Right.
Your dad?
Yeah. He said, I might sue you, right? Basically. But then it got all crazy. He was just freaking out because he's crazy. He's a megalomaniacal guy. So he thought, it was all about him. And then all of a sudden, he started paying more attention to me in that week than he ever had in my entire life. He had a Google search on me. He was sending me emails going, I just read the thing from 1997. Very interesting. Oh, wow. Because he felt like, I gotta see how he's gonna take me on. So he watched and did everything.
Is he self-centered?
Yeah, he's self-centered. He's bipolar, and he's completely narcissistic. And I think I think he just saw me as a limb, like a limb that got away. Like that's my other hand.
Wait, can I stop you for a second? What kind of relationship did you guys have? What kind of father was he? Just give us the basics here.
Well,
when you were growing up,
he was a guy that was very self-involved. He was a doctor, so he was always out. But when he was around, everything sort of revolved around whatever thing he was doing, whether it was rage or whether it was hey, let's go skiing. It's very weird when you have a manic depressive father because when they plan it, they're excited, but the vacation might be sad.
Wow.
We're going to Yosemite. And then weeks later you're in Yosemite. I don't want to live. Sounded like a good idea.
Oh my God.
I don't want to live.
But
that'd be a horrible vacation.
I knew there was a reason why I liked you.
But you got that too?
I got a mom.
Oh,
very similar.
Bipolar?
Very similar shit.
Yeah, it's weird.
She's got OCD and other things going on. I don't know, but it's always about her. Always,
right. So
always.
Now I wrote this book and I'm reading it.
See, I want to write a book, but I'm waiting for the day
that she dies.
Yeah,
you should just write it, and then she dies. You have a final chapter.
Well, no, I think that maybe you can kill her while she's alive. Emotionally.
She's aware enough that she knows that, there will be some kind of book eventually.
Yeah.
Me and Aunt still got to write a book, and I want to write a separate book, but she's aware, but she's sort of hinted, can you maybe wait till,
but I know
after I'm not around anymore?
Yeah. I know that I feel bad because I'm not talking to him. He's not talking to me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you didn't really.
Oh.
How much older is he than you?
It's just a few years.
Just basic?
He's what is he? He's 75 maybe?
So, you're relatively young now.
But in my mind, I went easy on him. But it was still pretty gnarly because, because it's hard when you write memoir stuff. It's this is my life. There are other people involved in it. How much are you going to...
What was the story that got him?
I don't even know if he read it. He talked to my brother, and he claims that he didn't read it. He hasn't watched the show or anything else. But, I put one of his crazy emails in there, and, I told this story about, about his father's funeral that I was at, and something he did. And just, I think I feel a little guilty, but, I feel good about it. Because there's part of me that thinks, this had to happen. Now he knows I'm a separate person, and now he knows that, maybe, I gotta call him. Let's do it on the air. I gotta call the guy. It's just because when you do something, there's part of me that thinks when you do something and you realize oh fuck, there's no putting that back.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, that's done.
Did your brain ever slow down? I know we've asked you over the years.
Yeah, it does.
Because there's always something going on in your head. How do you get it to slow down and just fucking chill?
Yeah, just lock in on porn. Sometimes
porn.
Yeah.
And it shuts down everything else that's going on?
Kind of.
Because you're a brilliant comic, and one of the reasons you really are, and one of the reasons you always got shit going on in your head.
Yeah, but it's always about me, and sometimes I think that's draining. Recently I've hit this wall where I'm doing the podcast, I'm doing my stand-up. I'm I gotta start watching television or something. I'm tapped out. Yeah, I don't know how much crisis I can generate. I was on stage in Buffalo, and I had this moment where I'm I am so sick of hearing about myself. I can't fucking take it anymore. Yeah. And I said that to the audience. I started a bit, and I'm I can't do this. And they're looking at me, and most of them are my people, and I'm I don't know what we're gonna do right now. And they're what the fuck is happening? And for 45 seconds, I'm just wait this out. Just wait it out.
That's awesome. I would have loved to see that.
And
they're just sitting there.
Nice.
But luckily, now, enough people are familiar with me where they're hey, he does this sometimes. But I was all right. And then I I locked into talking about the buffalo wings or something, but I'm just tired of it.
There are times where I envy Seinfeld. It must be so nice because you obsess over yourself, or I obsess over myself. Right. It must be so nice to just look at everything else and find them interesting.
Right. Like I used to do politics. I used to do everything. At some point, I'm like, none of that matters because I'm the problem. So let's talk about me as if I'm a country. Right. And now I'm getting to that point where I'm like exhausted. It's exhausting.
It's very exhausting to always have to find new things to not only talk about, but find the twist in and make funny and make interesting. Right. It's a very tough thing to do.
Wow. I got to just start looking at other stuff like the Kardashian problem.
Once in a while, something else is interesting, and it's hard.
I'm out of the dialogue. I literally am so consumed on Twitter with fucking my shame parade on Twitter. Engaging. You do it too, but I mean you seem to have more fortitude with it. But I don't get I don't think I got the news about Paula Deen until I saw your fucking Twitter feed. I'm like, well, did something happen? And I have to go over there and get caught up. Like I'm that detached.
Yeah, you need to plug in.
I gotta watch the news
a little bit.
What do you think of Paula Deen? What do you think of that whole situation?
Well, she's a little ignorant and very insensitive.
But it's something she did 30 years ago, man.
No, I mean it's going to take a long time for
and it wasn't even that bad what she did.
For people like her to culturally sort of grow up. I don't think that she hates black people. I don't think that she's a racist. I just think she comes from a different time.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what I think on her.
I can't get enough of the tightrope guy.
Oh, that guy.
Who's going to be on our show tomorrow, by the way? Nick Willenda will be in studio.
Yeah, he'll be in here tomorrow.
You see the Grand Canyon
walk? Put a tape across and then clap while he walks.
Wow.
Yeah, apparently Jesus did it.
Yeah,
right?
You saw it, right?
I did. Yeah,
that was amazing to watch.
It's fascinating.
Jesus, Lord.
I don't know how the fuck they do it.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
But the sad thing about something like that is that if he did fall off, people have been like, well,
it'd be a better show. Yeah.
It happens.
What do you think was going to happen?
Imagine if his mantra.
That's what we were all half waiting for.
Right. Yeah.
Completely. But his mantra is Jesus, I love you, thank you for the win. Imagine if his mantra was eat a bag of shit, fuck your mother's cunt, you piece of garbage, die of AIDS, die of AIDS.
You're halfway there.
It was all my inner dialogue.
That's pretty amazing shit, though. But New York City shut him down. We're not going to deal with his crap.
He's not
tightroping.
Well, I think Bloomberg's sort of like in New York in general is like, do we need to have problems we don't need to have?
Right.
Yeah.
There's enough shit going on. Do we have to have clutter the streets?
Yeah, we don't have to import problems. Like from the outside.
Who did it between the towers? He did that completely.
Yeah, he just
1974.
But that was in the days before,
security.
You go up with your fucking equipment and
like no one stopped him. He was bringing
set up a line.
He was bringing a whole tightrope into the Twin Towers. No one stopped him. No arrow. They started with an arrow and then whatever. I saw the documentary. It was wonderful.
That's crazy.
What city would do the tightrope thing would be Buffalo. Bringing it back around.
If you could find a building that
Buffalo is begging for Nick.
Why does he do the falls?
Well, they did the falls.
Oh, they did?
He did the falls, but they forced him to wear a safety wire.
Oh, I love the falls.
And it was on ABC.
But I'm telling you, I think Buffalo, I had Ted's hot dogs, excellent.
Can I tell you something?
What?
Go back to Niagara Falls in the winter when the whole thing's frozen.
Is that great?
Holy fuck.
It's really all frozen?
The whole thing freezes.
So no boat, you just walk out there? Can you walk on the water?
Well, not the whole thing, but I mean the falls itself is frozen. The water's still coming down behind it, obviously.
Yeah.
The outer shell.
It's a rush, man. It's a rush.
Did you go right to the side?
Yeah. Yeah, we were on the boat.
No, I'm up top where you see the water and right at that fucking corner.
Right, I have to fight the urge to jump.
Yeah,
isn't that weird?
You don't have that? If I'm on a high building,
I think about it. You're like,
I think most people have that.
Right, no,
you don't, but you think like...
the sad thing about me is I think if I were hanging off a building, that like in my mind would be like, it's easier to let go.
Wow, than to climb back up.
Right, then they're like, because then it's just, there's some part of me that's like, just let go.
It's funny, that's the exact opposite reaction I have for everything in my life that's in turmoil. And that's the proper reaction. Just let go. The only time you think of it is on a building.
Oh, Mark, man. That podcast is terrific, by the way.
Yes.
You're still going strong.
Oh, it's
400 episodes. Good for you.
The Iggy Pop thing's pretty good. Cheech and Chong on Thursday.
Yeah, you tell me a little bit about that behind the scenes here. It was nice to hear.
I got to tell you something. This fucking movie industry is crazy.
Bad? Is crazy mean bad?
Yeah. It's amazing that because you hear it's like, oh, this film cost, it had a budget of $50 million, $100 million. And then you look. These people have been standing around, milling about the hallways for hours. And any time I've been on a movie set, it's the same thing. It's a lot of people, more people than it really seems like they need.
Yeah.
Milling about for hours.
Hi, Kenny.
Yeah, to shoot for 2 seconds.
Yes.
Usually. Yeah, it's crazy.
Kenny?
They told a funny story about when Jim did his fight scene with Dominic.
Yes.
Yeah, how your pants kept falling down and they were seeing your height.
Yeah, I told him I had
what
to sign
show was that?
That was on Board to Death when Dom Lombardozzi and I did that. We kidnapped Jason Schwartzman.
You got the same crew here? They remember it from that?
One of the guys was on.
Yeah. Very cool.
And I had to sign a nudity waiver.
Yeah.
The camera...
They're all like local New York people. And
the camera guy worked on Sling Blade.
Did he really?
He filmed, he was the camera guy for Sling Blade.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was talking to him outside.
It's cool.
He said during the...
We have Carl on the board.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck... During that scene, he was looking at him, at the cameraman, and he came over later, Dwight Yoakam, and said, like, I just needed someone to look at.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
And the kid, he was, pretty young back then. It was 3 or something like that. And he was like, why is he yelling at me?
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel. Now, more legendary O&A appearances from our favorite stand-up comics. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues.
We're gonna do a segment now for Jesse Jock. He's wrote for Seth MacFarlane on the Oscars and performed in Alaska dating a Russian girl, and he was scared when he was young. I was never scared, but I would never put water on my teeth because it hurts.
There he is.
Jesse Joyce, how are you?
Take a seat, sir.
We haven't seen you in a while, bro.
Yeah, I've been out in L.A. the whole time.
Yeah. Are you really playing Alaska?
I am indeed, yeah, this week, coming up.
How's that working out for you?
It's fucking great, dude.
Is it really?
What? Yeah, performing at this club, it's like a pirate ship. It's great. It's just amputees and, like, scary, like, you don't ask anybody about their past in Alaska. You know, you just get this sense.
Yeah, because they're there for something.
Yeah,
they're
club,
definitely running.
It's called Chill Kill Charlie's. It's like a famous place up there. And the last time I was up there...
There's a club or bar?
It's a series of bars all together, and they have showrooms where they do.
Okay. Nice.
So last time I was there, they told me in advance, they're like, we're a little short-staffed bouncer-wise, so just watch your own back. And the reason is because 2 of the guys were on probation because they killed a guy in the parking lot, and another dude was having surgery because he had his ear bitten off by a customer. For real, in the same week.
That Alaska.
Yeah. So it's pretty great. Like,
well, how long is the flight, first of all?
Oh, like 12 hours.
12 hours just for the weekend?
For the week. You got to be.
Oh, you're going to go for the week?
They kind of get the reason they find it agreeable to do, they like really work you the whole.
Yeah.
Like I have a show every night for 7 days. So.
And every night is every day is every night too, right? Isn't it still dark there?
I think it's going to be. I think now is the period where it's going to be a few hours.
Gets
of
a
one
little
or the other.
dusky and then a little light, and then it's dark again.
Why did you come back here instead of just going right from L.A.?
Because I hate L.A. so much that I had to get it out of my system. I had to spend a couple days in New York. You know.
How cold is it in Alaska?
I think it's in the 30s now or whatever.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Well,
it's not terrible.
It's so cold.
Let me tell you.
No, my favorite thing about that club is there's like it's just a crazy place. You know, it's all like there's wood chips on the floor and puke everywhere and whatever.
That sounds cool, to be honest with you.
It's great. Yeah. And there's a midget who works the door, wears a tuxedo, and he checks people through the metal detector.
Oh.
And there's a little sign by his little kiosk where he takes IDs. There's this grizzled, like, nom-vet looking Alaskan dude with like a crazy eye and like a flak jacket, and underneath it, like handwritten in a magic marker, there's a photo of the guy, and then it says, "Do not let him in. He is a murderer."
Oh, wow!
Like that's what they do to murderers in Alaska. Like, get out of here, murderer! You know, like you should have thought of that before you murdered somebody. They don't have laws. It's awesome.
Yeah, there is like I've watched some of those shows, like the Alaska State Trooper show, where it's like one trooper has to cover 18 million square miles of shit, and the ice road trucker guys and all that.
Yeah.
It's just a place that if you're there, you did something where you are not allowed to be anywhere civilized anymore.
Yeah, like
so they throw you up there.
Walking down the street with a shotgun. Like I was with the club owner. We're walking down to go get lunch. Guy with a shotgun, like just slung over his shoulder. He's like, "Hey, good to meet you." You know, like that. It's like fucking Deadwood. It's amazing up there. It's really interesting.
Is it modern or is it one of these cities that looks kind of old?
Yeah, it looks old.
It does look old.
Yeah, I mean, they have cell phones and whatnot.
No, I understand that, but I mean,
but
But they're not building new shit for the most part.
No, not for the most part.
I want to Buffalo, New York, because it's always weather-beaten places like that. Like the hotel probably looks beaten up wherever you stay. It's got to look beaten up.
You stay in a cabin. It's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. You literally stay in
It's adventurous.
Jimmy, you should go.
Should I?
It's fun.
No. They should build a hotel. I'd be happy to.
Well, I have a hotel, but if I decided to make a big deal out of it, they probably would put me there. But I like the cabin.
That's cool. Yeah, a little adventure, man.
You're gonna be there all week. What do you do in between shows?
You can drive out,
are you one of these comics that gets out of your room and does shit, or you just kind of hibernate?
Yeah, there's a place, I think they closed it, but it was the greatest. It's an hour outside of Anchorage, and this 88-year-old guy, he's this old German dude who which by the way is the perfect age to be hiding out. I'd like to point out, 88 years old in Alaska, Germany.
Right?
He runs a wolf rescue. He just grabs wolves that were hit by a car and nurses them back to health.
Wow.
And then he has them in his backyard. And the guy's got 9 fingers because a wolf took one of them. Literally. And he just walks you around the yard and tells you which ones you're allowed to pet and which ones are going to kill you. That kind of thing.
Do they bite him or no?
No, not at all. Well, I mean, they have in the past. He's all scarred up and whatever, but for the most part, he has a rapport with the wolves, They're the ones, his farm is what,
movies use.
So,
so
wolves you see in movies tend to be from this guy's place,
Right.
But,
and he gets the hybrids, right? People who think they could raise one of these animals and realize, holy fuck, they are wild beasts. And so they ditch the animals, and then a guy
and then he takes them.
He takes them.
Yeah, and he's got
supposedly the hybrids are the worst when you try to fucking mix the two breeds.
Yeah, he's got this patter too, that, because it's a tourist place, the Anchorage tourism will send you up there, oh, you gotta go see this guy, right? So you go up there, and but he's 88, so it's you can see him going through the motions of the jokes that he has in his little rat-a-tat, but he's lost it, because he's, and it'll be okay, you go ahead, you pet that one, but not that one. No, wait! It's this one, but not the... he literally fucks it up, and you're I'm not... You have 9 fingers.
I made a mistake.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Are you Jewish? Wow, that's a lot of alcoholics up there, too, apparently, huh?
Yes, indeed.
The drinking is all you can do up there.
Actually, I think this is around the time of year, because I was there once before, sometime in March, and that's when it starts to thaw, and every day in the newspaper, there's 3 new dead bodies.
Oh, because they're under the snow.
Yeah, exactly, right. They just find a crumpled up guy with a whiskey bottle in his hand, you know what I mean? Just under a snowbank on a sidewalk that they didn't see before.
Wow. Sounds wild. I want to go up there.
How much snow do they get? I mean, I know Alaska's snow, but I mean, how much do they get in the winter? It's fucking
it's not. I'm not a meteorologist.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, man.
I don't know why I'm asking you the fucking... Yeah, really, who was the mayor of Juneau? You guys doing a gig. What a cunt I am.
Now, the annual precipitation.
I know. It's amazing how somebody can become an expert in my eyes.
I'm wearing a sweatshirt that says Alaska, so you're oh, this guy knows.
Yeah, what's their biggest export, Jesse?
You're really into Alaska. You're playing there, you got a hoodie on that says Alaska.
Because I just literally moved back to New York after 3, last night I got in, and so I just threw on but I do feel like the guy at the concert with the band talking about
Yeah, exactly. You got the fucking Alaskans.
Well, we got to ask you about the Oscars. How'd you feel it went for Seth?
I thought it went great. I thought, and everybody who's in the industry, anybody who's a humorist or comic or whatever, they all get it. It's
great.
Just the fat housewives that hated it,
And and he basically said, "I'm done. Go find someone else."
Yeah, well, he said that before,
oh, really?
Before the Oscars were even...
But he brought in the numbers. They were looking for the younger demos, and he brought them in.
Right, yeah.
He said exactly where they were looking for growth.
One of his tweets was perfect. He said it's like the Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek Wrath of Khan. You do it, it's a no-win scenario, because... If you do well, some people like you, but then some people hate you.
Right.
I think he did a great job. He looks the part.
Yeah.
He sounds great.
I thought he was funny.
And he had some good jokes that didn't seem like the ones that you just, here's the writer, put it on the teleprompter, let this guy that doesn't know how to deliver it. Right. I thought he sounded great.
And of course, the one I knew came from Jesse.
Jesse?
I called it.
Which one?
It's pretty sweet.
Oh.
The John Wilkes Booth one, the one.
That was yours.
The famous one. That's gotta be. That's fucking. Jesse's written enough stuff for me, and I've watched him enough to know that no one else would write that for the Oscars. But this fucking shit.
That one.
No, great joke.
Let me ask you about that. So
John Wilkes Booth trended worworldwide on Twitter as a result of that joke. I was so proud of that.
Now let me ask you about that. So you present that joke to him. Were you a little worried?
No. He's pretty edgy. Like,
I guess
it was just trying to. It was more like we all collectively were trying to find the line, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it was
it's like there's a joke there.
But was he really
worded?
Yeah.
Was he really excited? Like, okay, this is it. This is the one.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. I didn't even know necessarily that he was gonna pick. Like, I just churned out stuff and threw them into the void, like just into this giant joke bank. And he was the one who called through them and picked them. So
how many of yours were used?
I don't know, maybe like 15, something like that, somewhere.
Look at him casually.
So I don't know.
15 of my jokes were heard by a billion people.
But the thing is, like, I don't know for sure because I was backstage the whole time, so I wasn't.
Were you writing on them? Were you also writing as the show was going on?
No, like that was the intention. That's why he wanted us all backstage. But it's such an enormous machine that once it starts, there's no like.
You saw everybody walk back.
Oh yeah. You're just in the way. Like I'm just in Liam Neeson's way the whole time. And he's like trying to get around me, and like it. I ended up like I was standing on.
Dip your sushi in his hair.
Yeah. Who's the one with the shovel face? The chick. Not Renee Zellweger, the other one, the one who looks just like her.
Reese Witherspoon.
Yes, Reese Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, with her square weird head.
With her weird chin.
I was like standing on her dress, like just shit like that happens the whole time. Like,
wow.
And, I was waiting to go to the bathroom and Michael Douglas is clearing his fucked up throat behind me, like waiting to piss, like that kind of thing the whole time.
But you can't get any pictures back there, right?
No, it would have been like
really awkward.
I don't know how you do it. Like you do it all the time. Like I don't know the protocol. So it was just
back
weird.
there I might not backstage. It would look
you
weird.
You would have tried, Jimmy.
Maybe with one. Like if De Niro was back there, I would have asked De Niro.
You would have definitely tried.
With this one, I would have been willing to get thrown out for. But did you go to any of the parties or no?
Yeah. Well, I got to go to the Governor's Ball, which is like the big one.
Wait, what else about the Oscars themselves, though?
It seemed to go pretty smoothly, but like that's the thing is like we were back like with the roasts or whatever, they just come backstage. You can just pitch out a joke like, because somebody said something then, and that was why we were there, just like in case Tarantino said nigger or whatever. Like that was just the assumption that we'd all be there to cover for that. Which, by the way, did you see it? Like he looked like he was giving a drunk best man speech.
Oh yeah,
his tie was all loose and he's swaying around.
We love him.
We were totally like it's coming, but he's already in place by the time, so there's like nothing for us to do other than just kind of
look at the stars.
Yeah, and like try not to bother anyone.
Which was the one person you saw where you were like, holy fuck, that's a fucking huge celebrity.
Well, Charlize Theron is like that hot in person.
Yeah.
She's amazing, right?
Inches from her. Yeah.
I've seen her in restaurants, and it's like I just want to walk up and go, look, I know you don't know me, but I kind of love you.
Excuse me, we saw Charlize Theron.
Where?
Wasn't she? She was the one on our couch at NEW before she was famous. Before she was really famous.
Really famous, yeah.
She was hanging with the guy from. We told the story a bunch of times. The Jumper song, the fucking Suicide song, the fucking Help Me Out.
Oh, the Drowning Pool.
No. If I've been around.
Yeah. Third Eye Blind.
Third Eye Blind.
Thank you.
And we were pussies back then because the Third Eye Blind guy, who was kind of a dick to us, by the way, so fuck him. He basically told us like, look, man, I don't really want you bringing up that she's here because I think she just made which one? Devil's Advocate or something?
That's a big one.
Oh, right, she was in
it.
But they didn't know, but she wasn't a household name yet. Right. She was on her way.
Right.
And he basically said, I don't really want you bringing up that I brought her here. And she just sat on the couch all innocent and just fucking looking hot.
Did you get to hug her?
No, I didn't. No? I almost did anyway.
You should have just put your arms out. Like, come on.
You know you want to.
See you again. Phony Hollywood, she would have hugged you.
Oh my God, there was so much of that shit. Just like really? I just overheard somebody, just some douche, like Hollywood-looking asshole, just like, who doesn't love Hugh Jackman? Everybody loves Hugh. Like two Hugh Jackman. Like talking about somebody in the third person to them is such a dumb Hollywood thing to do.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Like,
Jesse makes a point.
Yeah, right? Like, that's why everybody loves Jimmy. Like, it's brutal.
Who was depressing to see was Renee Zellweger. She has aged, man. Right. I know it happens to everybody, but she's had a rough couple of years or something. She's almost unrecognizable.
Meryl Streep?
I didn't see her.
Renee Zellweger.
Oh, I thought she looked okay, no?
But she looked a lot fucking different, man.
Right.
Yeah.
She's cool, though. I actually had to take her on a tour of the Comedy Cellar once for some movie or whatever. And I don't even know why they called me, but the seller called me and we were like, hey, would you bring Renee Zellweger around? So I did.
Was she hot at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always had a little thing.
She jerk you off in the car?
No, she did not.
Jerk you off? What the hell?
I think I'd be, to be honest with you, I'd be a little self-conscious if she has that, like, lemon face, like that. It would make it look like, what's wrong with my dick?
Well, she had to keep getting fat and skinny for that Bridget Jones Diary shit. It's got to take its toll on you.
That's her from the Oscars?
Yeah, she's pretty hot.
She looks good
but
there.
when she was on this is from the red carpet. We're looking at a picture. She looked good. But when she was on the Oscars doing her little thing, she looked a little haggard.
Did you see Meryl Streep backstage?
I did not. That would have been cool.
Yeah, she looked rather old.
No, like the people that I ended up like smoking a cigarette next to Robert Downey Jr. like 4 different times, like because I kept sneaking out to go have a smoke, and it's the same place that they would go out and sneak out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's smoking these days? A celebrity?
Well, pretty much Robert Downey Jr.
Just Robert Downey Jr.
and me. Like, we were the two.
Talk to him.
Just like perfunctory, like Yeah, because I don't want to be that guy, because a lot of times, too, like, in airport smoking lounges, and stuff, none of you guys smoke, right? I know you guys used to, but people feel this need to chat with each other when they're having a cigarette, and it's always like, they don't have anything, so it's like, about smoking. It's the lamest fucking, just because you're having a cigarette, you're in the smoking lounge, and people be like, this is ridiculous, right? Like, they want me to join some fucking
coalition.
Yeah, exactly, right?
No, you should have said that. He would have said, what do you mean? You would have said, the fact that blacks were allowed in here. It's goddamn. Who is this guy?
I like the fact that he applauded the Rihanna joke, though. That was cool of him.
What was that? I didn't see that moment.
There was like a Chris Brown joke about Django being so brutal that it's like a date movie.
Yeah. Like that
was yours?
That was not mine, but it's a great joke. But like, and it got like a big like,
fucking babies.
And fucking, Robert Downey Jr. was the only one loudly applauding it, which is cool. Yeah, I thought that was nice of him.
I love Robert Downey Jr. He's fucking an amazing actor, and he's just done everything to fuck up. You can't not like this guy.
Huge comeback. Yeah.
You should have mentioned how great his ass was in fucking Less Than Zero. Like, when you were Julian, your fucking cheeks were amazing.
What a horrendous scene, though.
I know.
Oh god.
I had a bunch of jokes that like were too much that you couldn't. But like Kavanzane, for example, she was
who?
Kavanzane Wallace, that 9-year-old.
Yeah.
The other
Kavanzane.
Which Kavanzane? No, she's 9, but she was 6 when they made that movie. So that means she spent a third of her life involved with this movie. Coincidentally, Robert Downey Jr. spent a third of his life in a whiskey bottle, like stuff like that. But they were like,
they wouldn't.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. But,
yeah.
You should have just. Oh, did you write the onion joke for Seth and they took it?
No, I did not. But that is goddamn ridiculous, though, especially because all of those like false, infuriated people who just are rushing to her defense. Now, as a result, Kavanzane's mom has to explain what a cunt is to a 9-year-old. You know what I mean? Like, if they hadn't made such a big deal out of that joke, then it wouldn't have gotten back to the little girl. But now, for sure, it has, Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So her mother has to say, look, it's just what your father calls me when you say
I never understand that shit, because you end up making it so much worse by bringing it up.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
No, I would have never known. I don't read The Onion on a regular basis.
No, I don't follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, but, the rest of the news had to go with it and say, listen to this. This is so fucking outrageous.
Right.
Jesse, so one question. So, what brought you back down to earth after the Oscars? The one thing where you're like, do they even understand I wrote for the Oscars and now you're...
Yeah, well, I have this, I got, this amazing parking spot, like, right in the Dolby Theater. Like, there's 40 people that had parking spots, and I was one of them. Giant sign that says, reserved for Jesse Joyce Academy Awards, right? This big, which I stole, by the way.
Nice, you should have.
Yeah. But the car I drove was a 92 Hyundai Elantra. It's from this place called Rent-A-Wreck in L.A. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing. Like, I look like a weed-dealing pizza delivery guy showing up at the Oscars. It's just all smashed in and the front headlights burnt out.
Why did you go to Rent-A-Wreck? I know they're cheaper, but it's like renting a car for...
Because I was there for 3 months.
Oh, 3 months.
And
all right.
Total cost $1,000 for a rental car.
Beautiful.
It's great. So,
and
like, as long as you're confident enough in the fact that you don't care that you're driving a shitbox.
And you can beat the shit out of it.
You had a right for 3 months. for this?
Well, no, because I was working on season 2 of The Burn with Jeff Ross, that show, Jimmy did last season. So, so I did 1 and 2, and then the Oscars right after that. So I was stuck out there for a while. So I just hop in my shitbox, immediately after the Oscars. Like, that was kind of an interesting. And I have to pull up to Seth's party and this fucking, like, and it just, it's like making, like Lamborghini. Everybody else, it's like a line of Lamborghinis. And then.
And you're a piece of shit. Rent-a-wreck.
Yeah.
Where'd you stay?
I rented a little studio apartment in Silver Lake, which is the worst place on earth. It's like the belly of the beast, It's like the L.A. part of L.A.
Ooh.
It's kind of like Williamsburg, but sunnier. It's just this awful bearded shitheads hanging around.
Right.
And like everybody's in stupid show business, which is what I hate about there. Is that you can't avoid it. Like every coffee shop, every time you go to make any kind of transaction, you just know that the person has a headshot
and a script,
and they're gonna fail. You know what I mean? Like you just know they're a fucking failing actor. It's just sad. Like you can walk around New York all day long and never run into anybody else in show business. It's like I think it keeps
you do that in this room.
We laugh because it's true.
That's hurtful, Jimmy.
It really is, man.
I used to date this girl who, this sounds bullshit, but it's not. I dated Vladimir Putin's translator briefly.
Oh, wow.
And, cool. I met her at McSorley's, that shitty bar. Yeah, I met her because she was his guy. He had like 5 simultaneous translators, and one of them, she was the one who would do stuff at the UN when he was here, right? So she'd fly in and do that, and then she just went to McSorley's, so I met her there. So I met her that night, and then technically speaking, I fucked her in Russia. Because she took me back to UN Plaza 1.
Oh, okay.
So I had a one-night stand. I've never been to Russia, but I had a one-night stand there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
she was hot.
Yeah. She's pretty great. And then, whatever. We dated off and on for a little, just every time she was in town. But the point is that she is, simultaneous translation is what she does professionally for a living.
Man.
The best case scenario that you can imagine to get, like, the top of their game, simultaneous translators, 75% accuracy.
Wow.
That's the best you can possibly hope for. Isn't that shocking and terrifying?
Now, what does simultaneous translator mean?
That's when we're negotiating something, you and I, but you don't speak English. So as a result, you have your guy and I have my guy, and they translate what is being said
as you're talking.
You know what I'm saying?
Instead of like translating later on.
Translating a speech.
Yeah.
It's translating actual negotiation. So 75% is the best you can imagine.
Earpiece things.
Yeah, that's what that is.
It's just like blah, 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 blah.
So what languages did she speak?
Like the 5.
Greek and French?
No, they speak like 5 at the UN or something. And so it's like English, French, Russian, Chinese, and whatever the 5th one is. I don't remember.
It's a smart broad.
So, Yeah,
but speak that many languages.
Yeah.
And fluently and understand them and translate them quickly to fucking Vladimir Putin.
But can you imagine, like, if 25% of what we were talking about was lost? Like, how fucking nonsensical.
That happens.
I would love it.
That happens every day.
About nuclear weapons.
Yeah. It's very important stuff.
You want to read our Twitters? It happens every day. They only catch about 60% of what we're saying.
Right.
Accurately.
And you can only do it for 2 hours a day, apparently, because it's so taxing on your brain, or 3 hours or something.
Wow.
Like, yeah, so that's her whole shift is like 3, and she's done. She gotta rest her head.
Wow, man.
Apparently, because you have to be listening in one language and immediately just push it back out in a different one, you know? So it's a really complicated thing to do.
Amazing that can even be done.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you know they get it wrong once. Oh yeah, obviously 25% of the time.
Yeah.
Well, no, she actually, while we were kind of seeing each other, she caused an international incident.
Oh,
which was the hottest thing ever to me.
That is pretty good.
Apparently, it happens constantly. Like apparently, what happened was they were talking with the Chinese about how many nukes are on the Russian-Chinese border or whatever, and she mistranslated the number.
Oh, so
right?
that's a big one right there.
She was off by like 20,000 or something like that.
That's big.
And the Chinese like literally just got up and walked away. Like they walked out of the meeting.
Oh man.
So there was a thing in the New York Times. It was like the Chinese left the table at a nuclear disarmament discussion, and it caused a big. And then, like, it happens all the time. I bet you if you look at, like, buried 8 pages deep the next day, it's like, it was a mistranslation. That was the problem. Like, that'll always happen. So.
But you're just fucking looking going, you fucking troublemaker.
Yeah.
A fucking.
It's pretty great.
Fucking fuck you troublemaker.
He's got great stories.
Why'd you stop seeing her?
Because I started. Because
a long distance relationship.
No, because I'm an idiot. Because I fell in love with a fucking cocktail waitress in Kentucky.
All right.
That's why. So she came from Russia to see me, and I bailed on her.
Oh, man.
Really?
Yeah, I feel bad about that.
Well, she flew in and you were already seeing somebody else?
Well, I wanted to. It was like I'd started dating the other broad, so I didn't want to like hurt either of their feelings.
Yikes.
So then when she got here,
good guy.
Oh, you're that guy.
When she got here, I had to go like, sorry, we can't hang out. So then she fucked my roommate. That's what happened.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
So wait, why'd you let her fly in instead of just calling her?
Because I'm a fucking coward. That's why.
You made her fly all the way from Russia?
I didn't know how to
it's
tell
not
her.
like she's coming in from Cleveland.
From Jersey or
I didn't know how to tell her.
Oh, man, I had to go through the tunnel.
Yeah.
No, who's the better bang?
The Kentucky waitress.
Okay, then you made the right move.
Yeah.
Who had a meteor pussy?
Meteor.
Probably the Russian, actually.
Oh, boo, Jesse.
Well, you and I think have different.
Probably
As far as that. The Jimmy Norton meaty pussy thing is beyond me.
Literally.
I don't get it.
If you said the Russian girl had a meaty pussy, but she lost her head in a fucking hedge clipping accident, I'd still take her. Plus, you banged her a bunch of times. You're probably done with it.
Yeah.
Not ready with it.
You know what that was exciting, though, is that somewhere in a basement filing cabinet in the Kremlin, there has to be a dossier about me.
Oh, yeah, you
know what I mean?
So, yeah.
Because I was 2 people away from the Russian president. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
God.
at some point, they had to watch my live at Gotham.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like a couple of ex-KGB dudes was like,
who is this?
What they had to sign me in and stuff,
Find out who this is.
What does he do? I don't know. He gives serious talk. He gives very boring lecture.
Some sort of motivational speaking. He does motivational speaking about cocaine, apparently. I don't know.
Yes, he stopped talking and the people just look.
They look at him very strange. Oh, man.
So, they had to sign you into the Russian consulate, right?
Yeah. And then I went to Geneva once to hang with her. Because she had a lot of money, so she flew me over to hang at the UN in Geneva.
What a piece of shit. He fucking makes her fly. Did she fly you business class?
No, she didn't. But it's fine.
Coach?
Whatever. Yeah, but it's
good for you.
For
Fuck
a
her.
Kentucky cocktail waitress.
And
how did that work out?
It was interesting. Like, I set up a show in Geneva, so I did stand up there.
No, I mean, how did it work out with the Kentucky broad?
Oh, I dated her for a couple years, so it actually did work.
All right, so it was a real thing.
So, yeah.
So you went to Geneva, Coach, and you set up a gig?
Yeah, and then and so I went to the UN in Geneva, and she like signed me in there too, and I went to the cafeteria and like had lunch with her colleagues.
Oh, colleagues.
Yeah, and I've like never been like less interesting in my entire, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're all like literally like working on like Rwandan genocide prosecutions. You know, like they're these lawyers who are like prosecuting dictators, you know, and then it's like, yeah, this guy fucking wrote a fucking joke about Seth MacFarlane's cock that went pretty well in Minot, North Dakota. You know, like that's what I'm doing.
Wow, that's fucking amazing to me that you ditched the Russian shit.
Well, we were just talking about what a fucking terrified child I was. I know you were too, right?
He's a terrified adult.
But I would watch scary movies.
Right.
We're all very excited here. We just got the Blu-ray copy of all the Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
Yeah.
So we were talking about it, and apparently you do not like scary movies.
I don't my fear as a child like went through so many evolutions. Like I think Freddy Krueger was the first thing and I never even saw the movie. It was just the box cover.
You never saw the original Nightmare?
Dude, I like literally saw a picture on the box cover and I didn't sleep for like a month. So like there's no way I could have seen the actual movie. Zero chance. And then I went through a phase where I was terrified that my parents were going to get kidnapped while I was sleeping. I don't know what the fuck that was about. But I was like sure that, so I literally had this thing where like they would put me to bed and then I would have to tell them to make noise out in the living room when they were up. So that I knew that they were still there. You know what I mean? That no one had
because you were
swiped
afraid
them
of
in the
being
night.
alone. Right.
Yeah, so like every now and again they just bang on something so I could like fall asleep so I knew that like, oh, they're still.
And they would do that? They would appease you by doing that?
My fucking irrationality gained a new level of sophistication and I was like, well, wait a minute. Whoever steals my parents would have the foresight to just leave a tape recording device of them making noise in the living room.
Oh, man.
So I used to then that didn't, once that thought creeped into my head, then like there was nothing, I was like, they might still be gone.
Now
I don't know.
You can't
like,
be safe.
They could have been stolen hours ago, and I've been listening to this recording. So I'd have to like still get out of bed every like fucking hour and a half and
what
like
go out.
Weirdo. I know. It's that sad.
What a cock block.
I know.
Your fucking dad's trying to get his hog sucked. You pop in.
You're right around the corner. Well, I don't think they do a lot of the time. I just peer around the corner, just like, all right, cool, they're still here. Can I go back?
Yeah.
So, did you just need white noise of some sort, or?
Oh, I love that noise.
I don't know. I just
make it.
I just really went through.
White. Yes, you're right.
Wow. No, I just went through a phase, where I was like afraid that my parents were going to get stolen from me. I don't know what the fuck that was about.
Stolen.
Do you still not like horror movies?
No, I still don't watch him.
Kenny won't watch him either. Like, he really won't watch him, and I'm amazed at that.
And he's a big galoot.
Yeah, he is a lummox.
It's just a discomfort. You know what I mean? Like, that's all. Like, I don't like when the fucking, like, there's weird music and something's I don't like getting jumpy.
I don't like slasher movies. Not because I'm afraid of them or anything. I just don't find them really entertaining.
Right.
I like a good scary movie. Like, where fucking those weird chicks are just in positions they're not supposed to be in, crawling on the ceiling.
So what about like
shit? Just looks like they're
where
moving
some
all
little
weird.
Girl, like all of a sudden their jaw unhinges for no good reason.
Yeah, very
Mommy.
creepy.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Yeah, little kids are always like, you can't be here. That's scary shit to me.
Yeah.
But I'll watch them.
Yeah.
And then I'll like go to bed and it's dark in the room and I'll maybe turn a light.
Yeah. Always.
Yeah, see,
What
that's why would you want to subject yourself to that?
I know, I don't know why. It's that fucking visceral feeling, that
I'm
emotion.
writing a horror movie.
Oh, are you?
About a guy with a knife, and he just runs around going, "You're dead."
I feel like I've seen similar.
Sounds
I feel like
terrible.
Yeah.
The You're Dead Killer.
Yeah, and he just screams, "You're dead!" and he chases you. It's not a good movie.
Well, there was something that happened years ago. Of course, I was going to take a shower right after watching Psycho. Psycho was on TV, and decided, take a shower. I don't know why. And my brother had sent my sister into the bathroom wearing a wig and holding a knife.
Right.
And ripped the shower curtain open. And went, and then, because she was like, I guess, I don't know, maybe 6 years old. And she goes, ee. And I collapsed.
You were scared?
Into the shower. It scared the shit out of me.
But she was a little 6-year-old in a wig.
A little girl.
Yeah, but it was, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
It could have been anything. It was I was in the shower and I was petrified.
Was this recently?
Yeah, last week. It was very, very frightening.
So equally scary for the 6-year-old.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
I beat her with my penis. Little fucker,
That's
get
a good
out
way
of
to
here.
get punched in the face.
Yes.
Like scaring people is never like a good, like I've seen that go badly so many times.
Yeah. Oh, Jimmy, is that you?
What?
Holy shit.
That's my coffee.
It literally smells like dog shit in here.
Your coffee smells like dog shit?
Oh, no, that's you. That was terrible.
He's acting.
Wow. Oh, my God. Yeah, you should. Oh, my God, it's terrible.
I dropped this stinker.
Wow.
Oh, come on. What are you doing? You're going to get us poisoned with the ozone layer.
The thing is gone.
Worse than any scary movie.
Oh, dear.
Exactly.
Jimmy's asshole.
Just take it. Come on. Fucking hell laugh. Enjoy it.
I've said plenty of times on this very program how, don't wave it toward me.
Waving it away.
Jimmy just did that so the listeners know he's still here.
Yeah.
That's how I know I exist.
Plenty of times in this very program I've discussed how petrified, scared I grew up.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a constant state of fear of everything and everyone.
Yeah.
I was like one of those, like a chihuahua, just pissing on the floor. Coward.
That's one of those, what do you call them, cowards.
Yeah, if back in what I call the day, parents would just leave their kids in the car when they run into the store to get something.
Yeah.
Just leave the fucking kids in the car.
Sure.
So when that would happen, I would just be so scared we were going to get stolen. I thought we were going to get kidnapped.
And
like
your parents were crying because they knew you wouldn't be.
And one time this guy that apparently knew my mom came over to the car to say hi to the kids. So he knocked on the window. I just exploded in screams and crying. And I was so scared. And the guy looked like, oh my God, what happened?
Right.
He didn't know what happened. I thought he had come to steal us.
Right. Yeah. Now you've suddenly put him in a really awkward position in a parking lot.
Yeah.
He's grab you, stop screaming. You be quiet.
Stop it. Stop it. The police show up and shoot him in the head.
Yeah, your little pants fell down while he was shaking you.
His penis slipped into me.
Yeah.
Yeah. If a child does something unusual around you, that's a really uncomfortable place to be.
Run.
You know? I was doing this gig at some awful, Gary, Indiana or whatever. I was in this, mega, one of those, complexes where there's, a Holiday Inn, the Metroplex or whatever the fuck, and they have, events there or whatever. And they had one of those, toddler and tiara things going on.
Oh, God.
Not the TV show, but just, a child beauty pageant. And so there was this, there were all these fucking dolled up 6-year-olds wandering around. It was so uncomfortable.
Nice.
I know, it's sometimes, right?
And, so I go up to my floor, and there's some twatty moms that they're just chatting, and they're ignoring this little girl who's wandering around in a fucking prom dress. She's 6. Yeah. And I'm going down the hall to my room, and the little girl starts walking with me.
Oh, little whore.
And she's what's your name? And whatever. She's being a child.
Oh, great.
Yeah. But it's kid, you better go back with your mom.
Yeah.
This is really uncomfortable. And so, and I got my key in my hand, right? And I get to where my room is, but I'm I don't want to go into my room. I don't want this fucking child following me into my room. And I keep trying to flag down the twatty mom, but she's not paying attention, And so I got this little girl who's just hanging. She's let me use the key, right? I guess, because children are excited by the fucking, whatever, it's a swipe thing, I don't know. She wants to do, and I'm no, kid. And I'm not.
Yeah, I don't need your fingerprints on this key. That's for sure.
So
Once they find you headless in a bathroom somewhere.
I'm trying to hide it. It's palmed in my hand, right? But she knows that it's there, so she starts trying to grab it out of my hand.
Now you're holding hands in the hallway.
Yeah. Trying to drag her into your room.
She keeps, she's grabbing it, and I'm kid, you got it. And it's
so
okay, this kid's going to scream. Right. Well, it's it's getting worse, because it's now she's going to scream in the hallway, and I can't have that.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to get the mom. Yeah, exactly, right. You be quiet. Just be quiet.
Yeah, exactly. You thought it was a chicken clucking.
Oh, shit.
I don't want to kill you. Quiet.
Wow.
So I let go of the key. She fucking puts the key in the door and runs into my room. And now I have the door, the door's gonna close, and that's my only key. And now I'm thinking I can't go down to the lobby and go, there's a fucking 6-year-old in my room. So I have to hold the door open with my long arm, as far as and I'm flagging down the mom in the hallway, your kid snuck into my
came into my room and died.
There's a fucking 6-year-old in a prom dress sitting on my bed. It's the worst fucking my brain is on fire because I'm just so uncomfortable with this whole scenario. And I finally get the dumb mom. I'm hey, fucking, I don't know what happened. And so the mom comes rushing down, and of course she doesn't, she's I'm so, I was thrilled that she didn't blame me, but at the same time, she grabbs her, just what the fuck is the matter with you? And takes her,
Oh, man.
it was just, I just went in and just laid on my head was just fucking on fire, because it was such uncomfortable.
She knew it was the kid, right?
I'll never put myself in a position like that, though, where
but
you're
I didn't put
alone.
Myself in a position,
I know, but
you would have just the opposite problem. She'd be inside trying to run out.
No, if there's a public bathroom and stuff, and you walk in and you just see a kid in there, turn right the fuck around and get out.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Yeah, this next guy, Patton, Mr. I know what I'm talking about. He starts off, he talks about loving O&A and breaking down the whole Yakov dinner adventure. Maybe you think that's funny, but I got things to do. He talks a lot about reading Moby Dick. Now, that's good reading. That's good American reading. It's all this pornography and smut. I just want to just go to the job site, make my living, come home, support my family, have a dinner roll.
What's he up to?
Well, we're going to find out what Patton Oswalt is all about. We were having a nice conversation.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was talking about an old clip from our show that I think his brother gave him, and he loved it.
Patton, how you doing, man?
Hello, Ann.
What's slapping?
You want to tell Ann what we were talking about? Because it's definitely worth mentioning on the air.
It's the clip of you, and someone combined it on YouTube. It's the clip of you guys dissecting Barry Williams' Branson show, and then goes into Yakov's dinner adventure. I think I've watched that. I'm not exact, but probably like 10 times at this point. God. Especially because that's my nightmare for where my career will end up. Of like, okay, you got to think about this crowd and because what really is scary about that clip is what they're selling is for one night you get to have the world the way you want it, which is nice and quiet and slow. And it's nice. Remember when the woman was like, you kept the food hot? And she goes, I don't know how you did it. And you realize what these people can afford is a lot of places where the food probably isn't hot, or they don't cook it really well, and there's nothing they can say about it. They have no power anymore. Powerless. So it's like, for one night, it's a world where the food is hot, there's no blacks, all this night you get to have the world like it was in 1941 when you were still healthy and you weren't looking at death. Like, that's all that is.
We might have to podcast that, Sam. Write it down.
A great assessment of that.
And then the magnetic trays we were talking about, and there was a reason for the magnetic trays.
Here's the reason for the magnetic trays. They realized if we get rid of the tables, we can pack 200 more people into this room and seat them and feed them like pigs. Like, literally. And I think one of you guys were saying, and when the show's over, they just take a fire hose to the floor and tables and just wash it into a sluice gate, probably at the bottom of the auditorium, and then just get the next round of pigs.
The next batch.
Because they do like 5 shows a day. Like, get them in.
Yes.
Move
them through.
My God. Yeah.
Yes.
And then also the care that my personal chef takes. And as he's saying it, there's footage of just mass trays coming out with plastic covers to keep it hot. Like the visual totally negates everything that he's bragging about. My personal chef. He totally slaves over this.
Yes, slaving over the frozen chicken cordon bleu that he gets by the fucking, the shipping containers are out back full of chicken cordon bleu.
You don't think the chef was making it all fresh?
I don't think so.
Weird. Yeah, it's weird that he says that it's making it fresh, and yet they show a platoon of frightened Venezuelans who are working in his kitchen that are terrified of being hit. Like, it is the most horrifying. Oh God, that's so many.
It's one of our greatest discoveries ever.
I'm fascinated
when we learned about this.
With Branson, that whole thing that we were watching that guy. What's his name? Kirby the magician.
Oh yeah.
And it was like this horrible trying to look like Vegas thing, but the tricks just weren't good, and it wasn't the glitz, it was Branson.
A little off. Also, you watch it and realize, oh wait, this is 9:30 in the morning. This isn't Rat Pack stuff. This is
right.
And then we're gonna have my nap afterward, and then 3 o'clock dinner, and then we'll go to sleep, and that's waiting for so many of us.
I told Pat if he enjoyed that, he has to do the Joe Piscopo one we did. Where you came in that day and said, you gotta see this Showtime Joe Piscopo special.
Woke up in the middle of the night, opened my eye, and Joe Piscopo was on. It was a new special that he had. It was Club Piscopo, it was called. And it's like him going, doodle-you-doo, just doing like Frank Sinatra stuff, telling stories in between the songs.
This was recent.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Most recent Showtime special.
Yes.
Maybe a year ago at this point.
This is just...
I was stupefied.
I was when I was in Staten Island. I was telling Opie that he has he had it when I was there. He had like a residency at some hotel that he was doing like out on Staten Island, which I thought that's kind of cool. Like he's out like while you're in Manhattan doing stuff out on Staten Island.
Yeah,
Joe Piscopo's going up right now and doing a show, but a whole show. Oh, is that like on? I just got XM Radio Satellite 103. I got that station which has you guys on it now. And I just listen to it when I'm riding around L.A. It justifies all my anger.
E-Rock's actually going to burn a CD of the Joe Piscopo
I would.
for you.
Oh, man.
I think you would enjoy that if you like the Yakov / Barry
Well,
Williams
the Yakov
stuff.
thing is great because they match the visuals to everything you guys are talking about.
I love that they're
really
doing that.
Adds to the horror of what you're seeing. As bad as your descriptions are, all the visuals back up every single thing you're saying. Yeah.
I'm hoping
There's no denying it.
I'm hoping someone does that with the Happy Days thing we did yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Because that'll do really well. And discovered a Happy Days episode where they handle the
racial issue.
The racial issue.
Yeah. It was
Tom Bosley has a black friend.
It was one of the original ones. Not in front of the live studio audience. It was done on film. It was one of the original ones. And yeah, he was going to be the best man at a black guy's wedding, and they had the black guy at his house, and they had the stereotypical neighbor come over and go, oh, she's all like scared because he's a black guy.
We watched the whole episode yesterday.
Wow!
On this show.
Well, there's also that clip where you guys. I can't believe I'm like it's like I'm a nerd that win a morning with Opie and Anthony. And then remember that one episode that you did when you. But there's this episode where you guys dissected, and this is also on YouTube. The Dudley episode of Jefferies. In which the line you uttered the line Dudley's a goer. But then there was a website, I think it's College Humor, or it might be on the website, but they pointed out all those very special episodes where a kid is molested, or someone is raped, or someone has cancer.
Overdoses.
Yeah, or overdoses. Those were live tapings for an audience, most of which had traveled from the Midwest. Like, we're going to go to L.A., we're going to go see a show, and they've bought a ticket, and they've sat there for 4 hours to watch a kid get raped. Their big Hollywood trip ends with watching a show about a kid being molested.
They just wanted to laugh.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought you were saying they were the lucky audience.
And it was the best birthday I ever had.
Yeah, they just wanted to escape.
One of those shows, like, I'm going to see the show. It's a comedy. We all laugh.
We watch it every week.
Yeah, we watch it. And they got to sit there and be the audience that goes, that low, like,
The other one time they hear Arnold say, "What you talking about?" It's to a man about to rape his friend in a fucking empty tub.
Right.
What you talking about? It's not the same
the catchphrase
fun
isn't as fun. Right.
Yeah, it's really, what you talking about?
Yeah. We do
our anniversary.
We do like picking things apart on the show.
That's fun. The Happy Days one is the latest one. That was
yesterday.
It was fun.
Fun to watch them juggle the racial issue and
it was
so
Gary Marshall style.
Yes, it was done so ham-handedly.
You got a clip there,
just
Sam?
Awful.
Or no?
I'm just looking up to see what's out. There's a 4.5-hour YouTube video, which is the all parts, the saga of you guys and Joe Piscopo.
Wow.
So if you have 4.5
Are there visuals and stuff?
Because I think
there are some throughout.
I think the next day we had him on the show.
Yeah, it was a trilogy.
You were saying,
it was a trilogy.
Yeah.
It's 5 parts, E-Rock is saying, and then then he started coming in. And he's getting girls pregnant all over the place. We're like, will you stop?
He's an animal, Piscopo.
He's an animal. We love him. Yeah. In the end, we love the guy.
Oh, he loves throwing that seed around, that Piscopo seed. Man, he just knocks these young girls up.
He's got to fertilize the earth. Yes, when the earth loses its Piscopo, the dead will walk the earth. That's why Piscopo's here.
We could get him on the phone right now if you want to say hi, Patton.
Jesus.
I wouldn't know what to say.
Want a quick phone call with Joe?
We put the whole thing on a podcast too, so it's out there.
Okay, good.
The whole.
Right. I'm telling you, the Joe Piscopo stuff is terrific.
I love he just refuses to pull out. Like, I really respect him.
Oh, yeah.
He's had nothing but bad luck, and he just won't stop fucking aiming for the womb.
He is a fertile guy.
Holy shit, this guy's batting fucking 870. What Hall of Fame numbers he has.
Yes. I almost want to just play the Joe Piscopo now.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, it was so much fun.
And then I saw you're all over Channel 11 here in New York. You're all over that, the King of Queens, and then I turn on, then you're at the video store at Seinfeld.
that role.
That's
that was my first TV role, and that's the classic first timer on TV. I'm there just to set up Jason Alexander doing something funny, and I'm trying to get a laugh from my, like, all I'm saying is, I'm sorry, sir, it doesn't work that way, and I'm putting so much spin on each of my words. Like,
I'm going to make something of myself.
Nothing. So out. Someone has it.
Out. Oh, no. I've been to 4 other places. You're the only ones that have had it.
Well, I can put it on reserve for you if you'd like.
Maybe we could call them and ask them their turn.
Oh, sorry, we can't do that. Boom! It's
I could go pick it up.
Attitude. I don't think so. It doesn't work that way? Doesn't work that way? Oh, damn it! And then it's my back.
Wait a minute. That was one of your first times on TV, though?
That was my very first paid acting gig on TV.
Wow, that's
absolute first one.
Yes.
That was the first one, 1994.
Good for you.
Wow,
and then
man.
I got a
hell of a start.
Well, after it aired, I got this call from a not even a friend of mine from high, like this acquaintance that was like, hey, I checked you out on TV. I go, oh, hey, thanks, man. He goes, yeah, I'm thinking, maybe I'm getting into acting now, like I was thinking about this. And I go, and this is a guy that never was, and I go, oh, okay. He goes, yeah, so I'm going to maybe come, if I came out, like I could crash in your spare room or something. And I said, well, I'm living in a studio apartment. My bed is in my kitchen. And he's like, oh, come on, man. I just saw you on TV. And now you're trying to, I go, what do you mean? He goes, wow. You have a house. I saw you on TV. You have a house.
Just because you're
and I was like, I made less on that gig than I have on any. Like, that basically got me an AfterCard. I didn't even get money off of that. Yeah. So
people actually will think that. I was guilty of the same thing with our own Greg Opie Hughes here. Back when I was just doing Opie's show from 7 to midnight.
That was a big deal as a single
out on Long Island.
Sir.
Oh, I didn't.
Out on Long Island.
I was kicking ass on Long Island.
I'll check your Wikipedia page.
Yeah, go read it. WBAB is out on Long Island.
Doing very well for myself.
And I would come in like maybe once a week and do something. And then I was like, oh, why don't you come over to my house? We'll hang out. I'm like, holy fuck, this is fucking cool. Yeah. And he tells me where to go, and I'm driving. I'm like, wait, this isn't. This should be like a gated community, mansions. And then I pull up to this house, and he's like, hey, what's up? And I look around, and it's just
a shitty house, and I don't even have the whole house.
No, you didn't even have the whole house.
I'm running the top half.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I started thinking, because it was in Northport, and I'm just kind of like, oh, this must just be his summer home. Like Opie's summering in Northport.
Summering.
You know how people go to Northport just to chill out? I'm sorry.
Yeah. It was an old house, a lot of rusted shit in the yard and the backyard.
Yeah. I was
porch.
Just like, oh, man, I thought...
Had to deal with a horrible landlord.
He's got his own radio show. He's got to be wealthy.
What'd you guys do in the house together that day?
Yeah,
we actually watched The Crow.
Did we really?
Yeah, it was The Crow.
There's something so creepy about it. You guys in the house watching The Crow. So random.
Little did we know the future would be this.
Yeah.
And it was, I remember though, because it was like there was no lights on either. It was really dark.
Of course it was. You're off the air at midnight. So you go for 2 in the morning, fucking brew and crow
in the house, like in that little living room area.
I didn't have money to pay the electric bill.
It's so funny. You guys watching The Crow at 2 in the morning
together, and
they're like, I have plans to conquer New York.
Talking about
what's going to happen.
Yes.
But it continued in Boston. We were kicking ass together now, and we weren't making any money.
No.
We finally made money when we came back to New York.
Well, I realized very quickly that was a fallacy, that if you're on the radio, you're wealthy.
We were huge in Boston, and we were still struggling. More or less.
Yeah, Opie was living with my mother-in-law.
Yeah, I lived with her for 6 months going, fuck, that's 6 months of rent I don't have to deal with.
Right. You can get some savings or something.
Yes.
We moved in. We all were living there. Me, my wife at the time, and Opie, and the mother-in-law, living in her little fucking townhouse. And but my wife and her mother got along so poorly that it was like day one. She's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I got to get away from this bitch.
And I go to Ed, I'm like, well, you guys are leaving, but this is great. I like this.
Fucking, she cooks dinner.
She actually did my laundry. Yeah. I think she made the bed every day when I went to do the radio show with Ann. I'm like, and my chick at the time didn't want to move to Boston, so I'm like, what the fuck? I'll just stay where I am.
That's what I was thinking at the time, too. It was kind of like, oh, I could fucking, You save up some money. I don't know how we got into this.
I don't know. This is depressing. All the millennials out there. Yeah, can we get off on a different subject right now? Because I'm living with my parents. I have a law degree, for God's sakes.
Yes.
Oh, the Piscopo saga. The Piscopo saga. Sorry, I'm looking at the...
I don't even know if you need the visual on that one. I think you could just pop that.
We play a little audio.
Driving around. Yeah.
I lived at home until I was 30, and you know how I remember I met a girl in Vegas when I was opening for Dice at the fucking Venetian, and she thought I was fucking hot shit. And I was joking with her. I was being sarcastic. I'm like, yeah, I got a Jag and a Benz, and she's like, really? Oh no! Oh my God. She believed it. And then she fucking I flew her to Jersey when I lived with Florentine.
Oh no!
And I'll never forget when she saw what a fucking hunk of garbage my apartment was because I had the roof leaking.
Remember?
She's like, do you have any vodka? And I gave her fucking vodka, and I just taught her chess in my living room. It was fucking...
That was your whole
That was my time.
Wow.
I felt so bad about that.
Black mold on the walls.
Yeah. We did a Cribs with Jim Norton. We actually went through his plays.
Really? When I was 33 years old.
It was unbelievable how much mold he had in that joint.
It was terrible.
I love how she immediately goes, do you have any vodka? Like, can I just numb this?
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Well, like, I'm about to get surgery in the Old West. Just give me some bourbon, and let's get this over with.
Where's the Benz?
You gotta tell him real fast before we move on to other shit. You would bring girls back to your parents' house.
Well, I was in my late 20s. Yeah, I'd get blown in the fuck. I remember me and my friend Larry got a fucking pregnant prostitute in my fucking grandmother's, where she's dead, but in her basement. And this girl sparked up a crack pipe. She sparked up a fucking crack. I'll never forget that. 9 months
in
pregnant.
Grandma's house.
Yeah, I mean, my parents' house.
Oh, in your parents' house.
Jim, you casually rushed by about 8 horrific things just to get to the point of your story. I got this pregnant prostitute. My grandma, she's dead. So anyway, wait a minute, we're just rushing by all that shit? Where are we heading? Like, what's the kicker of this, of all that?
Yeah.
Like, don't worry about that.
It's just the illusion of wealth people have. They think that you're doing better in show business. They have no idea.
Yeah, that is true.
I lived in this house. Just show them the photo being pulled up. That's what, I lived in this house until I was doing comedy for 13 years. 10 years to 13 years is when I lived here. Just the photo. Don't even show them the whole house. It's too long. But
just show them
the black mold.
There's all the mold on the ceiling.
God.
Yeah, this is online if you guys want to check it out.
Oh, behind that picture. That is disgusting.
Look at it, the mold is leaking.
Watch when they lift that picture up. This is so fucking
they were hiding
terrible.
the mold with that picture, obviously.
No, I don't want to.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah, this is where I live,
There's mold.
Here we go. Okay, they are lifting a picture up. Oh, God. Oh, no.
That's like Amityville horror shit.
That's
right there.
Isn't that, oh, and it's under, of course, a nice framed Chagall.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my framed Chagall. Isn't that like, isn't that weird brain-eating mold?
That's just dangerous.
You have to flee the house once you have
mold,
it?
Yes. Right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
This doesn't seem that long ago.
Yeah, it's fucking...
It's got to be 13 years ago, right?
What are we, in 2013?
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's 13 years ago.
Yeah, I'd been at it probably almost nearly 20 years before I could afford a house. There's just there's not that much. Wow. People see you because you have so much exposure. People don't realize that fame and fortune are usually completely opposite.
Yeah.
You know, you can be very famous and have zero fortune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is a fucking long process to make any kind of fucking real money, man. And people are so disappointed when they realize you're broke.
If you're on TV, you have a shitload of money. That's the illusion.
Yeah. And then when you start making money, one of the first things you have to do is start paying off all the debt you accrue to even get, like, I had so much debt that there was nothing I could do about it. Like, I have to keep living in this debt because this is the life I'm living. And then thank God I was able to finally pay it off.
Exactly. Yes, that happened to me too with credit cards and shit. Yeah. I was like, I just resigned to the fact that I am going to be paying the minimum balance for the rest of my life.
Oh, yeah. How many times? I remember one time, oh, God, okay, I was in San Francisco, my phone got cut off because I hadn't paid the bill. So I got to walk down. I was rolling nickels and quarters. I had this huge bucket of change, and I sat there for a few hours and rolled enough to literally, I had like $200 in nickels. I had them in a big bag, a trash bag, and I walked down to the office, the phone company office, where you literally can pay it in person and get it turned on right there. So I'm lugging this trash bag down Clement Street so I can go pay my bill. And there's this kid, I was like 20 at the time, he was like 17, a able-bodied, totally healthy young kid begging on Clement Street. Just like, hey, you getting change? Like, just, again, this is like early 90s. And I was like, I am really sorry, I don't have any money. And I actually stopped. There's no reason to talk to this idiot. And I'm like, I gotta go pay this phone bill. I have just enough to pay it. I gotta get my phone turned back on. And because I'm trying to be a member of society, you able-bodied young man. So then I go to the office, I pay it, but I had like 87 cents left. Like, oh, I actually had more than I thought. Nice. I was so happy that when I was going back, I passed him and I went, hey, man, look, I got some change. And I gave him my change because I was in such a good mood.
Oh, man.
And then he stopped and he went, you said you were broke, you fucking asshole.
Jesus. Holy shit.
So, okay, that's got it.
Yeah.
You don't realize people can rip you off on credit cards, too. That's a problem. When, like, you get into credit card debt, I had $3,000 on each one, and then all of a sudden I had, like, a $10,000 hit. Whoa. And I used to go to these prostitutes and pay with a credit card. And I really would. It would never occur to me that they would rip you off.
Oh, really? The prostitutes wouldn't rip you off?
Yeah. So I had to call and fucking get $10,000 worth of fucking bullshit charges taken on my credit cards.
Well, that's weird because you haven't seen the Jim Norton Memorial thank you from all the prostitutes for all the rice cookers and laundry machines you bought them. There's a whole that joke went fucking oh my god, could not have been sweatier or clankier. Jim, did you see one time
clankier?
I literally limped my way towards a non-punchline, right?
I threw out a dumb story that there really wasn't nowhere to go with. I gave you the beginning, middle, and end. There's nowhere to go with it.
Why? That's an amazing story without the details.
I didn't even mention that they were trannies. I mean, believe me. Thank God I didn't throw that in.
But Jim's face was literally, I was like a special kid. Spending a day with him. Like, let's let him tell his story. And then, when you, oh God.
Jimmy, when a pregnant hooker shows up, Are you pissed?
She didn't show up. We picked her up.
Oh, Christ.
How pregnant? 8.5 months, 9 months. I mean, literally.
My God.
Yeah, no bullshit. No.
And you had no problem? Walking around
problem with it? I don't remember why we did that. I remember she blew both of us. She blew me and Larry, and then she sparked up a crack pipe right by my grandmother's old bookcase. And she had a copy of Johnny We Hardly Knew Ye in the bookcase about JFK.
Maybe they were Jimmy and his friend were reading The Good Earth. They're like, the scene where she gives birth in the rice field. Let's just try to recreate that.
Was there any guilt?
Yeah, a little bit.
That she was 8.5, 9 months pregnant?
Yeah. No, it was the drugs I felt bad about. Like, man, you ever smell coke when it's being cooked? It's a fucking...
No.
It's a very distinct odor. I was worried my parents would fucking smell it.
Oh, man. Were they upstairs at the time?
Yeah.
You bring a fucking pregnant hooker into the downstairs part of the house when your parents... I remember being nervous, like, just having a girl over on the couch doing normal... fucking shit, making out and dry humping.
You were worried they were going to come check you out, right?
What was that? Is that not a pregnant hooker smoking crack next to Johnny We Hardly Knew Ye?
I can't wait till Jim gets his Louis-style show and his pitching stories. So in this episode, there's a pregnant, like 3 months. Oh, no, 9. She's got to be 9, ready to pop. She'll be smoking crack.
Trust me, Jim already has that show written and is just trying to get rid of it.
Can we get the clearance to use the book Johnny We Hardly Knew? I need that in the shot. I need that to frame the left side of her face as she's doing it.
The camera has to pan to that before commercial.
So, Pat, what are you promoting? We haven't even mentioned Patton's promoting.
Oh, right,
Whatever happened to Moby Dick? Is that a book you've written? Or,
there's two things I'm doing. The next Tuesday is the season 2 premiere of The Heart She Holler, which is an Adult Swim show that the guys they did Wonder Shows. I don't know if you ever watched Wonder Shows, and Wonder Shows is amazing. It's like if Sesame Street were on bath salts, and they go and just drive people in New York insane and they have these things like kids on the street, kids on the beat kids, and it's like kids doing the news. So there's a kid, they dress a kid as Hitler, and then he's talking to me like, what do you think is wrong with the youth of today? Like, these old people are like, why are you dressing Hitler? Like, they're so upset. And then they also send this kid to the racetrack to talk to just these old people at the racetrack. This one little kid's like, I can do an impression of you. And this sweet old man's like, really? Yeah. Gamble, 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 die. So those guys did this show called The Heart She Holler, which is like, think of the most annoying Brooklyn hipster and what they think the South is, they think a red state is, and then give that person bath salts, and that's what the show is. It's just this insane inbred. And we did 6 episodes 2 years ago, and Adult Swim liked it so much they went, why don't you do 14 more? We're going to run them every single night of the month like a soap opera. So it's just weird. Wow. They're each like 11 minutes long, and it's the most...
Nice. They do short shows on Adult Swim,
They do very short, it has that nice, like, cool... If it's only 11 minutes, just do 11 minutes. Make it great. And it is the most disgusting shit I've ever done on camera.
Oh, wow.
The weirdest shit I've ever done. If you want to watch, like, people crawling into women's vaginas and a woman... There's a scene they showed last night. They did a thing at the Nighthawk in Brooklyn where a guy... Oh, God, this is so gross. I'll just put it this way. A woman does him from behind because something is sticking out of his rear that she is riding, and I'll just leave it at that. It's horrifying.
I would gather.
Is she sharing a dildo with his asshole in her vagina?
You know what? See, that would be nice. No, it's something even
Oh, nice. A very solid log.
Thank you.
Wow.
I didn't want to be the one to say it, so. But it's brilliant. It's a brilliant show. And then now that I've said all that, next Saturday, the 21st in LA, I'm doing the Los Angeles Public Library is doing this celebration of Moby Dick.
Wow, look at that.
I'm doing
You're all
3 readings. I'm just going to go to 3 different libraries and read sections from Moby Dick, which they've sent me these sections. I mean, I've never read all of Moby Dick. I'll admit it. Sorry. That is a seriously fucked up book.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that goes on in that book. It's just pages and pages of just psychosis. So I'm going to be reading some of the weirdest parts because doing this whole thing.
Put on a dramatic reading voice?
I think I'm going to try to, and then I'm going to get confused and angry because these passages are really, really weird. I didn't know that Herman Melville was so
twisted.
Damaged. Yeah, like just a twisted. Damaged guy.
Yeah.
How long is each passage?
Each like a page and a half, like really quick, and then I'll talk to the audience about like what the hell just happened, like, and there'll be people there that there's already people like, because I was announcing it on Twitter, and then they're like, hey, make sure to read this passage, and I've been looking some of them up, and they're really hard.
There's some twisted shit in there, like his fucking captain and the cabin boy and shit. And,
there's a lot of like. There's all these references, or at least they allude to the idea that he hates this whale so much that he's gone to all these islands of different savages, and he's storing these like Zoroastrians and these crazy religious fanatics, but he keeps them stored like under the decks, and they just sit there smoking weed all day and going crazy, and the minute the whale surfaces, he's gonna like let these maniacs loose to go kill this thing. So on the deck of the ship is Queequeg and Ishmael and all these guys, but then underneath of it, it's like the gathering of the Juggalos, and he's just giving them all PCP, and they're gonna go kill this thing.
Throw them out like a cluster bomb of savages.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So.
I had no idea. I've never read the book.
No, I haven't either. I know nothing about
I might have to
Moby
read
Dick.
that one.
That's cool.
I just hear the name and giggle.
Yeah.
Can't help it.
Well, also what I didn't know about the book was Herman Melville was this hugely successful, like, killer diller author, money, fame, and then he spent all these years writing his Great American Project, and it ruined him, and he died penniless and kind of crazy. Yeah,
wow.
This thing just ate him alive, and he wouldn't. And they put it out. Everyone hated it. Like all their reviews were like, "This is the worst, most unreadable piece of shit." This guy's flushed his career down the toilet.
When did it become a classic?
I think like 50 years after he was dead.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really weird. He just kind of blew it. So
damn. Wow.
Yeah. It was a guy, like, imagine Like think of like Bruce Springsteen, and then all of a sudden he stops doing music for 10 years and then comes out with this weird atonal, like he's just banging on like a weird, like a Dixie cup with a mummified penis for 4 hours, and everyone's like, that's it. He goes, this is all I'm doing from now on. They're like, God, he's going, and then he just ends up like dying in a men's hotel somewhere.
But then 50 years later, people dig that.
Like, this is the greatest album ever.
Do you know the history of how it turned it around and how it became a classic?
I still got to read that part because it is a fascinating story about a guy burning his life to the ground, and then that becomes a thing and then his big bestseller books no one gives a shit about. That were bestsellers during his lifetime. No one reads anymore.
What was his life and death years, roughly?
I don't know.
Did he die in the 1900s or the 1800s?
I think he died in the late 1800s, but don't quote me. Yeah, there you go. Get on Wikipedia.
We're gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
He's also one of his big bestsellers was called Umo. OOMO, and if you do crossword puzzles, you see that a lot.
Yeah.
It just says Melville novel. Oh, this person needs vowels in his puzzle, so here comes Umo. No Umo, because that's going to be the one in there.
Well, you got 1819 to 1891.
He lived to fucking, what was he, 73?
Almost made it.
72 years old, right?
Lived a long life, died miserable.
You doing animation still?
Yeah, I do. Well, now I because my daughter is 4 and we watch all these animated shows, and then sometimes I'll tweet about them I can't get the Doc McStuffins tune out of my head. Of course. And then they'll call me and go, "Hey, you want to do a voice?" I'm like, yeah. All of your favorite 90s musicians are all doing kid shows now. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is They Might Be Giants. They do all the music. Doc McStuffins is that girl from Letters to Cleo.
Oh, shit.
And she's like this big songwriter and does so it's like all of your alt 90 darlings.
That's where they went.
They all went there.
They knew where, there's cash in that, right?
Oh my God. Yeah. It's crazy. They don't have to tour. They're happy.
It's gotta be easier to write.
My son's go-to movie in the car is Ratatouille. So when I saw Patton, I'm like, can I just choke you, please?
I'm so sorry.
Because when these kids latch onto a movie, they will not let go for a long time.
I will say though that's
I love the movie,
smart
by the way.
Kid that can watch Ratatouille at age 3.
He loves it.
And
although he makes us fast forward through the scary parts, the whole rainstorm in the beginning and stuff.
Well, because the shotgun, it's really dark.
Yeah, he knows when, he's
scary
like,
part.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to turn it off. He goes, just fast forward for me.
Yeah, I want to see the rest of it.
That's crazy.
Just be happy that, because one of the things my daughter is into is that Dora the Explorer.
That's okay.
Dora the Explorer? You like Dora the Explorer? How much do you like it? 1, 2, 3.
He knows.
Oh no! Oh God!
For us, it's Caillou. Caillou's the whiny little bald. He's a whiny little fuck, and then I hear my son imitating Caillou. I'm like, no, you're not going to imitate Caillou.
Yeah, it's and also now a lot of these,
I hate. That's the only one I can't stand out of all the kids programs.
Yeah, and Caillou. She loves and that little theme, that weird. I'm Caillou.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Do you do animation voices, Jim? Because you have an amazing voice for animation. You should be doing voiceovers.
Thank you. I wish there was somebody else in my career that felt that way. A person of power or influence that was managing me.
When you guys were playing the early Jim Norton thing with that voice, it sounded like you were doing a voice.
Yeah, how we doing? Yeah. I should have been had my throat cut. Yeah. That's back at was that here? We did it at NEW.
It was just played that over recently. Best of.
Yeah. We just played it last week.
Amazing.
Who came in? Patrice fucking Voss.
Yeah, they were all. It was like they brought in the Magnificent Seven of Ballbusters and then found the most embarrassing technique. Like it was the perfect storm of ball busting.
That's exactly.
We've done a few of those over the years. They're very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We've played some of our old radio shows from the beginning, and
you don't get
Jimmy's
through
whole stand-up
4 words before somebody just jumps in and starts pounding
what?
You. Yeah,
so brutal.
It's humiliating.
Jimmy's voice.
It is.
Mine was terrible.
Yeah, people.
Oh, like me.
What were you dressed at? Like, how were you dressed? What were you wearing?
It should have been a fucking suit with my hands over my chest and a satin pillow. I was wearing fucking baggy purple, fucking workout pants.
No!
Dude, I was a cunt. And a black, mock turtleneck. I was
wow.
Just a zilch. An absolute zero.
At the time, you thought you looked good, though.
Oh, my God, I sure did. High energy, smiling. You know, they're enjoying me.
Always greet him with a smile and be totally inclusive.
I listened to
no one left out.
You know, that like me shit, that you gotta be likable, And when you first start, you hear that, and, you know, you want the industry to like, it's all this nonsense you buy into that, thank God, some of us get out of. And, you know.
Well, how much nonsense, remember when you would buy into the idea that if you fuck up at this club or anger this club, in your mind, it's a network.
Right,
and they all talk to each other, and you'll be banned from all...
Right.
Like suddenly you have a cabaret card and it's 1961, and you're going to be banned, and then you realize later... Oh, it would have actually helped my career if certain club owners had hated me immediately.
Yeah.
Because the word would have gotten out that, oh, this guy's actually good if this asshole doesn't like him.
Yeah, if he hates him or, fuck him.
There's no loyalty. You could burn down the Cleveland Improv and they'd still hire you in Baltimore.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They really don't. So, yeah, there was always that, so frustrating.
How do you know, like, when you're starting out like that, what to even wear? Like, oh, I'm wearing these purple things. Like, was it calculated? Did you go into that closet and be like, tonight I'm on stage, let me get that? Or did you just throw on
Club
what was
owner
clean?
gave me them. This guy, Mark Vito, who runs Club Casbah, and Wildwood gave me a couple of baggy pants. I just thought they were kind of cool, and I would tuck my shirt in.
Here's the one I wore during my fight with you, Rock. Blue shorts.
Exactly.
I would always try to, like, I would always try to dress, like, in the subtle comedian uniform.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe like the suit jacket, but then the jeans, and then the bright sneakers. Like, come on, he's a little. We don't know what's gonna come out of this guy. He's dressed for fun, and then the T-shirt under the suit jacket with a weird ironic logo on it. You know, look, it's the Mr. Bubble logo. I'm nuts. We don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, if I'm willing to put this on, what's gonna happen? Oh, Jesus, it's so pathetic, so needy. There's nothing. That's what's hard about watching you when you're yourself and young. It's not that you're not funny; it's that you're needy. You're so needy.
It was both.
Yeah,
I was not funny and I was needy.
That's that. When we were going through old radio stuff, I was
so happy to be there.
Months out of doing construction. So I was just so happy.
But you get a pass.
I'm like, oh my God. So everything was so like, oh yeah, over the top. Fun. I was just so eager to, like anything, I'd throw in an imitation. I must perform.
Because the attic was waiting for you.
Yes, that attic was.
So you kind of have a pass. You came out of this kid. Anthony came out of. He came out of nowhere, though.
But it is, I
started, and that's where he's going.
I started this shit when I was 18. He's in his 30s, comes out of nowhere, and fucking boom.
Boom. But you know what his advantage was, and yours too, is because you started young and you started with the past you had this cliff of darkness behind you. There's nothing to fall back on. So you've got to work twice. It makes you work twice as hard when you have got nothing.
We both had nothing.
Like I had when I started doing stand up, I kind of blew everything else.
Right.
And I realized I can't work in every office I worked in. Either people hated me or I hated it, and I had a terrible attitude because so I'm just like, I have a cliff to my back.
Yeah.
If I fall back, I will fall off the planet and be gone. So
you're one of those people that they fell through the cracks of society.
I literally, that's where I would have ended up. I would have been somewhere.
All those guys almost made it.
Oh. Yeah.
Because that's the other side of this. There's guys that almost made it but had the cliff at their back and they fucking fell.
How many comedic geniuses do we know? Truly visionary guys that just never... They're just gone, or they're still around. But what do you do?
Or they made bad decisions. A lot of them, or a lot of people wanted to just work. The big road headliners of like 1992. I started in 1990, and a lot of those guys began in the 80s. And they headlined before they were ready because the 80s had a fucking million clubs, so everyone got the headline.
Oh, yeah.
And then they got bottlenecked, squeezed out in the fucking early 90s, and they couldn't find work. And like those guys that would work in like 92, 93, they're gone now. Because a lot of those rooms aren't around.
So also they got used to a certain lifestyle of, I make this much money, I do this. And the people that survived when the boom stopped, and there were people that did make it, but those are the ones who are like, I got to get some other shitty job and keep doing stand-up until it comes around again.
Yeah,
some people did do that. But you're right. There were some people that are like, I used to headline at a club chain that does not exist.
It doesn't even exist anymore.
And no one cares.
Yeah, yeah.
And there were also those guys that, they wrote their 45 minutes and then they just, I'm done writing.
Yep, exactly.
I got my 45.
Dude. That's my life.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My life's comedy.
I don't understand those guys.
Why would I go on stage for no money?
You see, some of those guys come through, once a year, and you go see them, you're like, what are you doing?
It's the same thing.
Same exact thing.
Isn't it fun? I thought it was fun writing jokes. That was the whole point of doing this. You have to do the same shit over and over again.
New stuff.
Yeah.
Those guys, I'm merciless with those guys. They're fucking lazy.
Yeah.
It's like you're fucking lazy.
Yeah.
Fucking write a joke or try a joke.
There was
same fucking dog shit inflection for 10 years. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
On HBO, I think it's HBO Classic Comedy, whatever the fuck it is. They play a lot of the old specials from the 80s and stuff, and you see these guys and you're like, oh yeah, that guy. And he had like a little fame back then, and you realize you never saw this guy after like the boom of stand-up comedy. They're gone.
I was going to ask, are they still doing comedy, but in some weird fucking
fuck even knows?
places, or
disappear?
I don't even know.
Some of them just disappear, man.
A lot of the guys that I started with in DC, these headliners ended up on morning radio doing AM.
Oh, really?
Not like satellite stuff, but I mean like AM local and angry, like beyond conservative, and like there's guy. I remember a guy that I used to work with, and we weren't really friends, work with him, and he was going off about, I used to be a comedian and black people in clubs. Let me tell you something, because I've actually experienced it. I'm like,
was it Kramer?
It was, but it was like, I see what you're saying, but you're basing a political philosophy on 3 bad nights that you had at Garvin's, which, by the way, were bad nights. But you need to that was his argument with the call. Yeah. Oh, God. You ever do Garvin?
No, but I remember the name from DC.
Garvin's was their big claim to fame. They're gone. Is that they had Dave Chappelle starting out. He got his start there, and they treated him like such absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
That he left for New York. And then I remember another club, not Garvin's, but one a lot like Garvin's. Dave Chappelle was getting ready for his first hour, the Killing Him Softly, and his managers called the club and said, Dave would like to do the weekend. You can have him for $800 for the whole weekend. He just wants to do sets. This is the last minute. All you got to do is give him $800. So this is Dave Chappelle, right?
Yeah, he probably just wanted some money.
He was already Dave Chappelle.
Food or pay for his
room. Exactly.
Right.
And they wouldn't pay him. They wouldn't do it. And then I heard the two managers talking, and one of them was like, fucking kid used to MC here for $25 a set 5 years ago, and suddenly got to give him $800. It's like, well, because he's not the kid you like in their mind, you're just frozen there, and that's
you're still the same piece.
How great is it they're gone? How great is it?
The whole thing just collapsed.
That's great.
Yeah.
It is nice when you get a club from a scumbag club owner running it, and then it just goes belly up. Good. That fuck.
Yeah. Oh, it's just the.
It happened with bands too. When we used to play, and at the end of the night, you go to get paid, and there's always a problem. We had the door count, and it was this. It's like we had our own guy with it. I gotta go with my guy. And you're like, you're gonna screw me on 25 people? You prick.
Like you do realize this can't sustain. Like eventually your club is just going to collapse.
Right.
There's no way if you keep pissing the talent off, no one will come back
fucking everyone over.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
And they all try to. They all try to fuck you for 8 seats or 10 seats. Or now we're doing a golden ticket thing, but you weren't supposed to because we have a contracted ticket price. They all try to get an extra few dollars.
See, that's what, again, if they were trying to fuck me over for $20,000, I would at least respect that I'm dealing with a supervillain. But when you're dealing with someone and you're like, I just talked to you for 20 minutes because you were trying to get like $48 out of me. That's what drives me crazy.
Yeah.
That much.
And it's weird when you have these like old clubs that like for years you worked in, and then you realize that it's 2013, and you're going back to the Comedy Cabaret at Poco's Restaurant in Doylestown.
Oh, Jimmy.
Tickets are on sale now. I'm working on my new hour, so I'm just going in just to work. I'm going to have like maybe some paper with me and just work on material.
That's cool.
Yeah.
No, when I was doing this, I just taped my new special in July, and I did the same thing. I did every Thursday night. There's this little art gallery near me that also does stand up, and I go, let me just have Thursday nights, and I got to go there every night for 3 months. And then I would also go every Monday and Tuesday month. I'd go down to the Irvine Improv, which is in a mall, and you gotta edit your shit. Like, you can't just go, let's just see where this goes. Like, no, they want to see a show. So all the stuff that I would kind of spew out at the art gallery, I then had to go edit down in Irvine, and it really helped. It was really good. Yeah. That's really smart.
Yeah, I love doing stuff like that. I usually do that right before a special is shot. Like, I'll usually go into smaller rooms and just completely... But that's, you're seeing the special almost. I probably have, since I shot, probably 35 new minutes.
Already?
Yeah, but it's been 5 months, though. It's been 5 months. 35 new months. But 35 minutes. So I would say, you'll have close to a new 45, and I'll play with the crowd a little bit. But I love doing that. That's great.
I saw Colin in Long Island City when he was just starting working on the last...
Unconstitutional,
Yeah, Unconstitutional.
No kidding.
And it was great. Just watch him, and he'd go through something and be like, well, that don't work. But it was great just watching him throw that shit around and try to...
Then he says the same thing on HBO when he does it. Let me go over.
How fucking funny is he?
It's amazing. It's depressing.
It really is.
Fantastic.
I could do maybe one joke on the Constitution, and it would wind up being about Ben Franklin's gay socks. And he didn't even write the Constitution, which is
nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
This is with Chip Brewer. He talks about being a parent, getting fired, I guess, from Sirius, the Opie and Anthony show being in Australia, and having a honeymoon in a dude ranch. And he doesn't like bed and breakfast. I love a good bed and breakfast, to go down and have a community breakfast.
How old are your kids now?
14, 11.
Oh, my God.
Holy shit.
What happened?
What's up with the 14-year-old? Guys come around? That dating thing happening?
She wants to.
And you're like holding her back, right?
Holding her back. I'm shutting the door hard.
Oh, man.
But you're in a weird catch-22 because they want to, and it's either sneak. It's a cat meowing at the door. And you either let the cat out and then gets gang-donged, or you explain to the cat, listen, there's foxes, there's wolves, they're going to do this, and they're going to do that, and trust me when I tell you, don't go out there, and wait a while, and then, what are you going to do? Dude, wait till your kids get older. You don't think about it, and then friends, you got to size friends up. A friend comes in, I could tell by their eyeliner, just by their eyeliner and what they're wearing, I'm like, your parents are fucked up.
Yeah.
And you've been touched in naughty ways behind a dumpster. And you ain't hanging out with my kid.
You know it's like slutwear?
You know right away. Soon as the door opens, you go, nah, man, all right, this kid.
Because years ago, that's what you looked for in a girl when you were on the prowl.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's
based on experience, right?
Right.
And the reason why I returned the wallet yesterday was just to fucking breathe, by the way. It wasn't about being a good Samaritan. It gave me an excuse to go, I got to return this wallet. And then I was up at 112th. It was 112th and Broadway-ish, okay?
Yeah.
I walked 40 blocks home. Just so I could fucking breathe. And my wife goes, what'd you do? And I go, you know what? I did nothing. I just walked. It was the greatest thing ever.
Walked. I know. I know. You know what I did yesterday?
I had no agenda. I'm like, I'm just walking home.
You know what I did yesterday? I rode a bike.
Wow.
Not fag bike riding.
Right.
I didn't put on the skin tights and the helmet. I just got on my bike.
Like a guy just on the bike, yeah?
I was just doing little circles. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing in the world.
Right.
In the world.
Just breathing, man.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely, it's good, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah,
constantly trying to
certainly
save
the other
life.
side of parenthood.
I
do love it, but
and then
it's a lot of fucking work, man.
My little one, who's 8, learns from the older one, who's 14. Now the 14 has a little more muscle, not to talk back, but to just maybe deep sigh. Like, after being touched. So now the little one will go, but she doesn't have the rank to do that. So there's an instant flying off the handle if she does that. There's so many great tears and emotions.
How does a woman who becomes a mother deal with the fact that she is just turned into what amounts to a monster to these kids? Like, it's a creature that's going around the house that's to be looked at with fear and just snaps at you. Anything fun that you want to do, they are there to block it.
No,
like, how do you fucking live knowing that that's you? How the fuck?
By the way, this is the speech Anthony gave his mother.
It's you lose all consciousness just to be human and talk, because they do break you down. They break you down. There's nothing you can. You just gotta. You lose how to talk after a while, and that's another. You listen to them in the car, and you lose your fucking mind.
That just seems to me like do you remember a time where it was just like, hey, let's go out and sneak a cigarette, or like she's listening to fucking rock music, or just like, where did that person go? Where is that person?
You, as the husband, also have to take charge and take them out.
Yeah?
So they're away from that lunacy.
Oh.
A lot of guys don't. I take my wife out at least once, twice a week.
Okay, you gotta
and I
get
don't
her
care
out of
who's
there.
watching the kids. You got that's a little almost like a prison. You got to take them out of prison. We're gonna go see in the field. We're gonna go look at birds.
So you have to keep her as a wife.
Yes.
So somebody you can live with.
Yes.
Or else she's
And
just
her
that
too.
screamy person.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be with them all the time.
No.
No way. She's stuck with him all the time. Fuck. His wife's stuck with him all the time.
Oh, yeah, she's with the kids way more than me. I get to leave every day for 5 hours.
More. You walk an hour to get here. You get something to eat.
Yeah,
you got to meet up with I had to talk with Robert Kelly had a baby, and we really had to get into it. It just so happened we talked for 9 hours. It's a baby. You know, so
oh man.
He really needed he needed my help. No, he didn't.
Sometimes
you avoided.
Sometimes I go to Kenny. I go, Kenny, I'm walking home today. I'm just walking home. So that's another 20 minutes where you can breathe.
Yes,
you just need to breathe.
Hi there.
Yeah,
Who's
that's
that?
all you need.
Who's the picture chick?
Photographer.
Oh, your own photographer?
No, we don't have our own
satellite photographer.
They only come in here for the important people.
For the business.
Oh,
so you're still on.
I should charge
level.
him my salary. They just dumped me here.
Oh shit!
Yeah, what happened with that?
How'd they let you know? They called you? Or they just...
Here's what happened.
People are
mate.
saying you got fired. I don't believe that.
It's fired.
You got fired. Jim Brewer got fired from Sirius XM?
Yeah, technically, yeah. I mean, the nice term is let go, but at the end of the day, it's fired. It's right.
How much time did you have left on your contract, or were you done?
They've been renewing me the last 3 years, but we only do like 3 6-month intervals.
Oh, okay.
And then mine was ending the end of March.
Okay.
I was away in March. Now, usually John, we call him John McDermott.
Okay. Yeah, comedy, sure.
Right. He'll sit there and he'll go, hey, your thing is due here. And I'll go, oh, shoot. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I want to stay. And then all of a sudden, I didn't hear from him.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, John, and my business manager went, hey, you didn't renew the thing yet. I went, so I called to renew, and I didn't hear nothing. And then Jeremy called.
Jeremy Coleman.
Yes, Jeremy Coleman called. He's like, yes, about the renewal. Well,
that's a good Jeremy Coleman.
Well, there's been changes here, and I did.
Did you immediately know, by the way, when he was saying that? Or did you...
without a doubt.
Okay,
but it threw me. It was such a curveball. I mean, there's no warning.
Right.
No nothing. It was just no warning whatsoever. It was like two.
Wow.
It was just weird. It's like, hey, do you want to interview Billy Crystal? Sure. Listen, the renewal.
Oh yeah, didn't you do that? Right.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was very cool.
And then
like 2 weeks later,
later,
the renewal, well, there's new people here, and I'm like, I just got to the chase.
Oh man.
It's like, and the budgets. Well, I'm not gonna insult you with the money they want to offer compared to what you've been making.
I'll be like, give me a little insult. I'd like to hear it.
Did they give you what percentage of what you were making were they going to offer you?
I'd even want to hear it.
Yeah.
Because then there was a boneyard thing too. When they wanted like a boneyard.
They throw money away.
I said, what do you want for boneyard? So we'll give you $100.
Oh my God!
It's $100.
$100.
I'll just do it for
$100
free.
a week, right?
I'll just podcast it.
Right.
What do I want to do that for?
They're starting to sign people where it's costing them money to do their radio shows around here.
Yeah, I'm like, why would
when
I
you
do
start
that?
adding in the commuting costs?
$100.
I know someone else that got that same
insult,
deal
man.
recently.
Wow, that's insulting.
$100 for
like, why would
a show once a week.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's stupid.
That's stupid.
I say I don't even fucking get paid that for doing a 1992 comic strip set.
Right.
Why would I come here to go, ladies and gentlemen, please, this is Judas Priest back in the night. Get the fuck out of here.
$100.
I don't know what they're doing.
I'd rather do it for free.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it as a guest spot. Don't even pay me, insult me. At the end of the day, if I had a bet, I'd say satellite radio as which I think you guys, when I just heard your podcasting, which is really smart. When I was in Australia and I was hearing bits called all from here.
Oh, wow.
From our show?
Yes. And I was in Amsterdam and there were bits from here. That's all internet.
Yeah,
it's all internet. It's wherever they get it. That is our age is the last generation that listens to broadcast. It's over.
Yeah.
Just as we're just old farts going, you don't get it. Now, a couple of years ago with podcasting, we all still were in that boat where it went, now it has proven it works.
Yeah,
you can make money. And now, this beast is it's over.
Well, Australia's supposed to be a good market for comedians in the States, and this radio show. Apparently, a lot of the radio guys like us in Australia. Keith Robinson went down there.
They love you.
And he said that they talk about the audience.
Yes, they do. They do.
It makes me want to go there.
Well, hello, Dan.
I told you that. When I came back here, I said, you should take a trip down there. You might not ever come back.
Isn't
I'm not
that
even
cool?
kidding you.
I hear it's great.
It's phenomenal.
That's great.
What makes it so cool?
It's just, there's, let's just say it's very Upper West Side-ish.
A lot of blonde-haired people, Jim.
I could see when all my videos ended.
Yeah?
I had so much, I'm going to say, gosh, thousands of hours of video all the way up until like 7 years ago. And I was like, all right, I'm done.
What am I doing?
Did you ever watch all those videos?
Yeah, I watch them all the time.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, watch them all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a drop-off.
VHS?
I just have more and more kids.
Was it the old VHS on the shoulder?
I used to have that. I
did too. Oh, did it?
Yeah. My wedding day.
And who do you think stole that?
I know exactly who stole it. Matter of fact, I can make it a fact, Your Honor. When they opened up the trunk of my car, the only thing left was tennis rackets. Now, you and I both know who doesn't play tennis, unless they're twins or whatever they are.
when people first got the camcorders and stuff, there's the giant VHS, and they would take them on vacation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, you're trying to fucking walk around, you're sporting this.
It was heavy, too.
Heavy fucking shit, and VHS. Fucking hatches opening up and shit. Now you got to carry the tapes around with you. And,
that's right. A whole box of tapes, and then it was all blurry and gooey looking.
Oh, terrible.
I loved it. That ended in...
Just the tracking.
91, 92. That's right.
About that? Yeah.
I really did. It got stolen out of my...
It ended in 91, 92?
Somewhere around there, they were done with those cameras. And then they started going into the smaller digital tapes.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact because I had that camera, Aunt, and then my car got stolen the night of our wedding.
What?
Yes. I never told you guys this.
No, I don't think we've ever heard this one.
Let me tell you. I swear to God, my kids' lives. One last Yahoo. We go out. We have some drinks. I get banged up. My best friend drives me back to the hotel. All my stuff is in the car. The tuxedos and all the honeymoon stuff. I had that camera. I had tennis rackets. I had, I don't know, a bunch of, we're packed to go on vacation, which we had no money, so we go nowhere. And the next morning, we woke up, and I'm like, the day of the wedding, like, didn't we park right here? Like, and I really thought it rolled away.
Because anything but it's stolen, right?
Yeah.
Anything but it's stolen.
I didn't get that. There's no way it could have got stolen. I walked around the whole hotel, and then I went to the front desk, and I went, I think my car got stolen. And the guy went, you too?
Oh,
he goes, that's the sixth one. He goes, they've been coming here every weekend, and
how about you warn us?
Maybe
a warning.
Maybe you would take your shit out of the car.
We borrowed my mother-in-law. Thank God, my best man and best friend, all he took out was the tuxedos, because I said, just leave everything in there. He's like, no. God forbid, take everything out of the car. I went, no, come on, stupid. Okay, it's married tomorrow. God. And he took the tuxedos out. Thank God. And we went, but when they found the car, it was in Newark.
Where was it stolen from?
It was Union.
Okay.
Union, New Jersey, in a Holiday Inn parking lot off of like Route 22 or whatever. They stole the car. The night of my wedding, they tried to steal my best man's car, but we were all by the window, saw them start running down, and the alarm went off. Yeah, Union, New Jersey, Holiday Inn. And so they get the car. There's White Castle boxes, the clubs they went to, and they took everything out of the car except for the tennis rackets.
What the fuck are these things, motherfucker? I don't know what the fuck this shit is.
Yeah. They probably thought they were broken spoons. These ladles are no good.
They got holes in the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember those cameras.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, whatever.
You guys still went on your honeymoon, right?
Yeah. It was pathetic, too.
Where'd you go?
Try to guess. Now, first of all,
Jersey Shore.
Now, we had $200 when we got married.
Ooh, you're at $200.
Yes. And so, on a friend's credit card, I booked a place, and it's so pathetic and so funny.
You didn't go to the Catskills, did you?
Mount Airy, Long
No, we didn't even go to a sexy place.
Oh, okay.
We went to the Rocking Horse Dude Ranch in Poughkeepsie, New York.
I went there when I was in 5th grade.
There you go.
5th grade trip.
Why would you go there? I know you had no money, but okay.
Right. She liked horses, and I went, Dude Ranch. Not knowing we were only 2 retards there, like on a honeymoon. Everyone there had like 4 kids, 5 kids. It's a total family resort. And I just started thinking about this too, where we were in a cabin. There's only one section with cabins. You either stay in the hotel part or the cabin. We were in the cabin, and I think I scored a Duber. And one of my friends gave me Duber, and we went in the cabin at Duber, and all these kids are playing outside. Now that I think about it, we thought we were so private in there. We must have stunk the whole place up. And people are like, oh my God, they're smoking inside. smoking all these children. Fuck. Yeah, and then we snuck into the stables and just started, So yeah, that was our honeymoon.
Wow.
The Poughkeepsie Rocking Horse Dude Ranch.
Oh, wow.
It cost $800-something for the weekend.
Damn.
Yeah.
Back in
93. 20 years this
You've
year.
been married 20 years.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Stick that in your hiney.
Holy fuck. 20 years.
That's right.
20 years.
Think you're right in there.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah. Rocking Horse Dude Ranch where kids stay free.
All right.
There you go.
There you go.
What are some of the activities, Sam?
Kissing.
Oh, man.
Let's look at the activities. What are the activities?
There's horseback riding.
Nice.
Outdoor water sports.
Nice.
Outdoor activities. Let's see what those are.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Softball field.
So, there was a softball game. We got trashed and I played softball, and all these people playing with kids, and I'm playing like, I'm for $1 million. I want to shove everyone up. I was so annoyed people were playing with their kids. It was so
what, you like fucking just jumped on some team?
Yeah, you showed up for the game and they divide you up, but I played.
Yeah, you're serious.
It was really aggravating. They're like, oh, he's safe. Like, what are you...
Fucking blocking the plate, some little kids running in.
Bam! Fuck, smash that kid down hard. Little fat 12-year-old punk.
Sliding with his spikes up.
Oh, stupid, dumb running mistake, retard. Right. I let him know in front of his family how dumb that was.
I can't believe you went here for your fucking honeymoon.
Of course you can believe it.
How long were you there?
We've heard the stories over the years.
What?
How long were you there?
3 nights. That's all I could afford at the
Did you
time.
play on the Fort Tiny playground?
We did. We hung out there. We were all lit up.
Stoned would be like, that makes it a little better because you're just like, dude, look, we're in a playground.
I can't believe we were. It was nothing more embarrassing than us sitting down at the table. You don't get your own table. You got to sit down with like 8 to 10 other families.
Yeah.
And they're like, so who you here with? Like, we're here on a honeymoon. And it would be complete silence.
You know what?
What made you come here? She likes horses. I got dangling across the earring. Right. Show.
Jesus.
Did you do the hula hooping
concert?
Oh my
That
God.
looks awful.
Scavenger hunt. See, you on a
Scavenger hunting.
Is that
We
a
lived it up
show?
on our honeymoon.
Are there any little
A
shows?
tug of war?
The tug of war. You know, I won that one.
With the pants.
No, it's not with the pants.
Oh, there's game show activities. I guess this is a game show activity. One of them,
Nice.
who wants to be a buccaneer?
Ooh.
And I remember there was a magician playing that at night.
Oh, God.
We watched a magician.
This sounds like the worst fucking place.
What a lousy honeymoon.
Wow.
That's lousy.
But you
Jim.
know what? 20 years later, and they're still together. They're probably people that spent
That's
fucking
right.
all kinds of money, went
That's
to
right.
Hawaii and all
That's
this
right.
shit, that are gone, long divorced.
Done.
You're still, the important thing
Warrior.
there. You're still together.
Thank you,
You
Anthony.
kept it real.
Yeah.
Take your guns. I think you're allowed to have them.
Thank you, Jim.
How about some of the entertainment?
At least it wasn't a bed and breakfast.
I
love
don't
your
want a bed and breakfast.
I love your bed and breakfast stories.
Yeah.
I don't like bed and
What was it in
breakfast.
Denver?
Yeah, close. It was.
No, the one where the
it was either Montana or
The
Colorado.
pseudo-gay guy?
Yes. It was what's his name? It was Doug Henning. It was the Doug Henning looking guy, and he said he was the drummer for Journey.
Wow,
That's
really?
what he said. He goes, "Well, I play drums for Journey."
And I was giving you a massage at a bed and
a
breakfast?
naked one. It was horrifying.
Remember this story?
Yes,
It's one of my
he was
favorites.
naked.
Bizarre.
I never had a massage before, so he really was pushing the massage. And so,
At a bed and breakfast.
dude, not only that, it started off in a hot tub, and I just remember him and his wife were supposed to meet us in the hot tub, and just he came out.
Oh, that's
Doug
sick.
Henning came out. Doug Henning gets in with my wife and I saw her she gave me that look like, what's going on? And she went, I'm very uncomfortable with you rubbing my leg. Jim likes his legs rubbed. And went, what are you talking about? So he started
The guy was rubbing her legs?
Yeah, and then he started massaging my legs in the hot tub.
What the? He didn't take that as a hint to get the fuck out?
No, dude, this is how stupid I am. I can easily be raped one day. I know I can. I almost was. without even knowing
you don't
it's
want to make a
happening.
scene.
Yes, just because I don't want to. That's so stupid.
So you're allowing Doug Henning to rub your legs.
So Doug Henning brings me up to his bedroom.
I'd be like, what are you
From
doing?
the hot tub?
The next day, he talks me into this, and I go, all right, D, I'll go first.
Did he hold your hand as you walked
I go
up
in
to his
there,
bedroom?
and it's next to his bed. The massage table's next to his bed, and he goes, I had my underwear. He goes, normally people take their clothes off. So I take the clothes off, and I'm just laying there. There's no sheet over me.
Oh, my
just
God.
Naked, raw meat, and he starts getting a little too much in between the legs.
Yeah, hitting
and,
the balls with the finger.
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
And then
It's
when
a good massage, Jim.
Yeah, when I had to turn over,
Oh, no.
I was
Come on.
like,
you have a rod?
How hard were you?
I called it quits.
Oh, now you drew the line.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not comfortable with this side. And then went downstairs and like, you're not going to like that. And then we left and we went and we stayed in a park until nighttime. We sat there, we parked next to a creek until nighttime. We came back in the house, slept, and the next day we checked out. But I clearly could have been.
Why didn't you check out that day and just go to a hotel?
We were stuck. I didn't know where we were. In the middle of nowhere. We were in like Montana, the Grand Tetons we're at. We're in the middle of nowhere.
Wow. Shit.
It was horrible.
That guy was fucking.
He was so close to getting in my bunghole.
Yeah.
It's a lot of action.
What a trooper you are, though.
you
After a little asshole tickling, you still turned over for a minute. Jim's a good egg.
If you would have just like perched your ass up a little
Seriously,
bit,
we
he'd
would have had a
fucking-
situation.
He'd have slid a digit in there.
Yeah.
He definitely was suspect. I just remember.
Suspect?
You think?
Jeez, wow, Columbo.
What tipped you off?
Did he rubbing your legs in a hot tub?
Naked.
Everyone was naked in the hot tub?
That was the weird part.
She called him out, though. Good for her.
It's a great story.
Yes.
Good for her.
And you're weird. Like, do I punch him out? Is he really just trying to sell a massage? Is he trying to get a menage a trois? Like, what's going on?
Like, I would have thought you'd have said something like, dude, what are you doing, man?
I should have.
Yeah.
It could
Because
have
that isn't even, like,
I think
that isn't
if I
combative. It's kind of like, what are you doing?
I might, and that's probably where marijuana can hurt you.
Everything's cool.
Right.
That's all cool.
Yeah. Right.
And this guy's just doing his own thing. And, who am I to fucking judge? And fuck that.
Now it makes sense.
That
makes sense.
When if I had a drink or two, he would have been missing teeth.
Yeah.
He would have been missing teeth.
Hey, faggot.
Standing up with my wet nuts. What's your problem, Doug Faggot Henning? Hey, you want to see a magic trick? Hey, your teeth are about to disappear. Bang! Hey, here's my wiener. You want to play hide the baloney? Huh? You want a massage? Guess what? Let's watch your eyes pop open while I bung you from behold, Doug. How's that? How's that for a magic trick? It's an illusion. It's an illusion that I'm bunging you from behind, Doug.
We forgot for a moment that Brewer used to smoke pot. And it makes complete sense now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, where you're just like, hey.
I was totally into the one-hitter, so yeah, I was like, yeah, he's cool, man. He's just feeling my wife up.
These are my hang-ups.
Do out here in Montana.
These are my hang-ups, man. I don't need to put them on him. He's the cool guy. He's the guy that's got it together. I'm fucked up
He
here.
obviously knows what's going on here.
There's no reason for rage against Doug.
Fuck that! Punch him in the face.
Right. I should have.
Fucking
When
guy.
did you realize that you checked in, and when did you get the first creepy vibe from Doug?
Right off the bat.
Right
off the bat.
Wow, yeah, huh?
I didn't like him from the beginning.
Yeah.
What did he do that made you not like him? Just his vibe, or
He, you know what?
First of all, looking like Doug Henning is probably a little
right off the bat,
creepy.
the looking like Doug Henning, and they were a little too hippie / earthy for me.
Oh,
Like,
he had a girl with him.
He did have a girl, but even she was a little suspect. A lot of granola before granola was in.
Uh-huh.
And so it was like, when people shake your hand, you do the limp thing, it really bothers me. It really, like, dude, shake my hand.
Oh, that kind
You think he would have popped your cock in his mouth, though, if you would have let him?
I think I would have had a situation. I think he would have let me dirty his hair.
He would have eaten your ass on that table.
Oh, God. Jesus,
damn. Yeah.
Oh, man. God only knows what shenanigans happens in that house.
Oh, yeah.
You said shenanigans this morning. I almost pulled over. I started laughing so hard.
Oh, when he gets the right combination of people in there, dude.
You're the first one to say no. He probably couldn't believe he was going to no.
You're right.
You're the first one that actually went for the naked massage.
Yeah.
That didn't end up with fucking cum in his mouth.
Massage?
He let it go.
Oh, that guy was counting his fucking chickens that day.
Oh, God,
I got a naked massage. Got fucking, I'm
bet he
in.
was jerking off while he massaged you. Like, you'd probably feel like if you look back this time, he was just rubbing you with one hand. He was probably plumping his dick up with the other.
Putting that chlorinated smelling lotion on your back. Yeah. Rub it in deep. It's a deep tissue massage.
I bet he stood close to the table to get his rod against your knuckles.
Here comes my hot stove. First I dip it in the hot lava, and then I rub it on your back. Yeah, you like that massage?
He definitely has a history. That's great.
Yeah, you don't need any sheets.
Did you guys talk about it afterwards?
Oh, God, no.
No?
You and D? No, there was no more. Oh, me and D?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes. She came down like, D, you're not going to like that. She says... She always questions me if something happened because I never talked. I just went down. She's like, what happened? I'm like, you're not doing it. Yeah.
Holy fuck, that's great, man.
I'm telling you, we got in a car and we drove to a creek that was close by, and we just stayed in the car until it got dark.
Now, what was the conversation like there? Were you just like, because you had to
silence.
A lot of silence.
What are we doing?
Really?
Yeah, let's look
just
for
trying to figure it out.
Stuff.
Wow.
It was really weird and creepy.
No shit.
Then I was a little worried at nighttime. We were the only ones staying at the bed and breakfast.
Was there a lock on your door?
There was, but still.
Yeah. You could have the key.
Well, that's true.
It's his house.
Right. You could get in.
But I knew I could physically take him. But
yeah,
then
you never know if he has a weapon.
That's right. He could have been an assault weapon.
An assault, he did.
Good old laws going on here.
He could.
That's right.
Fuck, man.
Double guns, motherfucker.
Chip's guided tour through the O&A archives continues, with more unforgettable O&A appearances by the world's top comics coming up.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This is a very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. The most memorable O&A appearances from the top names in comedy. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hey, this is Rob Delaney. What are you going to do, take his wallet? God, take a second, pieces of shit. We talk about his career and a board game called War of Words. A board game? Well, why is the game board? Fuck, I'm on fire.
Rob Delaney coming into the studio.
Yeah.
Voted pretty much the king of Twitter.
Twitter king?
You're the Twitter king, Rob.
Yeah.
Voted the king of Twitter, Rob Delaney.
Take a seat.
Hey, pals.
Up on the, how you doing, man?
All right.
Playing Caroline's? I assume that because Greg Charles is with you.
Yeah. Yes.
Every time we see Greg Charles.
The wonderful Greg Charles.
Yeah, you know what? He really takes care of us, so I should shut my mouth.
But you just see, Greg never moves. He does smell good.
Yeah.
But you never see him. He's just always kind of like lurking like a lawn jockey. You'll walk into the lobby and there's Greg Charles. Someone's here.
Drinking something.
Yeah, drinking
some
beverage.
Who are you kidding? Right.
What a creep. Have you done the gig before or no?
Never. I've never been in the building.
Caroline's?
So I'm excited to do it.
You've never done Caroline's?
I never have, yeah.
Wow.
I don't know why. You know, there's some places you just don't do it, and then you do them.
Yes.
Is this your first New York trip or no?
No.
Okay.
Wait, where are you from originally?
I grew up in Boston, but I went to NYU, but I've lived in LA for the last 12 years.
Oh, shit. Okay.
What'd you major in?
Musical theater.
Can you sing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know about necessarily. But, I really did. And I know people hear that now and they're like, for real? And I just did. That's what I studied, except my senior year, I started going to see comedy and I was like, I don't want to do musical theater anymore. But then I started to get jobs in musical theater. But then I was in a big car accident. And when I got out of that, I was like, I'm just going to do comedy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How bad was the car accident?
Real bad. I drove into a building. I drove into the Department of Water and Power in L.A. Very fast.
Probably a stout building.
Yeah,
that sounds like,
building.
It's not like the Little Pigs little stick house or anything.
Pop-up Quonset hut. It was an actual stone built mortar. And so I drove into it. And
why?
I was drunk. I don't remember doing it. I was in a blackout, and I got sober right after that. I had been trying to quit drinking for years, and then I did that, and I was like, I'm gonna get sober. And then after I got out of jail and hospital and wheelchair, I was like, I'm gonna do.
Wait, jail, hospital, wheelchair.
Then I
what were the
decided
injuries?
I broke both my arms pretty badly, and my legs. They weren't broken, but they were in like these leg thing. I couldn't bend my knees because they did surgery on them as well, and so I was a mess. I was in jail in a wheelchair covered in blood. My penis and testicles would expose themselves periodically in jail when I slid out of my wheelchair.
Boy.
And but then once I got better, I said, oh wow, I'm alive, because it was sort of a surprise. Then I decided to start doing stand up.
How long were you in jail for?
Not long at all. Not even 24 hours. Because they were like, then I had a court date, and the judge said, how was jail? Do you like it? And I said, I didn't care for it. He said, because you have to go back, or you can go to a halfway house and rehab and all that stuff. And I said, I'll do that. So for 4.5 months, that's where I lived, per the state of California's orders. And it was great. I actually enjoyed it a lot.
How long ago is this now?
11 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's a ways back.
Did you have fun at least the night you were
I did. I totally did.
As long as you got that to
I remember the night, too. I remember there was a girl named Juna at this party. Like, that's a fun name. And, and I was like, I like you. and then she was like, well, just go stand in that corner. And I was like, okay. And I remember I had a big glide, like a solo cup, like having a keg party. And we drank all the beer. Then I drank all the wine. And then I took a bottle of bourbon and a bottle of vodka, and I just poured it up to the top. Which, if you don't drink, I'll just tell you, that's not actually a drink. That's not a cocktail. And I drank that all the way down. And then I remember halfway through my second one, my brain just turned off.
Yeah.
But my body didn't. My body was like, no, we should still party. And
that's bad.
Anyway, that was all a long time ago, and I'm glad that it happened, because it led to me being here with you guys today.
Yeah, we're just getting to know you.
One blackout story is amazing.
One other question: did they ever tell you how fast they think you were going when you hit the building?
You know, I have a pretty detailed police report that I'll pull out whenever I move or whatever, and I'll find it. I don't think I was going ridiculously fast, honestly. But you know what? I do know I took out 3 parking meters and 2 trees on the way into the building. So it had to be. So it wasn't like first gear.
He was fucking 30,000 pounds of bananas by Harry Chapin. You ever hear that song when he describes a wreck?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a fucking great blackout story, man. People wake up, they have no idea what the fuck happened to them.
The worst. Just the worst.
And broken arms. Ugh.
And you always knew you wanted to do stand-up.
Yeah, well, I always loved comedy as a kid, and we'd listen to Cosby albums on road trips with my family and stuff, but it was my senior year in college when I started to attend comedy and be around comedians and feel them and smell them and feel the contours of their body. Then I knew that I was like, I gotta do this. This is it. Because acting is fine, but you're saying things that other people wrote, and then once you produce laughter out of other people's bodies with things that you thought up, that's it forever. I mean, that's it. Until you die, whether it's next week or in 100 years.
Right.
So musical theater, like Nathan Lane. I was just thinking today, like Nathan Lane. It's really hard to make a living, it seems, or be a star purely from doing that. He's one of the only guys that seems to be like a national name who just makes his life.
Fucking Ferris Bueller's doing a pretty good job too.
Yeah.
He's just out
Broderick,
there.
Yeah.
He's just out there doing a lot of
song and dance.
Yes, song and dance.
Yeah. But he was a movie star first, though. Like I mean, didn't he?
As a kid,
Yeah, we knew him already from Glory and.
Yeah. Incredible. It's fun. On the plane here yesterday, I watched Hugh Jackman was on Inside the Actors Studio, and it was like 50%. I was like, shut your fucking mouth. Like the most annoying. Like if you can imagine like a 17-year-old girl being like, I'm nuts about musicals. Like that. He was 50% that, but then 50% like so inspiring that I was like almost crying on the plane. Like every other thing he'd say, I'd be like, you just fucking should get hit by a car. And then the other time I'd be like, I love you, Hugh. Like it was the weirdest dichotomy. I've never felt that way about a person. I must be love. I think I'm in love with Hugh Jackman.
He is one of those people, too, that's just like two different people. I hadn't known him from anything before, X-Men and Wolverine.
Other than a similar lifestyle.
So you see that, and it was like, fuck, this guy is badass.
Yeah.
And then it's like, here he is at the Tonys.
Yeah.
And I'm looking going, hey, who the fuck is that? Get out of here. Come on.
Same guy, crazy.
He's like skinny, and he's, hey, guy, very questionable on the sexuality portion of it when I saw that.
Well, I think he's probably just sexually more evolved than anybody. He's like, I'll fuck it, and I'll fuck it good, whatever it is. I don't care. It's probably, and I'll do it well.
A true renaissance.
So I salute him.
Yes.
It leads us to the board game.
Yeah.
What? Is that what you're promoting besides the stand-up gig at Caroline's?
Yeah.
Good for you.
And I know it's insane, but a few months ago, a board game company approached me, because I write a lot of jokes on Twitter, and I've written like 15,000 of them by now. And
you're great on Twitter.
Thank you very much.
Has to be said publicly.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you're one of the good ones, man.
I have a sickness where if I'm not on stage, I have to be like jerking off onto my phone screen trying to make people laugh. And so or writing jokes on it. And the board game company approached me and said, hey, could we make a game out of your tweets? And I was like, I've never said yes faster, because if you think about, like, obviously we all love comedy, but like if you're like playing game night and stuff, like you can like throw up from laughing if you're playing like with your relative. I mean, you get in a fist fight, like it's such an awesome experience. So the idea that any of my jokes could be even peripherally involved with like something like that, I said I was so excited. Yeah.
What is I briefly took the board out before.
But you gotta explain the board.
There was a picture of you in your Twitter photo.
Yeah. An upsetting
which is
image.
The green, the fucking awful green bathing suit.
Yeah.
Which highlights Rob's cock.
But you can tell that I'm circumcised, which is such a bummer. I have two sons, and we didn't circumcise them, and I see their cute little penises when I change their diapers, and I envy them.
I feel the same way, man.
Yeah, my parents cut off half my dick and threw it in the garbage. I want it back.
I'm kind of annoyed that I'm clipped.
Yeah, you'd probably be pissed then if you what. Because the foreskin's always greener. Probably thinking if you weren't circumcised, you'd be like,
but it's supposed to be better as long as you keep it clean and shit. It's supposed to be fucking better. Like, I hate the fact that the head of my cock is all exposed. I would love to have a nice sheath covering it.
Really? You're not going into battle with it.
No, I know, but you've seen the way I've used it.
Then we could dock and everything.
It's very hard to dock.
So the reason I asked this, and I wanted to wait till you were here, is because I took it out. It's called War of Words.
Yep.
But there's these weird little...
Okay, those are the game pieces.
Oh, they are? Okay.
And since we're on radio, I'll say with the game pieces, we've got a van that says SS Butt Toucher on it. We've got a nice wizard hat, a ham sandwich, a cup of coffee, and an alarm clock that says it's 4:20 with a marijuana leaf and a big red circle with a slash around.
Now, do they consult you on this, or do they just...
Yeah, those were my choices, in fact, those game pieces. Yeah.
Oh. So they said you leave a part of it.
Yeah. So I was involved. Like, I would do test plays and stuff. I mean, all the jokes in it are mine, but the scaffolding or the skeleton of it was designed by people who actually know how to make games, not by an idiot like me. But yeah, basically, you just roll a dice, and depending on what you roll, it decides if you're going to like have to finish a joke of mine, if you're going to have to try to one-up it or tag it or whatever, and things like that. So, and there's a subjective element where the people watching or playing with you can be like, yeah, no, Rick's was better. Even if it wasn't, you can just be like, fuck you, I prefer Rick. So that's what the good stuff. So if you're playing with your mom or whatever, she might wind up slapping you because you picked your Aunt Susie instead of her.
And
to me, that's a game. Yeah, and then you punch your mom. And any game where you're not punching your mom is a shitty game. That's why, like, have you ever heard of Candyland? You haven't, right? That's because you don't punch your mom when you play. That's an old classic.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Shoots and ladders.
I love Shoots and Ladders. Oh, drat.
Poop Shoots and Ladders.
We got
it. Yep. Maybe.
Parcheesi. Who hasn't called their grandmother a cunt over a game of Parcheesi?
I wish I could say I hadn't.
So, okay, there's three different colors. Okay, so people will land on a joke and then have to finish it?
Yeah, and then the cool part is there's just a fat deck of my cards, which you could even just take into the toilet and read, there's 3 jokes per page, and, or I guess card. A card is like a tiny page.
Yes, it is. That's wow. That's a lot of jokes.
Yeah, there's a lot of jokes.
A lot of
in there.
goddamn
Cool,
jokes.
man. Fuck.
Yeah.
A board game.
And very
It's
basic.
bananas. Somebody sent me on Twitter. They were like, somebody was like, I've been trying. They were like, first of all, fuck you for making a board game. And I said, you're correct. Fuck me. Why did I do that? And then they said the only other comedian I could find who did that was Rodney Dangerfield. And so, that'll work. That's
You're in
fine
good
with
company.
Me. Yeah.
What was his board game?
Was it like
I was
don't get no respect?
Yeah, no respect.
Sure, it's called Get No Respect.
Yeah.
By Milton Bradley.
Milton Bradley, play the Rodney Dangerfield game.
See if you can get respect from your boss.
Right,
Your wife.
exactly.
I landed on Dr. Vinny Bombard.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Is there a commercial for it?
And of course it's called No Respect.
No respect.
Yeah.
It had to be no respect.
His album, he had a double album, which was very funny.
Find
It
the
was
commercial.
called No Respect and Son of No Respect with the two records on it. It was like a double.
Masterpieces.
Really?
It's hilarious.
Fucking masterpieces.
Our claim to fame, we got Rodney high.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yep.
back at NEW.
Back at WNEW.
Oh, right.
A guy that
That's
works here for
amazing.
another radio show, Stinky, would bring our guests into the stairwell, and Rodney partook that day. Yes.
His albums you can just listen to right now in 2013, and it would just lacerate anything else. Just so amazing.
We went and saw him. He performed at Avery Fisher Hall, and what did we have in 2001 or something?
Somewhere around there.
And me and Florentine went just to be in the same room with him, like because he was at that point. Remember, he was like, it was hard to understand him because he had he smoked a lot of dope.
He was starting to slow down.
Yeah, he was starting to slow down, but fucking just seeing him in that room and watching him, you're like, it's Rodney.
I heard a
You
story.
should have him on again.
I heard a story. His wife started feeding him the jokes.
Oh, through his earpiece? Yeah.
Through an earpiece, and he was still killing it. Because he was at a point where he wasn't remembering his shit anymore. So she would read him off stage, and he would fucking perform them.
Yeah, I heard that too, that he would walk in the pool in Vegas and just do his act back and forth in the pool. Like, I guess at that age, his mind was just going. You know?
Right.
In his 80s, smoke pot every day.
He had a great run.
My wife and
Rodney
I
had a
saw
great run.
Cosby recently live. Amazing.
Where'd you see him?
Still amazing, huh?
Yeah, he was. He was. He wasn't like a samurai sword anymore, but he's still very, very good. He did 2 hours. In those 2 hours, he did 6 jokes. I'm not joking. They were each about 20 minutes in length. Wow. And what he does is he just tells an amazing, ridiculously detail-rich story. Right. And at the end, he just grabs your neck and fucking snaps it as he ties it all together in a way that nobody before or since fucking ever did. Just amazing.
He made me listen to him talk about skiing for 40 minutes. That was one of his bits when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Just about skiing. With a million fucking jokes in there.
Just unbelievable.
Great storyteller.
I saw him with my ex, actually, in Atlantic City, and we watched him, and he opened up with the story he opened with was doing okay. You could tell it was new. Like, this is a comic, he was feeling it out, opened with it, and then it was going well. He was having like a 6, but then he just went into the next one and started murdering and you're like, oh, he can get a laugh whenever he really wants to. Like, whenever he's not getting a laugh, it's because he's probably experimenting with something, but when he wants a laugh and goes, okay, it's time now to turn it up, it was fucking effortless.
You know what I was struck by in this show that we just very recently saw was he wore sweatpants, the grossest sandals over socks, and like a graphic T-shirt tucked in, and he just goes out and like clips the mic on his shirt and sits down like your slobbiest grandfather, like your grandfather's friend who'd come over and you'd be like, "Fuck, why is he here?" And then just killed everybody. It was amazing.
That's right. He walks out and just clips on his mic. Isn't there no intro or something? He just walks on stage.
Just walks right out.
Just walks right out.
Yeah.
But we got to meet him afterwards. We got to, did you talk to him?
I was fortunate to be able to do that, yeah.
He fucking receives people. I met him briefly, got a photo with him, so I'm like, can I get him to sign it? I didn't think he'd invite, he didn't remember me, but they brought us back and he just sat me and my girlfriend in his dressing room and talked to us for about 20 minutes. And then other people were coming in, and because I was a comic, he's like, "Oh no, stay." Like he seemed like he wanted somebody else there because he had to talk to these fucking business people.
Oh God!
But it was weird.
That's cool.
He listens, like he asks you questions.
Yeah. He asked my wife. He knew my wife grew up in North Carolina. He knew way more about North Carolina than she did. He just was. It was amazing. Yeah, he cared and listened, and it made me realize. And you know what he said to me? He goes, he's like, well, he's like, you got a very beautiful wife here. He goes, just make sure you keep her the higher priority over your comedy, and then you'll be better at comedy. He's like, you have her be priority number 1 and your kids, and then way off in the distance, you can barely see it, is your comedy career. And I was like, okay. And I sort of laughed laughed a little bit. He goes, "Don't laugh." And
shit!
And he was like, he made me say it out loud that I would keep my family above my comedy carer, and it was kind of like I was kind of like chills. Yeah. And then now my wife lives with him, which.
Yeah, that's the main. I think that's why he's a great comic, because he listens well. Like he observes everything, and that's why he tells a story well, because he fucking is a sponge. Like he just soaks in information, and you have no idea when he's going to use it. He's probably on stage now talking about me.
No doubt.
But he was a terrible comic. Awful Cosby impression.
I like the fact that your game doesn't have batteries or a pop-o-matic or anything. That's
it is
basic.
in that sense. And if you like Trivial Pursuit, you'll notice the box is kind of the same shape.
Yeah, a little square thing.
Big, thick square.
Yeah.
It's not your traditional Monopoly long box.
More cubal.
Has it sold?
It has started to. It's exclusively through Amazon right now, and I'm told that what they do is they figure out all their weird algorithms and stuff, and then like a few weeks after it's out, which it just came out, then they'll start to sell it. So
you plug it on Twitter and.
Yeah, and frankly, I hope people buy it, but if they don't, I still got a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wasn't like, I hope I make money on a board game. I'm not a crazy person. I was just like, it's an honor to have it. I hope people play it, and people write me and say that they are playing it. So good, great.
It is pretty cool to have a game.
Yeah.
Name on it.
Are you the only one on Twitter that doesn't have haters?
Oh, I have so many haters. So many visceral. I mean, hatred that could power a city. It's amazing. Now, most people, and more than 50% of people are nice, kind, funny.
Exactly.
Like I'll do a joke and they'll write something back to me that's like 10 times funnier. So I feel good about humanity generally because of Twitter, but still because of the number of followers that I have, the number of people who hate me and want me to die are very high and big, and it's a robust organization.
Boy, and they just
what is the problem they have?
Claw your eyes out.
But what is the problem they have with you? Why?
Oh, last night somebody wrote me. And they said, "What would you do if you were doing an open mic and every comic before you was a misogynist?" And I wrote back, I was like, I would get up and I would take a deep breath from on stage and I would lacerate them in a fun and funny way, and because that'd be a shitty, boring show, And then I just talked about how I think I think women are filthy and dynamic, just like men. And I think if something isn't funny, if it's funny to a group of men and it's not funny to a group of women, it's probably not as funny as it could be. It's like egalitarian. You want to be like Pryor or Carlin would be fucking outrageous, and women would be like, yay! Yeah. And so I think, so I wrote that, and then people wrote me back and were like, fucking faggot, and I'd be like, they've gotta be kidding. And then I'd look and they totally weren't.
No,
and
I'm
like, how dare you, and just ridiculous. God. So, but the thing is you can find, we live in an amazing world, and the internet allows you to connect to all these people. You can focus on the scumbags, of which there are myriad, or you can focus on the good people. I try to do that more, because there will always be garbage people, but fuck them. They can choke to death.
I think it's a pretty accurate depiction of society. Yeah. You look at the numbers and think like, I bet there's that many scumbags per good person out there.
And how many followers you got now?
Like 850,000.
Heading toward a mill.
859.
You're about to,
It's a funny account too, man. Like, it really is rare that I read Twitter and laugh out loud. But there's been a few things you've written that I was like fucking. Like I just laughed, and I don't laugh out loud at tweets ever. But
thank you.
Man.
And your avatar is just famous now.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
It's just famous. You can't change that one.
Well,
that damn avatar pops up everywhere.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of guys will write me and be like, "Hey, I want to follow you, but I ain't looking at that fucking picture." And I'll be like, then you'll never follow me. I mean, the more people hate it, the harder I affix it to my profile.
I never understood that too. I ain't fucking there'd be a funny video you want to put a link to from YouTube or something like that, and there might be something, maybe a little homoerotic at the beginning of it. But the payoff is there. It's something, and it's like, dude, I made it through 2 seconds of that. I can watch that fucking homo shit.
Wow.
And you're like,
I don't have mirrors in my own bathroom. I don't want to see my own penis.
It's like you're missing out on something that has nothing to do with you being a faggot. Don't worry. Oh boy, don't worry.
Doesn't that seem exhausting?
It does
to
seem
live that
exhausting.
way.
Yeah. I do it with black people though. So we all have our crosses to burn. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much, brother. Really, really funny.
And Rob Delaney on Twitter, of course.
Yes.
Thanks, gentlemen.
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel. Now, more legendary O&A appearances from our favorite stand-up comics. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues.
Yay! This is a boy I used to babysit in Australia. He don't like bananas because I used to paint my penis yellow, stick it in his mouth and bottom. It's Jim Jefferies. He was promoting his show legit. I don't like it. It's a bunch of smut. He was talking about President Lincoln in the Bible and bowling. Yeah, I used to take him bowling when he was a boy, and I'd clean his fingers with my mouth if they were in the bowling ball. Little playmates mistaking pinball for drugs and women who think they're outraged. Jim Jefferies is a good boy. He doesn't like a banana when you rub it on his cheeks and lips.
Jim Jefferies. Jim Jefferies. Hello. Take a seat. We're talking about our President Buchanan, who apparently might have been gay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got on this. Ant goes, will we ever have a gay president? I said, there's rumors that we already had one, and his name is James Buchanan.
Of course, you'll have a gay one eventually.
Eventually,
but what I'm saying
Hillary
we might
will get in, right?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot. Yeah, you know what? It's funny, but I think we'd have a lesbian president before we have a gay man president.
An openly gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a lesbian.
Flamboyant.
Well, Buchanan lived with an ex-vice president, and who was called Nancy?
The vice president that he lived with, the former vice president that he lived with.
Yeah, the guy he lived with. As he was president, was he living with this guy?
Before he was president. William Rufus King.
You had to toss him to the curb before he went to fucking 1600s.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gay.
Yeah. And they called him Nancy. Not James
Miss
Buchanan.
Nancy.
Miss Nancy. Oh, you mean Miss Nancy over there?
Right.
And weren't there letters that popped up or something?
Yeah.
The Cheever letters.
There was a song.
Found them in the burnt out cabin.
2 C's with a fucking O and a K.
And now people trying to back up E-Rock. There are rumors that Lincoln was gay. And then this guy writes, pull up Pierce. He looked gay.
See, this is
the gay. Look, the gay face. The gay
face.
This
is the thing with Lincoln is that they have like we all just fucking wank over Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like he can't do anything wrong. But they go, that's the best depiction of Lincoln ever. Fucking who knows that?
Yeah, no one knows.
Sure. He's doing the depiction of the guy at the fucking Gettysburg Museum who does the animatronic.
Right, in the Hall of Presidents.
7 years ago.
A machine did it at Disney years before Daniel Day-Lewis.
He's doing that cunt, right? Yeah. But we don't know, in the same way we don't know what dinosaurs sound like.
Yeah, right.
We just assume because they're big fucking lizards, they go, rah, but we don't know.
They probably didn't even make a sound.
They might sound like sheep.
Right. Yeah.
Cats. Yeah, exactly. That might have been their fucking sound.
That would look silly.
And for all intents and purposes, Lincoln we just think sounds like that because he was old looking with a shitty beard.
Yeah.
And he might have sounded like Andy Dick or anything.
Well, he had a high voice, right?
Sound like a poofta.
They finally figured out his voice was a little higher than we thought. So
yeah.
A lot of people pissed off at E-Rock. We got to go to Bonnie in D.C. really fast. Bonnie, go ahead.
Hey, I just want E-Rock to defend himself because everybody knows Lincoln was gay. I just watched a History Channel program reading letters that he wrote about how he'd always loved this other dude.
Oh, they spoke differently in their letters back then.
Yeah.
Ah, my dearest Bartholomew, your ass cheeks are lovely this time of year.
I miss the smell of your taint. I misinterpret that.
You're bald on a warm summer day.
Anyone who can fuck Sally Field for that long.
Where are these letters, Bonnie? Where are these letters?
Yeah, what letters?
I'm telling you, I watched the History Channel program. It wasn't even 2 weeks ago, and they were reading the letters out loud, and they said...
All right, let's find the letters.
I fear my orgasms have left me a cripple.
The History Channel has the Bible now as history.
Yeah.
They're letting anything through the History Channel. They're fucking, like, porn dealers and storage wars. The History Channel's really dropped the ball.
I know, right?
It used to all be Hitler.
Just Hitler.
They
ran out of Hitler stuff.
The Hitler Channel.
And then they just went, fuck Hitler.
Yeah.
Let's go for warehouses with stuff and a guy bidding on it.
I like the old days. Hitler and his Nazi menace sweeping across Europe.
They show him, like, tussling the hair of a young German boy.
Yes. And now it's fucking, how much can we rip you off for a fucking baseball card that's worth $20,000?
Yes. E-Rock, you going to defend yourself or what?
The baseball card's old, so that's why it's history.
Right.
But the Bible thing is, I started watching the Bible on the plane coming over here.
Yeah.
Because I thought comedy purposes, right?
Sure.
I want the Bible to start with, like, just black, and then, like...
Oh, you want the whole fucking...
I want a finger. It fucking leaps forward to Noah's Ark in the first episode.
It did, huh?
And Noah just telling his family about the beginning.
Oh, really?
It's like Noah sitting on the boat going... and then he made the animals, and then he made some light, and here we are.
Oh. So there's a lot of hearsay.
Yeah.
By this Noah guy.
Second, third party fucking testimony.
And it gets onto the History Channel.
And this one begat that one, and that one begat that one, and begot.
They always leave out those movies, because I grew up watching Cecil B. DeMille movies.
Oh, yeah, epics.
But they always leave out it's like Abraham, the guy who went to the top of the mountain, and God said, you got to kill your son, and then God was like, kidding. You know that one?
Yeah.
But because you're going to kill your son, you're all right by me. And he's like, God, cut it out. You're killing me. Why would you do that? I was about to kill him. You fucking crazy bastard. Right?
But he's like, you were going to do it, weren't you?
Yeah, because I really love you. I really, really love you. I was going to kill my son with no fucking issue.
Yeah.
And then the next bit of the Bible is, and then Abraham went home and fucked his sister. And that bit's just never depicted in the movies, where he had a celebratory fuck of his sister.
Wow.
Where he went, fuck my sister.
It's like, I don't have to kill my kid, I'm going to fuck my sister.
It's a natural response.
Right. It's, anybody would do that. Wow, I never realized that.
Well, we got two things.
I might have made that up.
Well, we got two things.
Sure I read that.
We got two things going on though. Oh, okay. Everyone wants to talk about Lincoln. They said he shared a bed with a young boy soldier for years.
Oh, boy toy.
Do you have any info yet, Sam?
Yeah.
Because E-Rock's not defending himself.
In 19th century America, people need to understand that men commonly bunked with other men.
In the same bed?
Well, for example, when lawyers and judges traveled the circuit with Lincoln, the lawyers often slept 2 in a bed and 8 in a room.
Right.
Don't judge.
No, don't judge.
William H. Herndon recalled...
Why? Why wouldn't you just take the floor at that point?
Well,
was it that cold back then?
Please, freezing cold, and then the rats on the floor. Yeah. You got to sleep with another man. And you got to put your dick in his ass, too, to keep it warm.
Just to fucking forget the fact you're being eaten by bed bugs.
Exactly.
If you're getting your ass fucked, you're going, ow, ow, and you forget that you're being chewed alive.
They just freed the slaves for the extra space. There wasn't anything. They didn't like black people. It was just that they were taking up too much space in the bed.
But who was the first guy who went, all right, this is fucked up. I'm not sleeping with a dude anymore.
His name would have been Gary. I don't know why.
What else, Sam?
Well, a tabulation of historical sources shows
horses.
Lincoln slept in the same bed as at least 11 boys and men during his youth and adulthood. There are no known instances in which Lincoln tried to suppress knowledge or discussion of such arrangements.
And we vilify Michael Jackson. He didn't do nothing. He was just Lincoln-esque.
Oh, Lincoln, fucking Jesus Christ.
Lincoln met Joshua Fry Speed. I don't know if you guys know that.
Yes.
In 1837. They lived together for 4 years.
Roomies.
During which time they occupied the same bed during the night.
They were the Bert and Ernie of the Civil War.
Yes. I think it's just
4 years sharing a bed with another dude.
They're roommates.
Yeah, sure. In the same bed, no.
Lincoln's big feet.
Yeah.
Just fucking getting all tangled with the other guys.
Yeah, he wore a size 17 shoe. The other guy would worship his feet.
Oh, God.
Because Lincoln had to sleep sideways because he was so fucking tall. So that doesn't give him a lot of room for the other dude.
Well,
so
you know what you do
with convenient
you know
at
what you
all.
do with your girl. You kind of play footsie under the covers with her, and maybe you did that with Lincoln.
With Lincoln's big hairy foot.
Yeah.
He had a big hairy foot.
Lincoln playing What's Under the Stovepipe hat on his lap. Is it hard? Is it soft? What is it?
He would cut the top out of it like you do with a chick with a popcorn bucket in the movie.
In the movies.
And his roommate would reach in and just tug his cock.
Can I enter your log cabin?
Yeah, give him a fucking extra log. Silly.
Sam, more?
Yeah, Lincoln's bodyguard and companion, Captain David Derrickson, between September
Played by Sally Field in the movie.
and April 1863.
Yeah.
The two of them would share a bed when Lincoln's wife was gone.
Sharing too many beds.
It's a warmth issue. It's very cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I took a friend of mine on the road with me for the last few gigs I did, and we shared a hotel room. If you haven't done it in a while, like with the two beds, delightful.
Really?
You wake up, you know how you wake up next to a woman and it's that, how's the day going? Am
I in trouble?
The first thing you ask a woman is how are you? Is everything okay? Are we going to have a good time today? Is today a good day, or is today shit? Am I in trouble today? Have I slept weird? Have you had a nightmare of me cheating on you? Because if you've had a nightmare of me cheating on you, then we're having a shitty fucking day.
She's going to treat you like you did cheat on her.
Yeah, where you wake up next to a friend, it's like, we got fucked up last night.
Now more stories.
And you have little stories, and then you go back to sleep, and then you fart and you giggle at each other. It's fucking delightful waking up next to a friend.
Delightful.
Wow. So you put your opener in the bed? The same room? Oh, I'd never do that.
It was my very best friend was coming out to stay, and we shared a room for like 5 nights. Ordinarily, I'd never done it, and now I'm thinking of doing it with everyone.
Right.
Because I had such a good time.
Sharing the toilet, though? But you gotta smell his dump when you walk in? Oh, it would drive me fucking nuts.
All that shit would drive you nuts, Jimmy?
Oh, I would literally, even if it was my best friend, and the only option was share a room or sleep on the roof in the cold, I'd put him on the roof.
That was the thing, like, with baseball players and any sporting players up until about 10 years ago, they always shared.
Yeah.
It was always, you always saw and he shares a room with such.
They always talked about their roommate,
Yeah. And now they don't do it, but it used to be with all sports. About 10 years ago, they all share a room.
That's weird, huh?
I'm doing the upfronts for FX. We're doing...
is this the bowling thing?
We're bowling.
I remember you telling us about bowling a couple weeks ago.
We're coming out. I've never flown so far to fucking bowl in my life. And if anyone from FX is listening, couldn't be happier about it.
Can you bowl?
Really? No, I can't. I'm not a great bowler. If I play a game, I'll get like 2 strikes.
Right.
I'm not embarrassingly bad, but I use an ultra light ball and sort of have a weird Fred Flintstone walk up to the line,
Yeah, the tiptoe.
It's not like I'm thinking right now, when I get there, I'm going to bowl the shit out of this place. And everyone's going to fucking know my name. I got off at the airport because there's all the people. I imagine Louis will be there, and I think Russell Brand will be there. I know Russell, but apart from that, I was on the fucking plane with the Charlie from Sons of Anarchy. That's who I was sitting next to.
Oh, cool.
And I got off the plane, and you've never been less of a celebrity when all the autograph hunters just fucking zoned in on him, and I just walked straight through.
Oh, man.
And the thing was, I don't want that attention or anything, but the executives from FX were walking through the airport with us as well.
Oh, no, you want them to see you.
You can actually see the pay difference between the two of us, like where their money was going.
Yeah.
Like, the guy from Sons of Anarchy, he gets to go through. He's very British, that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, very British.
Well, the thing is, you think because he's meant to be a tough guy biker, but I always watch that show like, are you tough? Are you? You know what I mean? Like, it always seems like actors, because all actors are fags, right? And it just seems like actors going, don't fuck with me, and you know they're all like fucking snapping their fingers for a fucking latte as soon as they cut.
You're tough, are you?
Have you got a painted on tattoo? You're a big boy now.
That's a very good question. So the bowling goes down today?
The bowling goes down today, and we're meant to bowl against the advertising people.
Boy,
yawn!
It must be a big day for them, though. They're like, well,
they're way more excited than you guys are.
Yeah, but imagine the cunt that has to bowl against my team of DJ Qualls and Dan Bacadell, like the ugliest people on television. my show is the ugliest people ever to be fucking put on a screen. If my TV show will never have a calendar, right? There's never going to be like...
No.
In February, we got a picture of Rodney in his underwear just leisurely walking the beach.
Nice.
Right? So they're going to bowl against us, and you know the disappointment. If we get some, like, mid-40-year-old women who are executives who want to bowl with, say, the guys from the Americans or the fucking Charlie from Sons of Anarchy, and they get me and DJ Qualls, who looks like an AIDS victim, right? and Dan Bacadell. We're going to have the depressed group.
The bowling thing, Australia, you didn't have American bowling, right? You had that.
No, that's the one thing that the whole world agrees on.
No, New England, they'd go with those tiny little fucking softballs.
Candle pin
I thought
bowling.
the whole world
except for
we all
New
like
England.
pin bowling. Even like there's people in burqas just fucking throwing a ball
Bowling,
down, going, it's good.
Have you seen candlestick bowling?
No, but we have...
It's a nightmare.
We have... We
tried it once up there in Boston. It's not fun at all.
My father lawn bowls every day.
Lawn bowling?
What's lawn bowling?
Lawn bowling is...
Bocce ball?
No, it's a different thing. It's similar, but it involves the ball curves. It's on a flat bit of grass.
Yeah, like
and you roll it, and the ball curves, and there's a jack, and then you got to get the ball. It's the same as bocce in the rules, as in you have to get it closer, but you do it from about, 50, 60 meters away. And old people it's something you just start doing when you're old. You're like, all right, I'm lawn bowling now.
Yeah.
You know, and my dad just does it just so he doesn't have to see my mum.
You know what sucked about candlepin bowling?
I hate it.
Like you take the ball and it's got no holes in the ball. You just
get a
palm
video
it.
for Jim Jefferies.
You palm it, and no matter how hard you threw it, it would hit the pins and go like cling, cling, cling.
It would kind of bounce off them.
Like there's nothing better than when you throw a fucking bowling ball and
that
you get
noise.
a good fucking, and it curves and hooks right in the pocket and just and it makes a great sound.
Everything goes.
The candlepin, it's just clang, clang.
I tell you what, that bumper bowling, though, is making kids into tards.
Oh, yeah, you need gutters. Come on.
All right, because my fucking... My nephew's like... What is he? He's like 14.
Yeah.
I took him bowling, and him and his friends had never been fucking without the bumpers up.
You don't know what a gutter ball is?
I said, you got to put it down, man. You look ridiculous.
It's stupid.
And then the little fucker, his sister beat him because she had the bumpers up because she's an 11-year-old girl. Like, who gives a fuck? Let her have the bumpers up.
Yeah.
She beat him because, she's playing a sport that doesn't matter. Right?
Yeah.
And then he had a fucking cry. I've never been more disappointed because his sister beat him. And I was like, fucking man up.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, look, see the little candle.
You must have seen this before.
No, I never seen it.
Listen to the sound.
It looks like tablets.
Yeah, watch
it. Listen to the sound. They look like old Tylenols.
I don't know what the strategy is.
Like.
Look at the tiny ball.
He looks like Dennis Franz.
Yeah, he does kind of look like Dennis Franz.
Look at that. That's the ball.
He's one of those guys that when you meet him and someone goes, he's 30.
He looks 54.
Like, how the fuck?
No, he's 30.
He's from that generation where everyone looked old.
Yeah.
Isn't it almost impossible to get a strike in candlestick bowling?
I would, with that fucking little ball.
Look at that.
Do they do it in the U.S.?
Here we go.
Yeah.
New England.
Oh, New England.
New England's all about
just
it.
got
There's the strike right there.
But man, that has...
Is there places?
So stupid.
Or are people just doing it at home?
New England is all about
New England, yeah.
So you go to
there'll be a bowling alley with candlepin bowling in it.
Lucky Strike candlepin bowling.
Lucky Strike.
They got the regular bowling up there as well, but they certainly have held on to the candlestick too.
Boy, if you're not a pro bowler or you don't bowl very often, it's really a hit or miss kind of game, isn't it? Like, you could be like, hey, I bowled 210 that fucking round, and then the 80. Next round it's like 5 gutter balls in a row, and you'll convince yourself, like, I think I got this now.
Because there's no guarantee your alley's going to be perfectly fucking level.
Well, that's true.
That'll fuck up these guys.
I just try to bowl it as straight and down the middle. There's no curve.
No curving, no fucking.
And you just, I can sort of see one, and then sometimes there's one that one's too straight.
Yeah,
that one's going to leave
a split.
Yeah, that one's too straight.
Yeah.
You want it just slightly off.
Right.
And then if I leave one
slightly off.
If I leave one pin in the corner,
that's a nightmare.
For me, I could fucking miss it by miles.
yeah.
That's luck of the draw. All I've got is straight down the middle is my whole tactic.
So if you have one in the corner, if you have a 7 or a 10 pin still standing, you have to bowl straight right next to the gutter.
Exactly.
And it has to go the whole way without going into the gutter.
No, you move all the way to the right and do the angle thing.
No, but he just needs to go straight.
Even the walk. It's not even the bowl. I've got to stand in the other person's alley.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then bowl it down.
Okay.
I can't like do that.
No angles.
I can't visualize that. If I do it that way, it'll go. No fucking chance. Have you ever been like bowling with a girl and she beats you? It's demoralizing. Like, I don't need to beat women in sport to feel good about myself.
Right.
But I do. Right?
Yeah.
And you bowl with a girl, it's like, all right, there you go. I had this one chick from Kansas who bowled like a 200. And it just was the biggest turn-off I'd ever seen.
You were done.
I want a girl that just fucking just gutter balls it and just goes, oh, well.
Whatever.
I don't want to bowling strikes.
I like a girl like you. You're right. One where the ball is heading toward the gutter. She's already turned around and has her drink back in her hand from the fucking table. That's a date.
Fuck.
Yeah,
right. Some dummy with long nails.
Exactly.
Some dummy.
Vaguely to pinball. So I was shagging a chick in Vegas who many years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in America, shagging means fucking. Yes, having sex.
I didn't want to be so.
Vegas
I know
means
preschool.
So I'll tell you, the name of the girl was Samantha Harris. She's a redheaded ex-Playboy model.
Let's have a look at her.
Yeah, you can have a look at her. She's very pretty when done up. Put redhead. Samantha Harris. Redhead.
How many years did he get her after she was in Playboy? That's kind of important.
This is no, she's still in her 20s.
It was still within the range.
There she is. There.
Oh, get one.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah,
dude, come on.
Yeah, but in the morning she looks like a burn victim. Anyway,
come on, really?
No, she's all right. No, she's a very pretty girl.
Was she freckly?
She's actually very nice. She had didn't work out. She had abs on her. It was unbelievable. But,
really?
So I was seeing her, and I would still say she's a very nice girl. So she was living in a house. She was working by the pool in Vegas, earning however much they earn in tips, where it's just pretty girls in bikinis serving drinks, right?
Yeah.
She was living in a house with another 6 girls who all did this job, right? And they're all fucking. Yeah, you see there, she's a slightly retarded look to her. Anyway, so she was living in this house with 6 other girls who did this job, right?
Yeah.
Now, you know how girls don't have interests or hobbies, right? Besides themselves, right. like men are like, I'm Jim, and I also like cars and pinball machines. And when I was a kid, I used to make models and watch soccer, and you know what I mean? Like men have shows they like and things they're into, and women just have like, I like my hair to look good. You know what I mean? Like sometimes ugly women have interests, but good-looking ones,
not so much.
They don't have hobbies. I don't care. Like, your wife's a very good-looking woman, right? Does she have a hobby?
Yeah, I think so.
No, if you think so, you have to think about it. My mum's a fat, unattractive woman. She collects teddy bears and dolls.
Oh, so
right?
she has hobbies.
Good-looking women don't have hobbies. They're too busy fucking maintaining the facade, right?
The facade.
But what they'll do is, if they like a guy, they will all of a sudden just pick up your hobbies. No, you know what I mean? Where they'll be like, okay, we're going to go see the Dodgers. I love them, right? So I like pinball machines, right? Always like pinball machines. Now I got a bit of money. I've bought myself some pinball machines, right? And when I was in Vegas, I was like, let's go to the Pinball Hall of Fame. So I take a Playboy bunny out to the Pinball Hall of Fame. Can you imagine the fucking nerds in this place? It's over the road from the Liberace.
Didn't even know they had a Hall of Fame.
The guy who owns it doesn't even want people to know. There's no fucking sign up the front. He just wants to sit there cleaning his machines and...
Oh, is he the hoarder guy that has a warehouse and he's just collected them?
That's in Jersey. That's by Atlantic City.
Oh, okay.
Stop showing pictures of her. I regret not fucking that anymore.
Does she have a nice pussy?
Oh, wow. I'll tell you something about a pussy. There's a lot of photoshopping on that thing.
Why?
It doesn't look as nice in the flesh. It's the Playboy have done some.
Why is it really meaty?
Not in the pictures. Anyway,
interesting.
No, she's a very nice girl. I'm going to say that again one more time. Very nice girl. She's married now, so it doesn't matter. Anyway. So I went, let's go play some pinball. And all the girls that she lived with, I look like a troll to them, right?
Yeah.
Unless you know I'm a celebrity, I'm a fucking ugly looking guy, right? So I show up to the house, and she likes my stand-up, and I met her online or whatever, so she thinks I'm great. But the 5 friends she lives with, the other Playboy models, are like, who the fuck is she?
Oh, man.
Who the fuck is she brought over to the house? We're all dating Luigi and his Ferrari, and he's brought over this fucking troll, right?
Oh, man.
So they all hated me, right? And not hated me, just dismissed me.
Didn't understand.
Take her along to play pinball, and I'm there going, wow, this is a really done-up version. I'm really interested in the machines, and she's acting interested, like, this is exciting.
Oh, no.
And then I played the new Indiana Jones machine that's still made, which incidentally isn't that great a machine. The old Indiana Jones is fucking awesome. But the cool thing about this Indiana Jones is it has the Ark of the Covenant at the back, and it has an 8-ball multi-ball, which is, like, most times you get, like,
crazy.
4-ball multi-ball. And I played this thing for a fucking hour until that thing came through, right?
Yeah.
And then I come back.
Multi-ball.
I come back to the girl's house, and one of the girls is in the kitchen. She goes, so how was your day? I go, how was my day? I got an 8-ball, right? All dead proud of myself. And then her eyes sort of lit up, and then all of the fucking Playboy bunnies came out of the holes like rats.
Oh, my God, I thought you meant Coke.
Yeah, but I didn't. I hadn't clicked.
An 8-ball,
I hadn't clicked on this yet, so I'm sitting around, and all the girls are really interested in my conversation. They're all sitting around, and I'm there going, yeah, well, you know, the first machine to have flippers was Humpty Dumpty.
You dick.
I'm talking about baseball, and I'm thinking, these girls are all right. They're not as vacuous and as boring as I thought.
Man.
And then the ballsy one out of all the 6 girls stood up and went, are you going to share this or not? And I went, what? And they go, the 8-ball. I went, oh, no, I don't know. They couldn't have left the room quicker and more disappointed.
They didn't like you to start with, but now they really fucking hated you.
I've broken up their day of looking at themselves. You know, they were tanning or something, and I interrupted that with my lies.
Wow, that's funny.
Holy shit.
There she is. She has a tremendous body. She just makes a living out of bikini competitions. It's that whole thing that men are just such dogs when it comes to sex, where we're just like, we'll just pay someone to walk around. You know what I mean? Or we'll go to it's like when a woman goes on a bachelorette party and they think they're fucking outrageous for having a straw with a little cock on the end of it. Like, look at this. This straw has a little cock on it. We're mental, right?
Yes.
And a man thinks he's outrageous because he fucked a prostitute. Which is a completely different emotion. But women are like little bobbly cocks hanging on their heads.
Look at us. What goes on here stays here, ladies. Come on. Don't talk about the fucking springy dick hats we were wearing.
But it's also that men are so fucking gross. Like you'll say to a friend, you'll come out of a lap dance and he'll go, how was it? You'll go, how was it? It was awesome. She parted her ass cheeks and shoved it on my face. right? Like, that's how good it was, right? Where no woman's ever fucking had a private dance with a man, it's like, he just pulled his testicles really hard and pulled his ass apart and shoved his ass over my nose. It was one of the best experiences of my life. Where men will be like, that's, you know, she shoved her fist in her ass. Where a woman would be like, he shoved his fist in his ass.
Yeah, she'd be horrified. She needs fucking
feel violated.
counseling. Yeah.
Like, think of every nasty stripper move when the girl, like, just fucking gets on the floor.
Yeah.
And just, she licked my shoe and then just fucking pulled my cock. Like, if a girl can make, he licked my shoe and then started fingering me. It was so gross. Right, but if you get a hand job in a strip club, you're like, that was a good stripper. You start fingering a girl randomly.
Yeah.
Awkward.
Oh, very. Yeah, I would gather it would be extremely awkward. I remember going to bachelor parties, though. You talk about that, the bachelorette parties, and they think it's all just crazy for the girls to go out and do that. I was at a bachelor party once. 2 girls show up, and they're on the couch, and they're making out and fingering each other. They're totally naked. And they had sex toys, like, just thrown all around this place. And guys went to the biggest fucking dildo they found that was laying around. They were the little pocket rockets, and then there was like something called the anal intruder, and they picked that up and just started fucking shoving it into one of the girls. Just walked over as they're making out and just shoved it in her.
Well, the girl brought that knowing now they can handle
course.
it,
Yeah. No, there was nary a complaint, believe me.
There's a comedian from Canada called Mike Wilmot, who...
I know Mike.
Very funny.
Very funny guy.
Yeah. And we were at a bachelor party, and he's, you know, he wears glasses, right? And everyone's getting lap dances or whatever, and there was one girl walking around stripping, and she comes up to Mike, and she pulls his glasses off, and she puts one handle up her ass and one handle in her cunt, and then she pouts it so that the glasses start probing out like that.
Shit.
Then she pulls both of them out, she licks the handles, and then she puts them crookedly back at his face. And he goes, I'm sure that was very good, but I didn't see a thing.
Yeah, girls are very presumptuous, those strippers, as to what they think you're going to like or what, you know, because, I mean, that's fucking disgusting. The glasses were up her ass and...
You wouldn't want to put your glasses on after in her cunt?
I don't think so.
Give me your glass eye. Thank God Sammy wasn't there. Popped her glass eye out and put it in her asshole and shoved it back in his head.
It's peeking around. Yeah. She can fucking manipulate it where it looks like it's looking, following you around the room.
There's certain things, like if you go to Thailand, there's things that strippers do, which, when did it go from sexy to just, well, that's a talent?
Right, a trick or something.
Like, no one's ever seen a woman shoot a dart out of a cunt and pop a balloon and gone.
That is amazing.
Fucking hell. That's all I want to masturbate
We've seen eggs. We've seen a girl throw eggs from her vagina.
I know, it's interesting, but you don't get
amazing.
It's not sexy.
No, it's
not
sexy.
Fucking
It's amazing.
It is amazing.
We had one of these, stripper, bachelor girls come by, and she would throw eggs from her vagina.
Yeah.
She had a little hip motion, but still.
It was pretty amazing.
We would swing at him with a wiffle ball bat.
But that's like as sexy as watching fucking, you know, a magician. There's nothing hot about it.
But it's still cool as hell.
But it's also if you've ever fisted a girl, when you fist a girl, there's a bit like, well, I've done that now. But then there's another bit where, is she proud of herself or really disappointed in the slackness of her vagina? Is she like,
am I the only one in the room that has never fisted a girl?
Probably.
Yeah.
You fisted?
Of course.
I have,
You know what I worry about when I fist a girl?
Said no.
My fingernails. I worry that my nails are going to cut the inside of it. That's the weird thing I worry about,
It's always like a few fingers, and then your brain, it's never like you go into, like, you walk into a place like, today, fisting. It's always a spur of the moment, like, fucking hell, I could fit another
I could get 3. And then there's like, 4.
Is it creepy?
Of course it's creepy.
Is it creepy to do?
No, because what they like about it, or some of them like about it, is when your 4 fingers are in and your thumb goes in, it's almost like picture you're picking up a penny, all your fingers are together. And then when you start to talk about curling it into a fist, they get crazy. Like you tell them I'm starting to make, they're like, oh my God, I'm getting fisted. Like there's something so taboo about it.
Oh, I've never fist. Like,
Well, that's
I've always just kept the hand like
but then you
that.
curl it into a fist, yeah.
And then you like that monkey that went to grab the nut and made a fist and he couldn't pull his hand out of the hole anymore. You're too dumb to stop making a fist.
I always keep my hand like I'm trying to get something down the side of my car seat.
Yes.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
You know, I don't like special occasions. I like daily life.
Right.
That's more important. You know what I mean?
The
like, I don't
day-to-day
the thing with the gifts and the thing, all that. Christmas is really something, you know, but it's stressful. But I like the daily life, you know.
Yeah,
like I've had girlfriends that didn't. I don't want to. I don't make everything about Valentine's Day and birthdays, but I'm very generous, you know, and give them a lot of stuff.
Just be nice all the time.
Yeah.
Are the kids annoyed at how famous you're getting?
Yeah, because people come up to me when they're with me, and they hate that.
They do,
and
right?
now I'm on buses and shit, and that's weird too. They don't mind that; they think that's funny.
Right.
But yeah, some
do they
people,
roll their
people
eyes
walk
a lot?
up to me. Yesterday I was in the car with my daughter, and this guy comes up to my window,
That's
knocks
scary.
the window, and he's a cop. He's a weird, even more. He's not a uniform cop.
Shit!
He's got a gun on his belt. He's got like his jacket on his arm, so he's an undercover cop with the badge and gun on his belt.
Yeah.
And you know, detectives also have a dark way about them. You know? Yeah. And he knocks on my window, and I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know what. And I roll that and he goes, "You're fucking hysterically funny. You're fucking hilarious." And then he looks in the back seat and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." But yeah, they get annoyed because nobody has any respect for them when if I'm talking to one of my kids, people walk stand between us, and say, "Can I have a picture with you or something?"
Yeah. Well, how do you handle that?
I just say, no.
Oh, Jimmy.
I used to be apologetically no. You know what? No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But then I go, no. Like, why would you ask me?
No.
I'm way meaner.
Fuck, I saw Louis C.K.
No.
I saw Louis C.K. today. What a fucking dick.
Yeah, let him say. That's what I
did. People go home like that.
I decided that's okay with me. I decided that's the worst case scenario.
Fucking great.
God, that's
Met
real
him
fame.
once.
Damn.
He's a dick. Really?
Yeah.
Why? I asked for his picture and he didn't give it to me. All right, well, I guess he's a dick.
So what was, no one ever asked, like, what was the situation?
Yeah.
Well, he was talking with his kids.
Yeah, his daughter's crying, and he's putting a Band-Aid on her knee, and I took her leg out of his hands and threw her across the yard and said, "Can I have a picture?"
And you know what the cocksucker said?
No, you can't have a picture.
He's a dick.
Yeah, you never bother someone with their kids. Even I wouldn't do that.
No, and you're a fucking total
never
pest.
when they're eating with their kids.
Yeah.
I don't fault anybody for asking this because they want a thing and they're fans. It's nice of them.
Yeah, not on any level.
But I don't
of
want to do it, so I just say no.
But I've had problems with girlfriends over the years because if we're at an appearance or something where there's a lot of people that are there for us,
we're gonna relate to Louis right now.
In a microcosm of an appearance we're doing. You know, we had to actually go to where the fans were.
Right. Microcosm. We have to go petri dish.
Yes, a petri dish. But like girlfriends would get kind of like. I mean, they know that they're there to see you and shit, but they completely ignore them. They'll step with their back and like back into them to get.
They'll push them right out
in between you and it's very disrespectful and.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, you're at work. You're literally at a job.
That's true. Yeah.
So they should just
shut the fuck
go
up.
get a drink in a corner and
deal
wait till
with
you're
it.
done.
Yeah. Hey, bitch, this is my fucking livelihood you're dealing with.
You didn't have to call her names.
Oh, right. Just tell her. Well,
tell her that
she probably was.
Stupid.
I think we all.
But the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel. More memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in stand-up. A very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues on the Opie and Anthony channel.
This is Adam Carolla, and he met Jim Norton's parents with Jay Leno at the Borgata. And then Mike Tyson called in for Jim's birthday. But whatever. And he was talking about doing a podcast and shit. It was really funny. I like birthdays. Especially when you're like, yay, there's only 2 candles on there. Yay, take your clothes off. Let me show you how to kiss the candle. Gobble, gobble, turkey day. Yeah, let me show you how to stuff the turkey with your tongue. Play turkey foot. I'll kiss your foot and go, I make turkey noises on it, and I watch you get a little tent in your diapers.
Adam! There he is. How you doing, man? Pleasure. Good to see you.
What's up, let's see you, brother?
Take a seat right over there. Pull up a mic. Why not, huh?
Oh, my God.
L.A. time, huh?
Yeah, well, then I did Artie's show. I did Caroline's last night.
Right.
And then I went straight to Artie's show.
Oh,
so,
man, you're exhausted.
We left L.A., got picked up at 5:30, so it was one of those.
How was Artie?
Crazy. Artie's great.
Yeah.
Artie's always...
Oh, yeah. He's
he just always brings it,
I'm seeing him tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing a gig tomorrow in Pennsylvania with Amy and David Tell, so I'm fucking going on, and we're plugging together tonight.
Dave's coming. I think Dave's doing Caroline's tonight, or maybe tomorrow night.
Oh, you just do one? What do you get in and out one night for a club?
No, I do. We do live podcasts. We do like 5 shows. Like we'll do Caroline's 2 tonight, 2 tomorrow. But if I'm doing stand up, normally I'll just do a theater and get by with that. But if I'm doing the podcast, it's like do a club. Do like multiple shows.
Last time I might have seen you once since then, but the last time was we did the live Caroline's podcast and Justin Bieber walked out halfway through the show.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a fun show too, but I'm such a pig. I think I might have bothered him. I don't know.
I don't know what he was doing there.
I don't know what he's doing, period. It's pretty funny to watch the self-destruction of a teen idol.
Well, also, like, these guys start picking up tattoos.
Yeah,
and they pick them up pretty quick.
Yeah.
And so you're 19, so, like, at 26, you're going to be completely...
You have no room.
Yeah.
No room for any more life experiences to put on your body.
Right.
Yeah, very odd.
Either that or he will just stop doing it. It's really weird. It's embarrassing because he's going through this, you're 18, 19, we're all kind of jizz buckets, and just to watch him humiliating himself, and it's like, probably is something nobody would want filmed by the whole fucking planet.
I was kind of a jizz Boda bag. I wasn't, you had to squeeze me a little bit. Well, it's not like you kicked me, jizz would come out. You'd have to put a little pressure, and then I would squirt out. But more jizz Boda bag.
Well, yeah, I was more of a jizz bucket. Like, if you just looked at me, it was overflowing.
That's a good point.
Melodrama.
You wouldn't want everybody to look in on your fucking 18, 19-year-old thing. You just, maybe not a full jizz bucket, but we were pretty jizzy.
Yeah.
Back then.
Speaking of jizz bucket and Jim, I met your parents backstage at the Borgata.
Were you working with Jay?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I wasn't working with him. Jay's just such a mensch. I was playing the Borgata. He was playing the Borgata. He called me and just went, "Hey, at the Borgata?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You want to catch a ride?" I said, "Catch a ride to the airport?" Like I'm such an idiot, You go driving to Philly. So you're going to drive me to Philly tomorrow? Because I got a Southwest flight back to L.A. He said, "Nah, we leave tonight." We drive to the airport tonight? "Nah, I got a plane." It's like, "Oh, you got a plane? Oh, you're a ride on your plane. Yeah. This is awesome."
Nice.
And he said he flies in to Atlantic City.
Yeah.
From Van Nuys to Atlantic City.
Wow.
Flies in that day. Gets in at 6:30. He doesn't go to his room. He just goes to his dressing room. So he goes from the airport to his dressing room, like everyone else upstairs, squeeze one off, quick shower, not in that order, lay out, take a nap, and then go do the show, He goes right to his dressing room, and he'll just hang out in his denim socks and, denim contact lenses, denim breathe right. He has a denim breathe right, honestly, if you see him off stage. And he'll sit there, and I'll hang there for an hour and 20 minutes eating a little fruit, and then he'll go do a show, and then it's right back on the plane. He never goes upstairs.
Wow.
He never goes to his room. So
he's Mr. Showbiz.
Yeah, he said, just come on over, just drop your stuff in my room, and then when you're done with your show, we'll just take off. And I went to his room, and he was standing there with your kindly elderly parents.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're big fans, and they're out of a Rockwell painting, and you're from the band Rockwell, and they're like, the whole time I want to go, do you know what your son up there? You know what he's doing? You have
They're
any
more
clue?
than aware, I think.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Horrified.
Yeah, they are nice, normal
You'd
people.
never know it. You would never know it now.
The lovely, the lovely Nortons. Oh, we have it is Jimmy Norton's birthday. And we have.
I know. I saw a guy with a cake.
We do have some phone calls coming in, so if we could take this call. Hello? Who is this?
What's the date of your docuseries? Hello?
Hello? Someone want to wish Jimmy Norton a happy birthday?
Hey, Norton.
Yes.
I'm looking for Jimmy Norton. Is he around?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that.
Who's this?
Who's this?
I don't
he doesn't even know who this is.
This is Mike Tyson.
Oh, hey, Mike. How are you?
What's going on, buddy?
I was just talking about you before and how good it was to see you at UFC.
Wasn't that pretty awesome?
Mike, this is Adam Carolla. Remember when I came to your house?
Adam, what's up, brother? I just came to holler and give Jimmy Norton the big birthday love. How you doing?
Good. I went to Mike's house in Henderson.
Yes.
Yeah, we just hung out.
How was that?
Was my pool fixed yet, or was they still working?
They were still working on your pool.
Yeah, okay.
That pool was 73 to 81% done. I mean, I got to check my notes. But yeah.
It's pretty good now, man. So when you come over now, we can take a dump, you know.
I'm bringing my trunks, but I'm keeping my shirt on. I don't want to be embarrassed.
No way, man. No way. We're going to give you those testosterone shots.
Yeah, I've yet to be invited to the Tyson compound in Henderson. I hope when I'm out there, I get to come take a dip.
Yeah.
Man, you're welcome. You know that. You know that.
Oh, there you go, Jimmy. That's an invite.
You know that big Jim knows he got mad love.
Now he's got a bridge with like a koi pond.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah. You know, you've arrived when you have a semi-moat. Yes.
No. That's the ashes and remnants of Mike Tyson when he had money. It's getting old. We have to rebuild.
Rebuild? Well, you had people walking around and cleaning and doing things like that. Kids running around.
Those are members of my family.
Oh, really? Jeez, you're sure rude.
Hey, a place like that, do you design it, or does your wife design it, or do you have designers and just say just whatever you guys want to do and make it look nice?
Well, at first it was my Lux laboratory at one time, but then I got married and she put the woman marriage touch on it, and I don't even know what place I live in.
Oh, man.
She just took over?
Yeah, it took over the whole Lux laboratory.
The Lust Laboratory.
The Lust Lab.
That sounds...
It's nice to know it happens to all of us. It doesn't matter how masculine you are, who you are, that when you fall in love, they just fucking take over. Yeah. It's nice to know it happens to even guys like Mike.
Hey, listen, man, we don't know anything about this masculinity thing. We just know it's supposed to define us as men.
Right.
But we don't know where it comes from. We don't know anything about it. And if we didn't call it masculinity, what would we call it?
Be whipped?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And Mike, someone was just telling me your one-man show was really good. And it wasn't because they knew you were calling in. They just brought it up.
Hey,
as James Buster Douglas used to say, apropos of nothing. That was his thing.
Tell me about that word again.
Apropos of nothing. Or maybe that was Ronaldo Snipes. I can't remember which heavyweight from the 80s would use that one.
Apropos or Applebee? Which one is it? Apropos, Applebee.
If I slow down, I'll fuck it up. So I have to just, it's one of those names you have to blow through it. Like an NBA player that's from Kazakhstan,
Tell me about it. Kazakhstan's kicking a lot of the guy from boxing from Kazakhstan is kicking everybody's ass.
Oh, yeah.
Gorky something?
Yeah, middle name. Middleweight, yeah.
Gorky.
Yeah, those guys just need to pick up like Sugar or something like in their middle name. Yeah, this guy's knocking out everyone, destroying everyone, and the problem is I've talked to boxing analysts about this guy, and they're like, yeah, that Russian kid's pretty good.
No catchy name, yeah.
No one can say the guy's name.
Yeah.
I can't even. I'm from the Gorky Park. I'm just, Gorky.
Gorky.
No, he's the Manu Ginobili of middleweights.
Ginobili?
No, but it's one of. That's the whole point. We
Yeah.
can't figure this. If someone go online, you'll figure out the guy's name. He's the most.
Everybody knows, kicking everybody's ass right now. Everybody knows that.
He's the most dominant guy in boxing right now, but no one can
Drago?
pronounce his name.
Is he like fucking Drago from Rocky?
Hey, what do you?
I'm talking about dominant way he's hurting people.
Middleweight, yeah.
Not the way he's stopping them and the referee stopping the fight. He's really hurting people.
Body shots.
Hey, when are you shooting, Mike? I know you're shooting in New York. When are you actually filming? Oh, did you film already?
We just filmed last night was our last night.
HBO
show.
That's going to be
Oh,
huge.
I was in Los Angeles last night.
For HBO.
How'd it go?
It went wonderful for the one-man show. Let's do the truth, and I think HBO is going to air it.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
Of course they will. That's fantastic, man.
Mike's, I saw Mike like 3 or 4 years ago. He was heavy. He was depressed. He was shuffling, like like the old boxer shuffle, and he looked like an old blues singer who'd done.
I was singing some old blues back then.
And then I saw him 3 years later, and he was like spry and light and in great shape. Like it was absolutely an amazing transformation.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to live. I got tired of wanting to die, and I wanted to live because I was trying to die, and it just didn't work. So let's try this living stuff again and see what happens.
So you're loving the live performances. You're loving being out in front of the audiences?
Hey, I'm Adam, in all actuality, being an entertainer yourself, I just love being. It's being acknowledged, by my peers and people who do the same thing I do at occupation, and because they know the difficulty of it, and that's what I appreciate more than anything. People, my peers, that understand the difficulty of it, and still they see that I achieved.
So, will you take a break now from the show, or are you actually going to bring it on the road a little bit?
I believe my wife said we're going to do it in November and December.
Oh, okay, good. And have you updated it at all? Not that you really need to. I mean, because I thought I've seen it twice and it was great.
At all. But when I saw some of the filming from the HBO, and man, it looks so much different. It looks beautiful.
So
you like it, yeah.
Yeah, I never saw it in that kind of footage before.
Well, I appreciate you calling on my birthday, man. I didn't realize you taped last night. I just came in back into New York this morning, but it means a lot.
Hey, man, listen, man, I really appreciate you during the time of need when we first started promoting this show, and you were behind it 100%. And I knew just by the way you were pushing it, it was more than just a job, and I really appreciated that.
No problem, man.
For you, Jim. Don't ever hesitate to ask, man. I really respect you as a human being.
That's a nice guy to have. Thank you, Iron Mike Tyson.
Thank you, buddy,
for your birthday wish to Jimmy.
Big Adam.
Yeah, I'm bringing my trunks and my water wings, and I'll see you soon.
Take it easy, man.
Take care, Mike.
Bye.
That's the champ, Iron Mike Tyson.
It's funny, when I first heard the voice, I thought it sounds like Tyson, but I'm like, it can't be Tyson. Like, they're not gonna,
but here's how you know everyone is the person. If it sounds like Tyson, but not enough like Tyson. The guys are doing Tyson impersonations, say, indubitably.
Right.
And they work. Like, they expend energy, they push, and they say they have their 3 or 4 buzzwords. And then they're doing Tyson.
Right. And he sounded like it was just talking, casual conversation.
Yes. And now I gotta find this guy's name. I gotta tell your guy.
Where's
all right.
Is he Russian or?
Yeah, he's Russian, but not Russian. One of the fucked up republics around. I don't. By the way, I used to when I grew up, there was just Russia.
There's Russia.
And then Egypt was like Arabian Nights, like a size of a camel, and a guy with a turban and a flying carpet and stuff. What the fuck is going on?
Now everything's fucking divvied up into separate little things.
And they're all fighting, and you never heard of any of these stands and everything. And the guy's Russian, but he's darker than a Kenyan, and you're like, what the fuck? And he's declared a fatwa, and you're like, what?
But
no.
You're Russian.
Yeah.
You're Russian.
By the way, I hope you're not sending any brides out from this neck of the woods, because my idea of a Russian bride is completely different than this. By the way, the guy's name is Gennady Golovkin. Gennady Golovkin. I mean, and when you read it, you can't. Gennady Golovkin is the best pound-for-pound guy in the world, but no, it's
Gennady.
That's the point.
I just made it up. I don't know.
I
wanted to see how confident he was in his pronunciation.
But you can't say it. So that he doesn't, he doesn't get as much
Doesn't roll off
press.
the tongue.
Right.
Do you watch a lot of boxing? I don't watch it anymore after UFC. Like I can't, like guys like Tyson, all those guys that like excited you because of who they were. Like I can't find any boxers I really connect with. Maybe Mayweather's the only one.
It's a little like once you discovered hardcore porn, going back to sort of Skinamax, like, hey, silk stockings. Right. Some side boob. I wonder if they're really doing it. Yeah. It's a little of that.
Yes.
But any port in a storm, but still that you're looking for your next UFC fight.
Mm-hmm. I gotta talk to you about your podcast and stuff, and as opposed to regular radio, as they call it. Do you think you'd still be on the air on regular radio, saying what you've been saying over the past years? And it's nothing, believe me, but people deem it controversial and crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to say a lot of fucked up things on the air all the time. Mm-hmm. And so I never, I don't, it's weird.
But we're kind of in a different place now. It's so fucking weird now.
I know. But I don't think people are more sensitive. I think people are bigger douchebags, and they just grab it. First off, there's a couple of things. It's a technology thing. Mm-hmm. Back when we used to do terrestrial radio back in the day, you'd say shit, but someone would have to send a cassette to your program director.
It's
like, listen, hour 3, minute 18, 21 seconds, he makes a weird ching-chong joke when he's talking about Chinese food. I want you to review this, but he'd never get to it, and no one would ever figure it. Now, there's a technology, which is everyone grabs stuff. Everyone has their own official page that looks like some kind of news page, but it's just them in their shitty apartment with a hot plate, and they're banging it out on their Mac. Yes. And it's like from World News, and they do this thing, and then they'll just, Adam Carolla, racist, and then they start throwing it out. So a lot of it's just technological. You couldn't grab these little bites and send these files. Listen to what he said. Read the transcript. Email it to your friends. It didn't exist. So now it's a combination of everyone being super sensitive, although they don't give a shit.
No,
they're just trying to get you in trouble.
Of course they are.
They're not even the group. Whatever group you've offended, they're not even in that fucking group. They don't know anyone in that group. They've never had sex with anyone in that group. But they're trying. It's this whole Schadenfreude thing where, like, everyone's trying to get everyone into trouble. Yeah. Did you hear? I mean, did you? Oh, man. Did you hear what Alec Baldwin, the way he spoke to his daughter? Oh, my God. It's like, really? That's a 2.5 to anyone who's ever grown up with parents, or whose dad who got pissed off, right?
That's nothing.
And then here's the thing. Then it's all over the news, and all the pussy hypocrite cowards have to sit there and go, and they look, that shocked look on their face. Like, and when I heard that call, I was shocked. There's not one guy sitting in Good Morning America going, I don't know what the big whoop is.
Yeah, no big deal.
My dad used to beat me with a shoe.
Yeah.
And now they just go, oh, my goodness.
Feigned outrage.
Phony outrage.
It's righteous indignation, and then you get to be on the happy side of the issue. You see, you get to be on the good side of the issue. And whenever this stuff comes up, whether it's Trayvon Martin trial or whatever, Zimmerman, whatever, and everyone just sits there and goes, oh, my God, I don't know what to tell my kids. and now you're on the happy side. And meanwhile, you're going, we need to start a dialogue about, I'm a huge pussy, so I'm not going to say anything, but someone should have a dialogue. There needs to be a national dialogue on Alec Baldwin.
But they're not going to say anything that's not towing the company line, ever.
Right. But so, and by the way, they're just suggesting everybody, it's like standing next to a burning barn going, someone needs to put that barn out. Somebody's got to pick up a bucket with somebody. We need to start a national dialogue on putting that barn out.
As they continue to throw gasoline on it.
They just sit there and throw wood chips onto it.
And talk about whoever set the barn on fire and try to get them in more trouble for it. Like, did you see him? I saw him. He was throwing hay on it.
Right. And then once in a while a guy comes around and he goes, well, honestly, we don't have enough wells dug in the community and we need to start, okay, listen, troublemaker.
Hey.
I'm focusing on the barn over here. You're trying to violate the soil. You're part of the problem.
Yeah, you're a soilist.
Right. Yeah, everyone's just a hypocrite and a pussy, and they can fuck themselves.
They love getting people in trouble. And when they say a dialogue should be started, the second you start an honest dialogue, the people crawl out of the woodwork to call you racist and fucking homophobic and misogynistic. There's no honest, open dialogue in this country. You're crucified the second you're honest about anything. Yes. I've been on Twitter talking about the Zimmerman trial for fucking ever since it started. And I can't tell you how many times I've been called a racist for doing nothing but quoting fact that is going about in this case, and statistics. No one wants to hear statistics about black and white.
Not when it gets in the way of their emotional argument. Yeah. And look, if you approach every problem, like, I mean, if a doctor comes to you and says you have emphysema and you need to quit smoking, you don't attack the doctor. He's giving you information. Yeah. You know, it might not be information you care to hear, but it's information. And if we're trying to cure a problem, you know, if you have gout or whatever you have, and he's telling you take it easy on the red wine, you don't go, fuck that guy.
That doctor
let's go get
is
him.
Horrible.
Yeah, let's run him out of town. No, there is a problem. There is a remedy for the problem, and we should attempt to fix the problem. But if you attack the doctor who gives you the news, or look, everyone wants to be on the cheeseburger diet, but the guy's going to come in and go, look, you got to eat a salad every once in a while. And if we attack him, we're not going to cure the obesity problem. And that's the honest dialogue we want to have. We claim to want to have is with the doctor, but he gets run out of town the second he tells you to eat some kale.
Yeah, because again, nobody really wants an honest dialogue. Well, they want to hear their side of it.
Nobody makes a living off of the bullshit.
Right. Yeah. It's astounding to me. I've been watching the coverage of the Zimmerman trial and the aftermath, and the revisionist history that's taken place in only a couple of days is amazing. There's nothing, not a word on the news that he ever laid a hand on George Zimmerman. Well, now he was walking, he was black, he was an innocent boy walking with his Skittles, and Zimmerman followed him and shot him. That's the dialogue now. That's all you hear now.
Well, it's like, first off, the news, you know, these guys are going to get somebody killed.
Yes.
Because of their misreporting. And what happens is we're busy. People have one ear available, one eyeball available. We're not really that tuned into other people's shit. You're kind of into your own family, your own work, your own business, the hookers, whatever you got going on now, Jim. Right. Trolling online for prostitutes, like whatever you're into.
I knew you were just bringing me in.
You're into that. So you turn on the news, and it's just pretty much, well, black guy walking with Skittles, white guy shoots him in the back for no apparent reason, and, all right, let's go burn down a liquor store. But it was the same thing. Look, it happens time and time again. When there was that poor kid who jumped off the Tallahatchie Bridge because his roommate was gay.
Right.
And they accused his roommate of filming him with his gay partners and then putting it up on the internet.
Didn't he have the GW, right?
Yeah, and then having parties. It was nothing of the sort. And the guy was not a criminal, and the guy was not homophobic, and the guy was not everything. The kid was depressed, and the kid jumped off a bridge. And he was gay, and apparently his dad wasn't happy about the fact he was gay. So we can have a dialogue about teen suicide and about how to prevent teen suicide, but we're not going to have that dialogue. No. And about depression and 19-year-olds. 19-year-olds don't kill themselves because they got a crappy roommate. I would have killed myself 2,000 times by now. They kill themselves because they're clinically depressed.
Yeah.
But we had to turn this young Indian, like, science student into a homophobic, gay-bashing monster murderer, and everyone wanted his head on a stick. And then at the very end, so what happens is you talk to the year goes by and you go, remember that story? Yeah, where that guy had the homophobic roommate who pushed him off the bridge. And it's like, no, that's not what happened. That has nothing to do with the story. And even at the end, when the guy went to trial, they didn't have anything on him because there wasn't anything. So the judge said, all right, we don't have anything. Just admit you're homophobic and we'll let you go. And the guy was like, no, I'm not homophobic. Just admit it. Just admit, like, oh, well, I can sleep at night.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, you're homophobic, you're xenophobic, you're misogynist, yet no one's ever laid a hand on anyone. No one's done anything to anyone.
It's a perception of it. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, it's so fucking
we
sad.
Love perceiving people.
But here's the thing
evil.
that pisses me off the most. None of those people even give a shit. They don't think
Not
that little
all.
kid's homophobic.
No.
They don't think George Zimmerman's white. Like, they don't even know. They just have a story, and they have to turn it into something.
They love it. It's the news-ertainment cycle that goes on has nothing to do with actual news. And then you get these stations like HLN, which used to be headline news for CNN, and it was kind of the 20-minute cycle, and they would give you the headlines. And then you'd go to CNN if you want a more in-depth whatever. Now HLN, it's not headline news anymore, it's just HLN. It's still under the CNN flag, but it has nothing to do with news. It's Nancy Grace yelling her opinion.
Hey, that guy is good.
Her backwards ass opinion on shit. And it's still disguised. People think it's the news.
I'd say more about it, but I have a lawsuit against them for the Jodi Arias trial because you've ruined my relationship with my wife because she's wrapped up the last 19 months of her life laying in bed watching a woman who's killed her husband or killed her, and like this is it. We're done. We're done going on with life because a chick who was a 7 shot a dude in the shower and stabbed. That's it. What if I just quit my life to watch a trial?
She was fully involved, huh?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I'd give Jody an 8, though. Did you see those fucking fat pussy lips in those photos? You got to jump up to an 8.
Okay.
Anyone that hits her husband with a hammer and has a fat pussy is an 8.
You like that?
Yeah. All right. But I'm just saying, once in a while an attractive woman kills somebody. Let's get over it.
Yeah.
Move forward.
We can't believe it, though. That's the problem, is we don't like to admit that we can't. It's like why people were surprised Susan Boyle could sing, because we expect nothing out of pigs. So when an attractive person does it, we're utterly shocked.
What are you doing?
Casey Anthony, very attractive.
Yeah. No, I know. It's so sad.
Yeah.
Fat people we expect to commit homicides for some reason. They're just unpleasant in general.
Pleasant people to be around.
It's so true, though, when you see, like, a teacher out of Florida had sex with her 15-year-old student, you wait to reserve your judgment until you see the picture of the chick, and if she's hot and blonde and sitting on a Harley Davidson, you're like, what's the big whoop here? There's no. But if she's a pig, you're like, oh, that kid's life has been destroyed. Here's my argument is always the same argument. Like if I was ever her defense attorney, I would take the 15, now 16-year-old boy up to the stand who was banging the super hot blonde, chick who was his teacher in Florida, and just go, look, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court, I'm not going to waste a lot of time here. All I have is one simple question. It's been a year since you two had intercourse. Have you beat off to her since? Remember, you're under oath. Yeah. All right. And would you say it'd be in 2000 or under? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, how can there be a crime here? What vehicular manslaughter you don't beat off to? If you beat off to this, moving on. Moving on to the next case. How can you be traumatized by something you beat off to? Like, you get carjacked. Well, you might beat off to it. Someone holds you up at an ATM, you don't beat off to it.
That was great. I love
these guys.
Gun to my head.
She's in jail, and they're beating off to when the crime occurred.
Yeah. And that's true, though. Reserving judgment. Do that all the time. I want to see the second I see the headline, I click on the link, I'm like, I want to see the picture first. I want to see if she's hot.
Right.
That blonde on the fucking motorcycle, she was incredibly hot.
I know.
And you're like, oh, where does that happen?
I don't know.
Like magic.
No, I had like Mr. Saponzi, the fat guy with the male pattern baldness and the sweater vest and stuff. It smelled weird. Like, where these teachers even come from? These teachers. Can I tell you this? I went to my kid. I have twins. I went to their first grade, whatever. Their teacher had a stud in her nose.
Wow.
Number one. Number two, she's got the full-blown Starbucks grande latte with the extra whipped cream on top and the thing, and it's sitting on her desk like it's a milkshake sitting on her desk, like the idea of the milkshake on your teacher. but it has her first name scrawled across it.
Oh, man.
And so I go walk over, and it's just her desk, and I can see it's Sarah just out to the class, you know. So I go, I'm going to turn that cup in a little bit, because if they find out, they call me by my first name. Like,
what the? That's
I didn't. If
incomprehensible.
I have no idea what any Mr. was the first name or
right.
Miss. And if you found out, it was a big deal. Like, you found out your teacher's first name. They're all on a first name basis. The chicks are like 27 and wear go-go boots and have nose studs and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, finding out your teacher's first name was like finding out, you know, Batman's identity.
Yeah.
You just didn't. You
didn't know it.
And you didn't want to know. It was
no, not really.
There was no reason to. God, yeah, it's all very lovey, touchy-feely now.
Yeah.
First name basis.
They had a walk-a-thon for fitness. First grade, 7-year-olds, walking in a circle on grass for fitness, walking. And every once in a while, a kid would break out into a jog, and like Coach Marty be like, hey, safety first, cool it down, let's go. It's like, walking for a 7-year-old is nothing. That's zero in the exercise,
right.
zero calories burnt. It's
Waking up in the morning,
walking.
they're getting more exercise than walking in a circle.
And Adam's podcast, of course, is it's in Guinness now as the most downloaded popular podcast. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
I wish we
huge.
had more time with you, because what you did after leaving radio is fucking. It changed the way people look at regular radio and where guys can go after radio.
Well, feel free to speak
amazing.
about it for an hour or two when I'm gone.
It really is amazing. Fucking that podcast that you fucking just balls it out and are now a massive success.
It really is amazing.
It's great.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming in, man.
My pleasure.
And so, a very Chipperson Thanksgiving draws to a close. Listen for more throughout the weekend. And happy holidays from the Opie and Anthony channel.